Good afternoon and welcome back to Sepang International Circuit in the beautiful country of Malaysia for the second of two 4-hour races here at the start of the 2024-2025 Asia Le Mans Series. I'm Graham Goodwin. Sitting next to me is the hashtag sports car racing legend that is Oliver Gavin. Hopefully you were with us yesterday. If you weren't, well, first, where were you? But secondly, you'll want to book in 8 hours today, 4 hours for what we're about to see, this second race. But I think I'm right, Ollie, they'll need another 4 hours to catch up with what was an astonishing opening race, in particular the final 2 hours.
Yeah, it was extraordinary. It was exceptional racing. We're seeing all the cars here lined up on the grid here for the second race today. But yes, those last 2 hours of yesterday's race were exceptional racing and really some of the best racing in ACO rules racing I've ever seen. And yeah, that finish, that last lap in P2 between the RD and AF course, Mathieu Vaxivière against Tristan Vautier, and it was a grandstand finish.
Well, there is the winning car from yesterday, brought to the flag by Tristan Vautier. And as that car makes its way down to the grid, we're going to go down and meet the third member of the TV squad. Delighted to say that we didn't put him off yesterday. He's come back for more. Resilient soul. And David Addison is on the grid here at Sepang.
Sepang, and the grid forming up behind us, ready for the start of the second 4-hour race of the weekend. Now, as ever, we're going to have the grid divided into the three classes. We've got P2 at the front, P3 behind, and then the GT brigade at the rear of the grid. And as we saw yesterday, three fantastic battles to look forward to. So in a few moments, we're going to have a stroll up the grid and try and catch one or two of those pole position drivers based on the second best qualifying lap from the qualifying session yesterday morning before they have to get on board and go racing. In the meantime, guys, back to you in the air conditioning.
Well, David, thank you so much. It is quite cool.
He sounded bitter there. I don't know about you. It sounded as he was bitter about it. It's not his normal bent. He's normally a garrulous sort, but great to have David on board this year. He'll be patrolling pit lane as well as the grid, of course. That finish again, though, Tristan Vautier bringing the car home, Ollie, after a fantastic run from James Allen earlier in the race.
Well, it was really just set up in that last stint, wasn't it, when the AF course car took tyres, but Tristan did not with RD, and he got this sort of hunted Tristan Vautier RD limited P2 Orica, and it was going to be that Tristan was under pressure, and really Mathieu Vaxivière managed to close him down and really put him under pressure, but Tristan had the last laugh and he managed to come through to take the victory right at the very end.
Quick shot there of Louis Dallasraz, front row of the grid. Second car on the grid, the Pure Racing number 91 Orica. Alongside, though, and on pole position, it is a double pole for Giorgio Roda. And Giorgio, of course, in the 22 car that's failed to finish yesterday, disqualified for not making it to Parc Fermé under its own steam.
Yeah, we saw them just drifting over the line, didn't we, out of fuel, and there was maybe just a tiny little miscalculation.
So now looking further back down the grid, Michael Jensen there, Lawrence Herr. Lawrence, the more vertically challenged of the two, and from DK Engineering's number 3 car. Michael, the reigning ELMS LMP3 champion, and loving the step up to LMP2. And he'll be back in LMP3 in Europe this year, but I think LMP2 is in his future at Le Mans, because he's earned that through ELMS. And let's go down to the grid, where we've got David Addison, I believe, has got an interview lined up.
Giorgio Roda.
Graham, indeed. Giorgio Roda is with me. Tough day yesterday, but another pole position. So let's be positive. It could be your race.
Yeah, I was happier yesterday when you interviewed me before the race one, because it was pole position and everything was unpredictable. And actually, the race didn't go as planned. We got DNF because we didn't pass with the fuel. The strategy, we were gambling a lot, and for a safety car toward the end, but the beginning was a virtual safety car, full course, everything was happening, and at the end it was all green, and we didn't expect that, and it was not in our side, and we finished P last, so today is another day, again in pole position, so I'm happy with it, and let's try to be positive for this and have a even better start compared to yesterday, which I lost one position in the first turn. So let's try to be in front and keep a gap, and let's try to have a safe strategy, not invent anything, and so be the quickest on the track.
Good luck to you. Giorgio, we'll let you get in the car, ready for 4 hours of racing. Right, the next stop on the grid is going to be P3, where we had another great battle yesterday. And, guys, in the end, it was a fairy tale result, wasn't it, for Stefan Lemray? Late call-up, pole position, and a win.
Yeah, great stuff from Stefan and the Ultimate Team, being run by AF Corsa and completing, I think, pretty much a full set for AF Corsa customer teams in every modern class in sports car racing, with an LMP3 win on the international stage. Great stuff from Stefan, great stuff for the high-class racing duo that we're chasing, and they will be a two-man crew again this time around. It's getting hot on the grid. It's getting hotter in the cockpits. James Allen there, what a stand-up performance we had from him yesterday,
One of the
Ollie.
stars from yesterday, absolutely. The phenomenal mid-stint performance from him really brought that RD Limited car into contention. Spectacular performance.
Yeah, good stuff. Harry there from Porsche Motorsports Asia Pacific, also one of the representatives of Michelin Motorsport, partners here, of course, with the Asian Le Mans Series. Of course, the 83 car, and it was a brave shot from Mathieu Vazevière at the end of that race to try to get to the leader. Well, that's how hot it is on the grid. What about a hot lap around this circuit? 5.4 kilometres it is, and we're going to take a quick trip around there, courtesy of Oliver Gavin.
For the number 24 Nielsen P2 car with Nicky Katzberg behind the wheel here on the 5.5 kilometre Sepang International Circuit, down into turn 1, about 275 k's an hour, 6th gear, hard on the brakes, down to 70 k's an hour at the apex. First gear, just winding the way through, then flicking it back to the left. Again, around about 70 k's an hour. And first gear, gently on the throttle, then up through the gears, down into that little bit of a dip, and you start climbing back up the hill, 255 k's an hour. Top of 5th gear, just touching the limiter, then hard on the brakes, using the elevation, back to the apex there, about 100 k's an hour. 2nd gear, got to be careful of track limits. And then just over the crest, and it starts to drop down, 185 k's an hour at the apex. 4th gear, just got to breathe it a little bit, and then back to the right. Got to be careful of those apex curbs. And then again, track limits on the exit here. Nicky doing nicely, up to 5th, and then back down to 3rd for 7 and 8. Got a Winwood Mercedes in front of us here. Just got to try and pick a way past that. Then coming down into turn 9 here, 1st gear. 70 k's an hour at the apex, of course, quite aggressive across those curbs. And then we've got a P3 car in front of us trying to find a way past that. And the inside into turn 11, he's picked that nicely, about 125 k's an hour here at the apex. And then off of there, back up through the gears, getting into 4th gear here. To be careful on the apex curb here. Oh, just a bit rough off of that. And then trying to spot the brake point here to be careful of the rear, locking just a little bit of oversteer there for Nicky. Then on the power nicely, off of their 2nd gear, up through the box. Then we've got a Porsche in front of us, who's picking up a little bit of a toe. Then you've got to be spotting your brake point again, about 270 k's an hour. Then hard on the brakes. Which way is the Porsche going to go? And we're going to go up the inside now. Spotted that nicely. Nice traction off there for Nicky. Again, up through the gears. And that is another lap around the Sepang International Circuit here. Nicely done.
Great stuff there from Oliver and from Nielsen Racing. Back onto the grid briefly. And, yeah, cold drinks being handed out. And I think that was about to be shoved down inside the race soon because a little bit of core temperature reduction.
It's hotter today than it was yesterday. The sun's been blazing this morning, and so I think that temperature's popped up, and that humidity really is quite high.
Let's take a look back at yesterday's 4 hours of action. Giorgio Roda led away the field as he will today. Patrick Byrne in the teal-covered AF Corsa car to the outside, but the two Alexes, Malikin and Mitchell, trying to make their way through, but it would be the American driver in the Italian entered car, the 50 car, that gets to turn 2's apex first. But look behind in amongst the P3 battle, and it was a coming together between the two Inter-Europol cars that triggered all sorts of minor shenanigans amongst the GT cars. Trouble then for both of the Inter-Europol Ligiers, and it wouldn't be the last they would see of issues. Claudio Schiavone struggling to get the car back up to to speed. It was another issue here that ended the race for Steve Brooks in the 43 car, taking out Antares Au. Both those teams have had to rebuild new cars for today's race. They will, however, be on the grid. Steve stalking away from a very battered car. Paul Harry King took the car to the lead, the number 91, but then was blocked getting into his pit box. That car going from 1st to 10th with the damaged AMG that was involved in that accident we saw with Steve Brooks. That was the lead moving to Ian Aguilera in the RLRM Sport LMP3 car, and battles galore amongst the GT cars, particularly amongst the Ferraris. The car guy, number 57, making its way through to the front in a great battle between the Kesslenter cars and the AF Corsa cars. LMP3 at the end would go to the Ultimate car in a great battle with High Class Racing, but in a phenomenal last gas battle between the 83 from AF Corsa and the 30 RD Limited car would go all the way to the end of the race after James Allen had took the car to the lead ahead of Alessio Rivera. Stunning stint from the young Australian. And the RD Limited crew, no experience in circuit racing at all for all bar two of the team, but they were going head to head with some of the very best. This was where the number 51 car lost the lead in GT with a late pit stop and a trip through the gravel on his way into the pits, but this was one of the best finishes in ACO rules history. Matteo Vazivier on newer tyres, making his way past in the penultimate corner, but then marginally overcooking it into the final turn, and Vautier, the RD Limited 30, taking the win by 55 thousandths of a second, one of the closest ever finishes to the overall win in endurance racing history. Coming home for the win in LMP3 was the Ultimate number 35 car, and it would be Car Guy, the 57, that's the 22 car retired, the Car Guy car bringing home the bacon in the GT class. Great day for Kessel Racing and Car Guy, and a sporting gesture from Francois Perraudot towards Romain Dumas. What a race.
It was extraordinary. That finish was just electric, and one of those finishes that will be remembered by all the people who were here and able to watch it live. It was very, very special. So, yeah, hoping for more of that today. We're just looking here at the 91 car that had not much luck in the middle of the race. Harry King had done an exceptional job his time in the car. And here's the star from yesterday, Tristan Vautier, really performed extremely well under extraordinary pressure.
Yep, and talking that Chanty Megavond, who's been was with Cool Racing, with Orica, before that journalist in the endurance racing press rooms of the world, massive enthusiast and very proud of this effort. It's going to be Jeremy Clark that takes the green flag in this race.
I did wonder if they were going to switch it up, because they had Patrick Byrne start that car yesterday, and it didn't quite work out for them.
He couldn't get away, could he, because of the safety cars that peppered the first 2 hours. But it's going to be interesting to see what Jeremy Clark can do about it. James Dayson there, just standing by the RLRM Sport car that he will be a part of this afternoon, the number 15 car. Super enthusiastic Canadian gentleman driver. Good to see him here. And
that's quite the cleaning cloth to clean those glasses.
Absolutely. And alongside the race winner from yesterday, here's one of the two Proton competition cars, and it will be Jonas Ried. Only two drivers listed there.
Yes, we saw that earlier on, actually. This is a late notification that Matthias Besch has been withdrawn because he's unwell.
Oh dear.
Yes.
That's going to be a long afternoon for Alex Matchell and Jonas Ried.
Yeah, it is. But both of them look in good shape. Alex Matchell did a fine job yesterday, and he looked warm when he got out of the car, but he looked like he was able to...
A little bit of, if I remember rightly, it was Alex, we had a little bit of post-stint flexing in the garage as well.
Yeah, there was a little bit of that.
But no, quite right, they should. Naveen Rao there from the 24 car.
Bell, yep.
This is the car that doled out the other half of the entertainment at the head of this race, the Zebra car. Francois Perraudot, Mathieu Vazivier and Alessio Rivera.
They did play their part in that phenomenal grandstand finish, didn't they? It really was. And AF Corse looked like they'd really come with that really strong strategic call. Yeah, and that's the new car that is the 43. This car has raced in the Asia Le Mans Series before. We'll talk about that when we see it again. This is the 3 car from Deco Engineering. 6th on the grid. Georgios Kolovos was in the mix at the start of the race, and we'll see Lance Her and Kjolvarutet later on in the race. Kendi Younglass team from Luxembourg looking for better things today than they managed yesterday's race.
there we are, down in Southeast Asia. It's been great to be back these last 2 seasons after being in the UAE during the COVID years, but we will be back, the place that's welcomed us so warmly, Dubai, for 2 races in February, followed by the following weekend Abu Dhabi at the Yas Marina circuit. So race 2 of 6. 4 hours done, plenty still to come. Mathieu Vazevier there asking Pierre Fillon and Frédéric Leclerc whether or not they can have another look at the end of that race and maybe reverse the results. No, he's not. This is the 35 car from Ultimate, Stefan Lemeret.
Great job yesterday.
Yeah,
just parachuted in here, wasn't he? Only, what, a week ago?
Absolutely right. It was on his way to a Christmas party, he told us. Matteo Cantarelli did a great job for the young man there on bench, Valence. So it is a scratch team, basically, being put together by AF Corse, who are handling this Ultimate effort here in Asia.
And yesterday, their win yesterday, did that give AF Course a win in every single
modern class in ACO rules racing around the world? Michael Jensen. It's suiting up. Let's go back down to David Allison. He's down on the grid with one of our LMP3 players.
And in LMP3, you find Nick Adcock standing second on the grid. And I'm ever so jealous. T-shirt, shorts, getting some fresh air. But you're used to this temperature, based now in South Africa.
Yeah, I mean, South Africa hasn't got this sort of humidity. We just took a picture of the car and it looks so lovely and sunny, but people don't realise how humid and baking hot it is. So any stint you do in this track is tough, very, very tough. Yesterday was very, very hot. Today we've got some rain forecast. Whether it happens or not, I don't know. And whether it'll be a good thing, I don't know. But it's... You know, in endurance, one has to endure, and that is very typical of this place. It very much is something one has to endure. Just reflect on yesterday's race, because it was a tough race. Very. And our lineup is 2 bronzes and 1 silver, and young Ian is only 17, and he was very concerned about being able to double stint. So we put him in for the 2nd hour, which meant our bronze had to go in the 3rd hour, which was all green running. So we just fell backwards at that point from the lead. So we're going to change that up today with James starting, me going middle, and then Ian's going to have to try and do a double stint, and if he can't, I'll go back in the end, which I don't want to do, but I think that will suit better. But it depends how many race interruptions we get. It definitely played into the double stinting bronzes and double stinting silvers yesterday. Let's see what happens today. Best of luck to you, Nick Adcock, then, for this great LMP3 battle that we're going to enjoy for the next 4 hours.
Yes, indeed, David, and good to hear from Nick. And that's an indication, Ollie, of the differing strategies that are available within this rule set. It's not that fixed and linear. There's James Dayson, we saw him earlier from Canada. Yep. Ian Aguilera stepping up for the Leisure European Series, and he will have some heavy lifting to do. Yeah, he will, and he's going to have to step up in this, and yeah, it's going to be tough. The temperature are high, and that sun's been baking down, and it still is, but there is some cloud around, and I think a few guys have been talking about the weather and whether we are going to get some rain, and like we saw last year here, it does pop up pretty quickly, and it can be ferocious, it can be really intense. So let's see if that comes along, but at the moment it's dry, and I think even if we do get some rain, I think that there's going to be a number of teams who try to risk it and see it out maybe on the dry tyres, because it's so warm here. The track temperature has such a large amount of energy in it that it will dry extremely quickly once the rain stops. Absolutely right. Should mention, by the way, Nick Adcock, amongst other things, is one of the other reigning champions in LMP3 from Europe. Jens Rademoller in the Breton Racing car, the 26, with Dan Schostoppola, with the team owner of the co-team owner, and Thea Dahl Jensen, another young driver coming out of karting and junior single-seaters. So many opportunities being offered on this sports car racing ladder, and so many of these new faces and new names to us, relishing the opportunity here at this fabulous top-class circuit. 4th on the grid, Graf Racing, Danielle Frost from Singapore, James Winslow and Alexander Bekantsov. The latter 2 drivers are champions from last year, but with Cool Racing. Yeah, they had quite a quiet race yesterday, didn't they, Graf Racing, and but they got through to getting that podium finish, and they could be a slow burner for this championship. You know, they've got a lot of experience there, so they got speed. Yeah. What they didn't have yesterday was luck, and the 3 rapid fire safety cars within the first 2 hours certainly did not serve well many teams. This, though, is a team that needs to have a better luck and a better run. The number 34 into Europol competition car was in trouble at the very first turn. Tim Kresick, Daniel Ali and Duvet de Decker, and then was eliminated in a clash we did not see with the Origine Porsche that saw damage to the side of both cars. Left rear, I think it was, on the Inter Europol
car.
Yes, indeed. So suited up, all ready to go. So through the 22 car to the 24 Nielsen car beyond. Make for a great sight, this 42 car grid, and as I said earlier in the show, delighted to say that it is 42 cars with both Montai and Inter-Europol competition having rebuilt cars around new chassis for cars damaged yesterday. 3-minute board being shown, and we see the pole setter in GT, Max Visa.
These guys had a strong run, but they started to fade towards the end of the race. It just didn't seem like their strategy in their pit stop cycle just kind of worked out. And even when David Rigon was in the car to take the finish, he was in a big queue of cars and he was trying to get past other pros, which is always tough when you've got that into that last into the race.
We'll say we will possibly see some differences in pace today. There are some significant changes in balance of performance. I'll happily explain that as we go through. This is the number 9 Get Speed car. Steve Jans did well in qualifying.
He'll be taking the
pole
start
yesterday.
Yep.
But fell back a little in the race.
Yeah, and they've actually had a BAP adjustment, which I don't think is going to help them. They've had a little bit taken away, a little bit more weight added. Yeah,
a little bit of a nerf for the Ferraris, for the AMGs, for the Porsches. A little bit of a leg up for the Lamborghinis, and one that's debatable for the McLarens.
Yeah, we just saw the car guy, and this is the Kessel car, number 74, that had an extremely strong run. But with all 3 drivers aboard this car, they did an exceptional job. Just didn't quite have the luck yesterday, and they just snuck over the drive time from Dennis Marshall, and they got a penalty for that.
Yeah, so unfortunately fell from, was it 2nd to 6th or 3rd to 6th?
3rd to 6th, yeah.
Alex Malikin, ready to go, taking a little bit of instruction and advice from the experienced TF Sport team that will run them throughout this Asian Le Mans season. Before this effort, by the way, moves on in Europe to be handled by CLX Motorsports. Winward Racing, great to have them here. This car, one of 15 in this 25 car GT field that has never raced here before in the Asian Le Mans series. Massive proportion of an impressive grid built by LMEM, the ACO and SRO here in Asia, with an increasingly successful GT World Challenge Asia. And we have the champions here. Pat on the side of the car there.
I think we're on board there with the Tsunami car.
Yeah.
Just recognised the livery, that multicoloured car there in the sort of middle of the shot, just behind the EBM Vantage.
Not a lot of same is there on the liveries front, which is a major help for those of us that commentate. This, though, is the Sepang circuit.
Yes, 15 turn, 5.5 kilometres. It's split into 3 sectors here. You've got that very fast run down into turn 1, and then winding through those turns 2 and 3. Very high-speed parts of the racetrack. It's quite technical. It's very hard on tyres. It's very warm here in Sepang, and I think we're going to see a tough race and one that everybody's going to be looking to build on their experience from yesterday. But yeah, I think that everybody is trying to understand, okay, what do we really need to do here to get from here to the end of the race and get over that line first.
Jeremy Clark slightly struggling to get the 50 car off the line there, but this will be the start of 2 formation laps as we take you through the grid. The front of the grid visibly there, the very quick Orica 07, 6th on the grid, the 5th on the grid, Francois Perrault there, of course, the number 83, Deco Engineering's Giorgio Kolovos in the number 3. Algar Pro Racing's 25 and 20, their hands are there. 2 bronze drivers, Michael Jensen and Kreitel and Tudis. 9th and 10th in completing LMP2, Nielsen Racing's Navin Rao, Fred Pordad in the RD Limited, number 30, the car that won yesterday. Into LMP3, Ultimate, and our race winner yesterday, Stefan Lemeret. RRM Sport, we heard from Nick Adcock earlier, he'll start the number 15 car. Jens Renard Muller from Denmark, 26 Breton Racing car, and it will be Alexander Bekantov in the number 7 Graf Racing Ligier. Then the first Inter-Europol cars, Tim Kresick in the pink BWT livered 34. High-class racing will start Mark Patterson. Last in the order for LMP3, Steve Brooks in the 43. And it will be the 28 AF Corsa Ferrari ahead of Steve Jans's Get Speed AMG. Justin Blackner's 74 Kessel car. Winward Racing Kmet Selikov ahead of Car Guys Udai Uchida, the 57 car, yesterday's winner. Climax Racing's number 2 Michal Zhu in the number 2 car. Winward Racing Sergei Stolarov in their car. AF Corsa's 51 Castadio Toledo Luay in the 14 Climax Racing car. Origine Motorsport looking for a better day for Bo Yuan and the 87 Porsche, and Terrasau looking for a better day in the number 10 Montai car. Then 2C's Motorsport and Tony McIntosh in the 96 AMG. Car Collections 12 Porsche, Bashar Mardini. Absolute Racing retired early after contact, Greg Bennett. Optimum Motorsports Morgan Tilbrook in the McLaren number 77. Montai number 92 in Ryan Hardwick's hands, and EBM's Anderson Tanoto in the Aston Martin. AF Courses luckless Charlie Samani from yesterday in the 82 in the Tsunami RT car, alongside Eindame's Celia Martin 37th, and then Proton Competitions Claudia Schiavone. Optimum Motorsports Andrew Gilbert, and Blackthorn's Jason Ambrose. Yannick Mettler, the 21 from Car Collection, and Prime Speed Sports Rennie Mulsmack is the 42nd and final starter. Delighted to see all 42 cars on the grid, Ollie. Yeah. Delighted to see them get away from the grid. Well, I'll be even more delighted still if we've got all 42 of these cars running in just over 4 hours' time.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think everybody just needs to take a little bit of a breath and to think about what happened at the start of yesterday's race. They had that real feel of getting back to school, and people getting a little bit overexcited and want to get it and sort of elbows out and straight into the racing. I'm sure there's many team manager that's have quite a few chats with these starting drivers just to go, look, just use some thought here and think about how far we got to go. We've got to get 3 drivers through this car. We've got 4 hours of racing, many pit stops, all kinds of different bits and pieces are going to happen here. We're maybe even going to get some rain, and so we can't win it at turn 1, not even on lap 1. We can only lose it. So just be mindful of that. Be aware of what's around you. Let's get this thing going and just be smart.
All sorts of games in the offing here. Win the race, win the championship, win one of the 2 invitations for the LMP2 champions. There's Ben Barnicoat there on the left, Parker Thompson.
They had a pretty strong run, but it kind of faded a little bit towards the end. But they were on that sort of like pack that was fighting over third in GT right towards the end there. But like Ben Barnicoat was right on the back of that and didn't quite have the pace to get there. So let's see what happens today.
Absolutely.
See how the sort of BOP adjustments and shuffling around with all that performance.
Yeah. Beyond all this, there are new teams, new drivers, new combinations of drivers, old drivers in new cars, new drivers in old cars. All sorts of storylines coming from Sepang, coming into this meeting. There'll be plenty more coming out. There certainly were yesterday. There's the race-winning team owner, Romain Dumas, double Le Mans champion for Porsche and for Audi, and also an ex-FI World Endurance Championship world champion. He is some guy to deal with. That's just the stuff he's done in sports car racing. Spa 24 Hours winner, Pikes Peak winner, off-road legend.
There's no doubt
it's astonishing.
The library of experience that he has to call on is exceptional. But yesterday, I think that even he was surprised and a little shocked in where his little team ended up and how they took on these massive heavyweights in P2 and beat them all of them.
I'll say it again. I spoke to Roman immediately afterwards, and of the 14 pit crew he's got here, 2 of 14 have previously done any circuit racing, and they were going toe-to-toe on time with the pit stops with some of the best in the business.
Absolutely.
Excellent.
Yeah.
I mean, on and off track, awesome performance from the little team that could.
Yeah, it really was exceptional, and really great to see. A great story, and let's hope we get just a stronger storyline today in the second round of the Asia Le Mans Series here at Sepang.
Coming round towards turn 14 on the second of 2 formation laps. We're not very far from getting this race underway. 4 hours of racing under our belts, 4 more to come. 16 more after that to come in the UAE in February, but the storylines will be developed and maintained by what you're about to see here in Malaysia at Sepang International Circuit.
I think that the race director is going to be getting a little bit antsy here, because he's going to want these GT cars to pack up, everybody forming up in their lines, and as a driver here at this point the tension is building. You're trying to remember all of the bits and pieces your engineer has spoken to you about. Well, here we're seeing the weather and what we're going to maybe be seeing in an hour or 2, or maybe it's just around the corner, who knows. It pops up here pretty quickly, but we are nearly ready for the off. The lights will be out very shortly.
Well, drama about to get underway. Maybe some weather-related drama to come shortly, and shortly could be 5 minutes, it could be 4 hours. But as the Toyota Corolla GT4 pulls away, it's going to be down to Giorgio Roda to control the pace of this grid down to the start line and wait for the red lights to go out. We'll see that just shortly. And here the engine notes go up. They go now. Giorgio gets a good run at this. Alex Malikin alongside Jeremy Clark, and 3 cars behind looking for a way through. This is going to get very busy into turn 1. Looks to me like Giorgio Roda is away and clear. Alex Malikin is through and into second place. Jeremy Clark third. Alexander Matchell fourth this time. Does not make the progress he did yesterday. Looking behind here, it can get very busy. This funnel-like turn 1, 2, 3 complex. LMP3 cars this time appear to be through without problems.
Yeah,
a little bit of bumping and boring in amongst the GTs, but I think we've got them all through there, Ollie.
Yeah, I think so, and I think that people have learnt from yesterday and just been a little bit more circumspect with their sort of where they're lunging in and where they're placing their car. But it's very tight here between the Proton car and the Pure Racing. That's the 11 car. It's just got ahead of Alex Malikin. It looks like Alex has just had a very sort of steady start. I'm not sure if he's actually got a problem because he seems to be dropping back.
Yeah, Alex Maxwell went side by side and has pulled by, and all of a sudden under pressure Alex Malikin from the DCAR engineering car, which is tucking in behind him. This is just a bit of a stumble. In GT it is the 28 car of Max Visa ahead of Steve Jans, Rinat Selikov and Dustin Blackner. We'll see how that one actually pans out as we get up to speed. Bit of a wiggle there and a braking for the 34 car.
Yeah, just got a little bit wide there on that curb on the way in, and I think they've got through okay. Nothing too bad, too dangerous. But here we are at the front, and Giorgio Roda is a bit like qualifying. He's just picked it up and off he's going, and he's just overshot a little bit across the apex there. But Jeremy Clark in second is making good headway, and he's settled into it nicely.
Alex Malikin has managed to gather up his pace. He's comfortably ahead of the DKR car. We've got a yellow flag out at turn 11, so some dramas there, but we'll keep with this action for right now. Good start, second good start. It's a trouble for the number 77.
Yeah, it's been turned around there. I think that's coming into turn 11, 10, 11 I think we're at.
Yeah, it's Morgan Tilbrook aboard the number 77 car.
Yeah, he was he's just stalled it there as he's trying to get it going again. He must have looped it, maybe just got turned around as he was coming out of the hairpin. A little bit of contact.
Changing the order in the LMP3 running. It's Breton Racing. A great start for Jens Reiner Müller, who's gone ahead of Stefan Lemaretz. In fact, a big mix-up in the order because Alexander Bekantsov, Tim Kresic ahead of James Dayson, who's gone backwards from the start here.
Yeah.
But under pressure, the number 35 car from the Graf Racing car behind, so Alexander Bekantsov on a bit of a tear here.
Yeah, we just seen back in the GT field here, watching one of the Optimum cars battling with the AF Course car with Iron Dames there in the foreground, Tsunami. And then that's the Absolute car, and I think that's Greg who's on board that car to start with. I spoke to him just before the start, and he was hoping for a trouble-free run. Yesterday they were involved almost lap 1 with incidents. He
was sanguine, really, wasn't he, about the way there's damage there, so must have been contact with Morgan Tilbrook. We'll see what that was. That was the Iron Dames, I think. The number 92 car was on the scene, but I think the incident already happened.
Yeah, the 77 was already the wrong way around at that point, or pointing the wrong way, so I'm not sure what's happened there. Giorgio Roda, it looks like he's getting into his rhythm. He seems to be just building 89. This is the EBM car has been turned around. That looks like a turn 4.
Anderson Tanoto, the Singaporean driver, I think, Anderson.
Yeah. So
2 GT cars in trouble in the very early running, but Giorgio Roda is looking comfortable here. Jeremy Clark not keeping him honest. It's about a second he's managed to pull out. The much more experienced LMP2 driver. Giorgio after a successful season in Europe, 5 poles out of 6 in the European Le Mans Series. Jeremy Clark never raced a prototype before this weekend.
No, still not got going.
Yeah, this could be an intervention coming. The race control will give time for Anderson to get things gathered up. But
this might be a new car to him, new configuration, and he's just trying to find reverse. That could be actually what he's looking for. Or maybe the car's stalled and he's just trying to get it started and it won't start. There's all kinds of, he might be having to cycle the power, and he might not have done that before in his time in the car. So again, all these different things, it's always things get thrown up when you get put into different teams, different makes and manufacturers of vehicles, and that's what you really have to spend time in and learn and understand the machine you're in.
Yeah, altogether less frenetic start to this second 4-hour race here at Sepang.
It looks like people have actually learned from yesterday's starts.
We tried that, it didn't work. Let's try something different.
Yes.
But mixed bag here with the 51 from AF Corsa, the Origine Porsche, and followed on by the 2Cs Mercedes AMG.
I think Tanato must have got it going. He's either got it in reverse, got to go, we started up, whatever. He's managed to fix the problem and he's on his way, which is great.
Absolutely great. So back to 42 cars running. Has lost a lap though, Tanato.
Yeah, we're going to see now as this race, this first stint develops with the bronze drivers, you're going to see how these BOP changes have affected all of these different makes of car. You know, with the Mercedes just having that little bit of weight added and a little bit of restrictor away, so less power. And the Porsche, I think, has just had a little bit of weight added. The Ferraris had both weight added and also power taken away. So, yeah, we're going to have to see how that develops throughout this race.
Fastest lap of the race this time around. Last time around was for Giorgio Roda. The gap up to 1.3 seconds now over Jeremy Clark. Still hanging in there and pulling away, by the way, for Jonas Reed, silver rank driver in the number 11 car, who's up into third place. Apologies, I said Alex Malikin, didn't I? Because it's two drivers, they've opted to start Jonas.
Yeah,
I miscalled that. My apologies for it.
And I think Jonas will just be settling himself in, understanding that he's going to have to do an awful lot of work in very hot temperatures today. He's just going to be taking his time and not trying to use up all of his own energy while driving the vehicle.
Here come the cavalry. It's the GT cars, and that's 2C's AMG taking a look up the inside of yesterday's race winner. Oh, and that wasn't quite up the inside, It was into the side of. Now, I'm afraid I'm calling that one firmly against the 2C's car.
That was really clumsy of the 2C's car. He was never there, not even close. I'm sure he was just trying to get on the throttle to get the run down into turn one. Completely misjudged that, didn't even know where the nose of his car was, and just drove clean into the back of the 57.
Origine Porsche around the outside and will claim the corner there on the 51 car. Neat and tidily done by the 87.
Yeah, the 87 was strong yesterday in the race, and then they had that mysterious incident with the into Europol car. This is turn 15, and the 57 car is pretty much minding its own business, looked to get run off the corner, and the 2C's car, I mean, where was 57 supposed to go? And I'm pretty sure that 2C's someone will be having a conversation with them about that incident.
Yeah, just taking a look at the outturn of that, and yeah, the car has rejoined, cost them something like 20 seconds.
Yeah, it did, and that was unnecessary, but these things happen when you're racing close, and you know, everybody's looking to try and gain that little bit of an advantage into turn 15. This is one of the trickiest corners on the racetrack, and multiple lines are taken by different cars and different classes of car. You just saw that the AF Corse 83 car was taking that really wide line, and the 3 car was a little bit tighter, but it just really just sort of shows you how people are approaching this off camber corner.
But it does give them a real launch down the start-finish straight, and if they're in a position to actually have a bit of a crack into, through or out of this tricky sequence of turns, it can work. Georges Kolovos working hard to fend off Francois Perraudot.
Yeah, I think that we saw that yesterday. Lots of different cars taking different lines and trying to get the most speed out of that corner into these long straights that we've got here at Sepang, and it can lead to that opportunity to overtake. And this is still the battle here for first place in LMP3.
This is Stefan Lemaret coming back at Jens Reiner Moller, and that's courtesy of Stefan Lemaret putting in the fastest lap of the race in class in LMP3. Still this other battle underway between Georgios Kolovos and Francois Perraudot. Fastest lap of the race overall, by the way. First lap under 1:54 has gone to Jonas Reed, who's beginning to close in on Jeremy Clark.
Yeah, he's mostly just getting the tyre up into the right window. Maybe just the team had worked on the tyre pressures and just thinking, okay, well, where do we need these tyres to be to get that best performance throughout the stint? And he's just settling into a rhythm, bringing that tyre up nice and gently, and knowing that it's going to be a long stint here in the car.
They'll be enjoying the opportunity to find a bit of rhythm and having their own little battle, but there is quite a gap ahead. Alex Malikin has now got a 7.5-second gap to this pair. This is a lead battle, which is going to be a 3-car lead battle shortly, because pulling up on the rear of the two of these is Alexander Bekantsov in the number 7 Graf Racing car. The team were telling me post-race they felt they lost out badly under one of the safety cars yesterday. 3 within, what was it, an hour and 40 minutes.
Yeah, it was peppered. The start of that race was peppered with those safety car periods and incidents and accidents. Thankfully, we haven't seen any of that, and we've settled into a decent race, and everybody seems to have got into their stride nicely.
So the battle here for 5th place. It's still the Proton competition, number 22 car leading the way.
Lemeray here coming up the inside into turn 15.
Yeah.
I think he's going to have a lunge here, or he's looking to do the undercut, I would say. Waiting to see if the Breton car just drifts wide, and can he get the drive off? Nope. It looks like the Breton car has done a nice job through turn 15, and Stefan is going to have to work a little bit harder. He's flashing the lights.
It always works.
Yeah, I've found it has.
You usually just pull over when someone
absolutely. When someone flashes the lights, that's it. You just put the indicator on. After you, sir. Yeah.
Breton Racing 26. A team from the Czech Republic that debuted in international sports car racing in the Asia Le Mans Series last year. Won a race, did the same in the Michelin Le Mans Cup this season. Were contenders there. Good to see them back. D-Car Engineering, talking about LMP3, multiple championship winners in that formula in the Michelin Le Mans Cup and in the European Le Mans Series.
Yeah, Stefan, he just can't quite get that last car length that he really needs to really pick up a strong toe on the straight. And, you know, it's a regular thing that you do see, you know, when you get that close to a car in front, that you start to wash out a little bit. Oh, no, bit of contact there from the 21 car on the Iron Dames. And that was a bit rude, but, you know, no real harm, I don't think. But this is the battle for the lead here. Giorgio Roda and Jeremy Clark. And Jeremy Clark has really been a bit of a sensation this weekend. His speed in the AF course car has been pretty phenomenal. He's come out of nowhere, really. He
has. Just Ferrari Challenge, I had a quick chat with him after the race yesterday. Just Ferrari Challenge on his CV in recent years, and he's kind of come into this. I asked, what's the plan? He says, this is the plan. The plan, I think, is just to find out what this is all about and how much he's enjoying it.
Yeah.
And the next question was, well, how much are you enjoying it? To which the answer is a whole heck of a bunch. So I think we're going to be seeing more likely of Jeremy Clark, and likely with Patrick Byrne as well. They're enjoying their adventure here.
That's good to see.
And that's another reason for doing this. Causing a collision, drive-through penalty for car number 96, and that is Tony McIntosh in the 2Cs Motorsport car. Yeah. That will be for the clash with Ochida-san in the kart guy car just about here.
Yeah,
a couple of 3 laps ago. I think that's the correct call.
Yeah, I mean, it was coming. But we're going to have a 3-4-way battle here, I think, for the lead in LMP3. And Stefan Lemeray, he's lining him up, but he hasn't really made a big lunge for it yet.
I think Stefan wants to try to get by before Bekantsov is trying the same tactics on him, but I think he may have left it a little too late here.
Yeah.
Because Bekantsov's with him.
Get the feeling he needs to get a strong run out of here, which he has. And it's just going to be whether he can get that toe, enough of a toe, up and into turn 4. Going to use the elevation change. He's having a look. Can he get it done? He's still just that little bit too far away. And across the apex, he's just... I think that the distance between the two cars is starting to hurt the front tyres on Stefan's car.
Now we're getting the leaders into traffic, and this could be another
going the wrong
moment.
Side, Giorgio Roda. I think, he's just been given enough room there. Sister car, actually, the Proton number 60, which most probably Christian Reed was most probably on the radio to the number 60. Just make sure you get out of the way.
Yeah, 3 Proton cars in the same shot there, because it's his son, Jonas Reed, in 3rd place. He's right with this pair now, and will be eager to get by, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm sure he will be, and you know, let's just see how this unfolds. But they are getting into the meat of the GT traffic now here. You know, the lap times of the P2 cars are some 10 seconds quicker than the GT cars, and so they come up on you very quickly. And Giorgio Roda getting past the car guy.
He did that neat and tidily.
He did, very good.
That's helped him considerably. In fact, Jonas Reed
is going around the inside. Looks like he's going to be able to get it up the inside there and pass Jeremy Clark possibly.
Yeah. We'll wait and see how that one turns out when we get that battle back, but it looked like a great run from Jonas Reed.
Lemere's still working to get past Jens Renaud Müller. And has he got enough here? Up the inside. He's trying to get it done. But no, they've gone deep on the brakes.
That's a 26 gone too deep. He may well have done. Now it's going to be a drag race down, start, finish straight.
Side draft.
And he didn't make it through. Jonas Reed did not make the move. Looked like he got that clean. Or has he?
Giorgio Road is
back. It gone back to third place.
There's been an incident there. And as we come down into turn one, it seems that Stéphane Lemeret is just not that comfortable on the brakes. He can't make that lunge. And that last little bit, he's almost parallel to the Breton Racing car, but he just can't deliver that last bit of braking performance to get him up alongside and to take the inside line for that next corner.
Is it performance? Is it confidence? Well, we're going to see. So it is now. Jeremy Clark leads the race in the 50 car. Jonas Reed is going to go up the inside of turn 15. There is a bit of a kiss there. Jeremy Clark's going to do it back. Gets the undercut there with Jonas Reed unable to get the car stopped.
Yep.
Be good to see what happened there with that shuffle in the order. We saw Jonas Reed taking, we think, second place, but he's gone back to third.
I think that must have been in traffic. It must have been in traffic as it came down into turn 9, and Giorgio Road is just
three wide.
Yeah, he was just a bit hesitant there, and Everett Jonas really went for it on the inside, and then there's Jeremy Clark who beat him to the apex, and Jeremy Clark's still in the lead, so he leads the motor race with Jonas Reed right up behind. Tried that move at 15, but I think that Jonas had just run up the inside for too long, got a little bit too much dirt on his tyres and couldn't get it done.
Well, clattered it along the curb, didn't he? And clattered it, I think, along the side of the AF Corse car. I'm pretty sure there was contact there. And that's very close indeed. And it's not close. There was contact.
Yeah.
Tried to keep it out the side of the Porsche. Couldn't quite do it, Jeremy Clark. And that's, yes, Olivier Pla there on the left, Patrick Byrne on the right. And they're going to think, oh, yes, OK.
I'm actually thinking,
well done. We didn't need that bit.
No, the Tsunami car, we should have really just given it a bit more room. When he's that close to you and he's up the inside, the Tsunami car should have breathed it and just let the P2 car go through. Oh, it's going to be another very, very close call here, and this is part of multi-class racing that Jeremy Clark has mostly not been exposed to, that he's putting his car in danger here in a number of different spots, and he's arriving at the apex super late when these GT cars are committing to the corner, and it's always that fine balance. We saw it coming down here into turn 1, and Stéphane Lemeret just still can't get it quite done. Braking performance really doesn't seem to be a strong point of the Ultimate car, but I think Jeremy has managed to sort of have 2 points there on within a lap where he has to be really decisive with his actions with inside traffic, and he's been bitten twice there.
For an LMP2 rookie, he does not lack confidence, but there are percentages to those moves. The sample this time too deep in from Jens Renaud Müller, and this time it's thank you very much, I'll take that one. In through into the lead goes Stéphane Lemeret.
Yeah, and maybe the pressure through and off, and I think that he's now going to make his escape and get off down the road, because I think that Stéphane is quicker.
So he's played the waiting game, not overtaxed the machinery. Whereas maybe Jens Renaud Müller taking a little bit more out of the car in defence there, and ultimately not able to withstand the pressure at that point. The car and AF Corse still battling away here, still for 5th place.
Yep, and they've got right into the meat of the traffic as well, and let's see which side Francois Perroda goes as he's coming up into turn 4. Is he going to make the move? I don't quite think so, but he may be looking to get the better run off of turn 4. Is he going to be able to do that up the inside? I think he has.
Beautifully done. It's well spotted. Georgios Kolovos maybe showing a little bit of the inexperience in these cars. Francois lacks for no experience whatsoever, or indeed success, and showed that well.
Yeah, he was just picking the point with that traffic, trying to use them as a pick, and then just knew that if he got a better run, he'd be able to get through and off and up the inside into turn 5. Breton looks like it's really walking on the tyre now, and it might not be too long before the Graf car picks him off.
So Bekantov right with Jens Renaud Müller. Meantime, they lead the race in LMP3, already 2.5 seconds clear. There's big impact there. That's the Kessel racing number 74 and the 11.
Dustin Blatner's had a contact there. It's Alexander Matschel.
Jonas Reed.
Sorry, Jonas Reed, sorry. Excuse me.
So we'll get to see, I'm sure, the outturn of that shortly. But that's turn 14. So it looks to be that Dustin has got the car away.
And I think that the Graf Racing's be able to put a move here on the Breton Racing up the inside. I just couldn't quite get it done, but it got to the apex then nicely in the 26 car.
Oh, and the number 3 car is back by the 83.
Yeah, Francois, he gets caught up in some traffic there. This is multi-class racing. Great examples of it. You know, you're having to deal with the traffic, pick your points, find your way through. Oh, another big impact there. Oh, car guy 57.
That's big damage in front of the 57.
And the 42 there, the Lamborghini.
They've been luckless here. Side by side with the McLaren. Misses his braking point and collects the Lamborghini. It's a classic error here. And a secondary impact as well. Classic error here at Sepang. It can just draw you in that final turn with the multiple lines available through it. Yeah, it's so wide. And also you've got that sort of off camber entry, and it can really catch you out. And even with a car that's got ABS, Ferrari 296, and the Cheetah's Cargo 57 is looking like it's going to be... Look, the modular... game over. Construction of that car means the bodywork is not a problem, and even the ductwork's not a problem. What may be a problem is there was steam or smoke emitting from the front of that car, so I think it's done the radiator. In doing that, that's going to be at least a long repair. So let's have a look. What are we seeing here? I think this is them running down. And well, he's already back by. Yeah, he is. So I mean, Francois has had a problem somewhere that has lost in the lead he's gained. Yeah, I think. The 42, look at the left rear there. Yeah, that's pretty badly damaged, and I think they're going to be done for the day. Unfortunately, yeah, it's back in the box. The classic hang signals from the mechanics. Yeah, fire and pit lane yesterday for this car, unfortunately. And that's oh dear. Yeah, that's the 57 and the 27. At least a piece of the 57 being taken around as a passenger. The team should be on the radio to him just to say stop in a safe place, let the bodywork fall off, and then drive on. Yeah. Maybe the first moment they've had to see that, and maybe the driver's not aware of what he's got. That is heavily damaged. That's a bit. That is done. Yeah, done. That's in a lap. Kessel's race today has just unravelled. Yeah. So here we come down into turn 15, and the Cheetah Sun has just left that super late and just side swipes, takes out the Lamborghini. Oh, that's rough to see. And yeah. That pillar, or that piece that the bodywork hangs off of on the nose of the car, that was very heavily damaged. Wasn't it just? The Kessel Racing crew will be looking at that, but understanding that there's nothing they can really do, and that car's be done. Unsurprisingly, that car straight into the garage. Do not expect to see that car back. Another replay here. This is the number 20 car running off. Going through the gravel. Right. Was there something down on the road there? Well, there probably is now. Yes, there is now, and the 20's just, well, I'm not sure whether that's by purpose or nicely done, but he looped it around nicely, straight back into first gear, and off we go. But Kreiter Lentudis still got the bonnet from the front bodywork rather from Gilbert, isn't it? Yeah, from the 57 on the front of the 77 that McLaren. Is going to be doing the cooling no good. And this is the point. There's so much intricate cooling surface that's fed by ducts all over the car. There was a Cheetah and Hajime at the back of the garage there, the team manager for Car Guy, and they'll have been talking through. This is the battle here for second place, and Graf Racing have got the position and then they've just lost it. So this is yo-yoing backwards and forwards here. So they're coming down into turn 1, and it seems that the Graf Racing car has just dropped away a little bit there on the power coming down into turn 1. We'll say, by the way, another incident under review is an incident between Anderson Tenoto and the 21 car. That's from the car collection cars. That, I presume, looking at the timing, is the incident that turned around the Aston Martin. We're just seeing also that number 11, Jonas Reed, the Proton car, is also in the pit lane, and I think David Addison was informing us of that just a little while ago. Broken tie rod on the rear suspension, David's just telling us. So, yeah, I think that they're going to be out of contention, certainly for
for the victory or a podium today.
Well,
whether they can get themselves going again, maybe to pick up some points.
But
it is attrition again here.
Absolutely. All of a sudden, after a great clean start to this race, multiple minor and in some cases more major incidents. So 3 cars on pit lane. Proto Competition's number 11 car with that suspension breakage after an incident involving that car and the 74 Kessel racing car. More seriously for Kessel's squad, the 57 car looks to be out of the race after a double impact with the 42 Lamborghini.
Is that the nose section off the Kessel car that's finally come off the front of the 27 Optimum McLaren?
There's 2 sections of bodywork falling off the front of that Ferrari, one of which is the bonnet section, the front bodywork section. And this again is the 20 car.
Yeah, just
locking up.
Yeah, I take it this is a replay of something that we've already seen.
Put it halfway round.
Yeah.
And Crackman Tudis, away he goes.
There goes a bit of a dive plane, I think, a bit off the nose.
And that then hits the number 92 car. No, he's still got it. No, this is a replay. That's it falling off.
Oh, I think he was coming down the pit lane
to get it dealt with.
To get it dealt with, and I think it's just done.
Hopefully, he's certainly not appeared in shot, so he's gone down pit lane. 27 is in and out.
Yeah. Yes, it is. We're just seeing him just go out.
An irony there.
Andrew
Gilbert in Europe has been a driver for the Kessel Racing team.
Okay, we're just hearing 11's back on track.
So rapid repair there from Proton Competition. Well done for them. They're going to go to a full course yellow, and that's not a surprise with the amount of debris that's around here. That's going to be coming very shortly. So the full course yellow is going to be coming out to allow, I'm sure, for debris clear up.
Yeah, so all of the teams will be indicating.
In 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow is deployed. T15 entry, bear left. T15 entry, bear left until T15 exit, please. We have marshals exposed, picking up debris.
Perfectly explained there by Gwen Mortier, our race director, assisted this weekend by the steady hand and steady everything else, by the way, of Eduardo Freitas. So while we're under full course yellow, let's hear from one of the drivers involved in that incident. Going down to car guide, David Allison has gone post haste, and he is going to be with Uchida-san.
It's going to be a sort of 2-part interview, this, because we're going to have a translation for Yudo Uchida. The question being, what exactly happened? What happened?
何が起きたか分かりますか？イン側でブレーキが全く止まらなくて、で突っ込んでしまいました。He tried to go inside at the turn 15, but the car doesn't stop, so he hit the other car.
And the damage? How bad? How much damage? And is this the end of the race?
The damage is crucial, so we cannot continue.
Bad luck. Thank you. Really disappointing result after a great drive yesterday, but that's motor racing, isn't it?
It most certainly is, David. Uchida-san, you can see on his face, he's gutted. And the team will be really very sad about that indeed. They've got a quick car here this weekend. They've got a bent car, I'm afraid, to take home to Switzerland.
We will be removing full course zero in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course zero is removed.
Oh, that's really tough to see. Uchida-san there, you can see it's written all over his face. Disappointment and knowing that was... just one of those things that if he could go back and replay, he would.
Something's happened to the Graf racing car, because that car is now, well, one, it's dropping back here from the Intereuropol cars, and it's lost places into and coming out of that full course yellow.
Is that an issue there with the electronics, and it's
carrying on
engaged? Because it was just a little bit late on his move there, and Alexander Malikin, just misread his the body language in the car.
Francois Perodo has got back by Georgios Kolovos. He's now back up to 4th place for the 83 AF Corsa car. We know he's got 2 very quick drivers to follow him, so this is good progress for the moment for Francois.
Yeah, and he's just getting into his rhythm now, and I think that he would have learned a lot yesterday. The team would have learned a lot yesterday. They were so close. Mathieu Vaxivière really did a phenomenal job, but it just didn't quite have enough. We were on board there. That was in the Winwood car, I believe, we were on board with, right behind the Origin Porsche, which was a car that we did not get to see that much of. Also, Climax.
Climax, absolutely. So 2 cars we didn't get much to see. Great to see Johnny's teams back in international motorsport. They've been eager to get back on the horse.
Yeah.
And Origin come here as the champions of GT World Challenge Asia. Championship
those two drivers who won that championship are partnered up with an extremely promising young talent and won the GTD Pro Championship in IMSA.
Yeah, Lawrence Heinrich.
Yeah.
Driver of Rexy, of course, Rayo Racing. Our friends in North America and in Europe this year. Partners with AO. We'll be seeing PJ Hyatt in the European Le Mans Series this year. PJ co-owns that team with Gunnar Jeanette.
Just seeing the cars come through turn 6 into 7 there, and you're just sort of seeing how the GT car has to use that little bit more of the road, extra weight, and it just works the tyres just that little bit harder, whereas the prototype car can usually maneuver itself around the track and place itself a little bit better, and it's just carves that little bit more speed across the apex. That's where it generates its lap time. It's also a little bit quicker on the straight, but yep. It is great to see multi-class racing here again in Sepang. Who's on board the APR car there? Because he does not seem very confident.
That is Crichton Lentudis, isn't it, the 20 car? He's had that off at turn 15.
Yeah.
Pit lane there with the Ultimate squad.
Not sure what they're talking about. They look like they're in on the pit wall, that was.
Yeah,
trying to get the reference there.
Yeah, Stefan Lemmer at 10 seconds for the good here. And by the way, Jeremy Clark in the lead of this race is making good progress. He's put 6 seconds on Giorgio Roda. Giorgio Roda is a race winner in the European Le Mans Series this year, and that is some performance from Jeremy Clark.
It is. Dustin Blattner making his way back through the field. He's going to be able to get this done off of turn 15, side by side here with the AF Course Toledo. As he comes down and into turn 1, he's going to pick up that toe. Is he going to be able to get the deal done on the brakes? We saw this yesterday, him do this a number of times, but it was usually up the inside. He had a great ability to roll the speed across the apex. Really great drive there, and he's going to be able to get the undercut and the drive off of turn 4. If he's just patient enough here, sits in the toe all the way up to turn 4, I think he should be able to get the deal done up the inside into turn 4. In the background there, you saw the sky and it was black, so I think we're going to be seeing some changeable weather here shortly.
Yep.
He just needs to be careful here, Dustin, just to mindful of who's behind him, and just keep eyes forward and focus on the 51 car and not the 21.
Yeah, it's Yannick Mettler right behind Dustin Blattner, and he is trying desperately hard to get this move done, but he's under pressure and behind as well, as you quite rightly say. Talked about those black skies. You've been here with us before, Ollie, and this weather here, if you're used to kind of standards of preparation for weather in Europe, well, you know, let's hope we don't have to learn the lesson that is very different here indeed. It can arrive very quickly and very, very heavily.
It can indeed, and I think it is getting darker out there because the headlights are twinkling a little bit more and just seem to just be cutting through it, and I think that we are it's getting closer. Whether we are going to get someone up, who knows, but Dustin is working super hard to get on terms here with the 51, and maybe just using a little bit too much road. He is going to get pinged for track limits unless he's careful. Just needs to keep his discipline here, you know, hitting his points, executing his lap, and he's getting under pressure here from Mettler, and he's going to be trying to get that run on him all the way down to turn 15.
And hearing from David Addison, by the way, we did wonder whether or not there's a problem for the Graf Racing car. As they keep an eye on this one, Ollie. On the inside, I think he's got him. Yeah,
I think he has, but they are going to get quite an even run here. Oh, and no, Mettler's got past Dustin Blattner, and that all really came from that slightly off-track moment there at 12 into 13, and then he got wide into 14. So it all started to unravel like 3 or 4 corners before, and that's how this Sepang circuit can drive. And you've got to be just thinking thinking about that, and if you're a relatively experienced driver, you can start piecing that together when you're looking to get by a car that's in front of you. They are making those getting slightly offline, slightly out of sync.
Yeah. Did question whether or not the car is absolutely straight all around after that incident with the number 11 Proton car. Just to finish the point, hearing from David on pit road, Graf Racing's number 7 car is in trouble, onto pit lane and into the garage.
Yeah, sounds like an electrical issue to me. That looked like what that was. So yeah, we'll see. Hopefully David will be able to find that out. And yeah, we're just seeing that Dustin's just dropped off the back here. Maybe he's just trying to gather himself. I know that he gets some very good coaching here, both from within Kessel, from Dennis Marshall, and also from Ben Tuck. And they'll be talking him through and working with him just to work on certain parts of his driving and his driving style, and bits and pieces that maybe can help him at this point.
Well, about 30 seconds off the lead at the moment, that 74 car. There's not a lot in a race format that can produce the odd caution here and there, as it did yesterday. Jeremy Clark, meanwhile, absolutely peerless here, 8 seconds up the road in his second ever LMP2 race.
You know what's really impressive is how precise he's being with the car and where he's placing it. He is just absolutely slotted into this P2 category. The way that he just took a bit of curb there, running off, and again just touching a little bit of exit curb, and he's so confident and where all 4 wheels are. That's a mark of somebody that's really comfortable in his surroundings and able. Oh, got 96 and the 60 there, side by side, coming through turn 9, and that was, so that's the Proton car on the 2Cs. It's the 2Cs after their run through the pit lane. They're coming back up through the field.
Tony McIntosh on Claudio Schiavone, but it was a solid run up the inside there, wasn't it?
Yeah, robust.
That was the word I was looking for.
Yes.
Around the outside of that car goes Francois Barodo. Just coming straight back at them again, though.
Yeah. It's. I think what we're seeing here is kind of a little bit more of an even battle between the Ferrari and the Porsche now in today's race. Where yesterday I think that the Ferrari just had that tick more straight line speed, and maybe the Porsche was just that little bit better across the corners. But I think the BOP has just, let's say, evened that up somewhat. We're still seeing Ferraris and Porsches running at the front, but I'd say that the difference between those cars is not so big.
Well, we heard about the Graf Racing car being in the garage. David Addison has made his way to Graf Racing. He's got James Winslow with him in the garage right now.
And it's a rather frustrated James Winslow. Car in the box, not looking good. What's happened?
Alex was doing a good race, and then he felt some engine cuts. And there was fuel pressure warning on the steering wheel, and we're only 5 or 6 laps into the race. So we know it's not low on fuel, so we're pretty sure it's a fuel pressure problem. They're just investigating now. It's a shame because you're just overtaken for second place, and yeah, we were looking quick, so this is looking like a lengthy pit stop, so yeah, not looking too good.
The trouble is, it's so competitive, you know, you can't afford to lose 10, never mind laps. So if you can fix it, do you go back out as a learning exercise for the others?
I think because there's not massive amounts of numbers in our class, I think, yeah, looks like rain clouds are coming over. Depends on how long, but I think so. We missed all day Thursday practice because we had some similar mechanical and electrical issues, so we've not really done that many laps. We're on the back foot anyway, so we may jump in to get some practice in before the Dubai round, or we may not. Let's see. Yeah,
but tough weekend.
Tough weekend, yeah.
Better luck in the UAE. Thanks, James. Nice to see you.
Tough when you get to the stage where you've got a tricky race. Tougher still when you're going well and then it goes wrong. And Ollie, you've lost, I would say, countless races in your professional career. Some of them really bad, quite badly indeed.
I've lost a lot of races.
Loads of races.
Yes,
I mean,
just to run out fingers. Yeah.
Tough.
Yeah.
Tough when you've come such a long way and prepared so much for a programme to come away with very little from a weekend.
Yeah, it is frustrating, no doubt. And, you know, you can see that was written all over James's face, that they were thinking today was going to be a good day, and they were certainly right up the front there, competitive and able to take the fight to really anybody in the class. But yeah, it looked like an electrical issue, and it looks like it is an electrical issue, and maybe a possible failure with the fuel pump. So the guy's going to have to dig around in the fuel cell and try and work on the connections and maybe change that out, but that will take a while. So, but back to the racing here, and we've got the 51 car, the 21 car, and the 74 car all being covered by a postage stamp, and the Proton car is back out on track, and the 22 car is trying to get past all of them all in one go, and it hasn't really done that after all of that back and forth. They haven't been able to get the deal done, and it's right around the outside. 74 Kessel is getting out of the way. That's Dustin Blattner.
Well, maybe Dustin's got the right idea here, because he can see that the Orica's trying to carve a way through, and I think he's trying to follow it through this traffic. He's not going to make it the first time.
No.
Yannick Mettler, by the way, was giving the 51 car quite the...
Oh, that's a long way round to go around the outside there. And the worst thing about that is that's where all of the tyre debris goes, all out there. So he's now got all that all over his tyres. And so they're now on the brakes into turn 15. The car is going to be moving and squirming, and it's just not going to be very nice. Now you're going to be carrying that through 15 all the way down to turn 1, and it's really not going to get the tyre cleaned up properly until you get to, say, 4, 5 and 6. So that's going to have an effect on your lap time for all of that period.
This is getting very dark indeed here. We're going to be lucky not to see a shower, and as I say, showers here have a wholly different meaning to showers at home for me in the UK.
Yeah,
Blattner's still not giving this one up. Mettler right there with the 51 car as well. This could go any way, and we've got further LMP2 traffic coming.
Malikin's just on them now, and he's in P3, and he's some 4 seconds behind Giorgio Roda in second. Yeah, we're just getting another perspective of how dark it is here as we're coming up into turn 4 on board the 21 car, and up the inside goes Malikin to get that deal done, but he just does. Oh, he's had a bit of a tap there, I think.
I think he did.
Yeah, from the 21. That was a bit rude. And
it just goes to show what great traction the Porsche gets off that corner, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. And I was surprised by how sort of tentatively Malikin got off the corner. And the 21 does seem to be pretty well hooked up and in a better spot than it was yesterday. He's trying to work his way past Toledo, and is he going to get the run down into turn 9? But they're now being caught by the 11 car, and I'm not sure he's going to get that done. Is he going to just kept the nose off of the rear end of the 51? Jonas Reed's going to go up the inside of the 51 here, get by there. 21 was trying to follow him through, but no room. Door firmly shut in his face.
Dip and tuck stuff with this trio. Meantime, it's battle for 8th place in GT. Jeremy Clark now 10.5 seconds clear of Giorgio Roda through that traffic and away. Alex Malikin has dropped time in traffic, 8 seconds back from Roda. So then a further 7 seconds back to Francois Peroda as we see the Tsunami RT car.
That's off the turn 9.
Yep, off briefly. Johannes Zelga.
Oh, I think he might have been helped here.
And that is the Blackthorn car.
No, he didn't.
I don't think he did. Maybe there was just a brush.
And it's just unloaded the car and just sent him off there. I think there was maybe just a slight tap. It's unloaded the left rear. He just unhooked it, and it sent him off into the grass.
Oh, it's the pits for the top 2 cars. It is indeed in the pit window.
Yep.
Full green apart from that brief full course yellow. So top 3 cars in the order. Francois Peroda goes through into the lead. Alex Malikin staying aboard.
Yeah, very gingerly into the pit box there. Alex Malikin just trying to make sure he didn't overshoot. And just making sure he was getting it done. It was not the fastest sort of entry on the way in, so he just gave him a little bit of time there. And he's got a clear exit off. Out goes Jeremy Clark, nicely away. And no tyres taken there.
Very interesting comparison. Away goes the Air Corsa car. Just keep an eye on who is released first between the 22 car is released and the Lollipop comes up now for the 91 as the Nielsen Racing car comes in, still trying to work this problem, which is 51 Ferrari shaped, is the 21 Porsche.
Yeah, he's still trying to get his way past and make that cleanly you know, this is always a thing. You want to get the deal done, but you don't want to risk your own car. So, you know, they are slowly being caught by the car collection. What car? That's the red. Is that number 19, I believe? No, number 12, sorry.
It's the 12 car. That is Pasha Mondini.
And then it's the Manthey number 10 behind, isn't it?
The rebuilt car of Anterasau.
Yeah, and fingers crossed he's going to have a little bit more luck today. Certainly done a few more laps today than he did yesterday.
Lovely guy, Anteras.
Super guy. We just saw him before the start and he was fingers crossed.
So this is his car that's been rebuilt. So it's not the Manthey Spur, it's his car, which is a test car that Manthey have rebuilt to there.
And you can see him just there in the background, the DKR car just making its way past. And yeah, still this battle continues between 51, 21, 74, and it's super even between all three of these guys. It's going to be now about who's looking after their tyres. The best DKR, I think, goes into the pit lane.
Francois Perrodo is already on pit road. Into the loving arms of the AF Corsa crew. Trouble for the 23 Absolute Racing car. That is Greg Bennett.
Yeah, Greg's got himself facing the wrong way here at turn 14. Oh, the P3 there really got sideways. Oh, this is not a nice spot, and you're unsighted. That's the worst thing at that spot. Is a driver, you're so focused on trying to get the car stopped that you're only looking so far ahead, and he'll come into view as you're already committed on the brakes, and that could be tricky.
Of course, as he got it fired, and will pull out ahead of the DKR car. So came in ahead, leaves ahead, but I think that's a pretty big gain for DKR in the pits.
Yeah. I don't think any of these guys have taken tyres, have they?
Don't think so.
No, which is going to be tough on these guys. Taking fuel on and no tyre change, it is going to be tough.
It was 50 seconds on the pit lane for Georgios Kolovos, a minute and 1 for Francois Perrodo. So yes, took 11 seconds out of that lead in that pit stop.
Talking to a lot of the teams here, they know no tyre degradation is a big issue, particularly at this corner here, turn 5 and turn 6, long, and the surface really grates. As Jeremy just going around the outside of the Aston Martin, wouldn't have been picking that spot, but hopefully he's managed to get it through unscathed. He's a 20 car on the pit lane.
Kryton Lentudis is released now. Taking a look at their social media yesterday evening. All sorts of engineering at Algarve Pro Racing, with Stewie Cox fixing the suitcase.
Yeah, he took great delight with that. I think anybody who'd like to get on and look at their social media feed will have quite a laugh. He is quite the character, Stuart, and language is pretty fruity, quite strong.
Anglo-Saxon, I think it's fair to say. He has got heart of the lion.
Yes, he's unbelievably direct as well. You're never ever left in doubt in what Stuart thinks.
Quite correct.
Yes.
And this time, again, it's these three. It is a bit formal deja vu at the moment, isn't it?
Yes. Not much separates these three, and they just seem to be just like operating in this, like, I don't know, 20, 30 metre section of the racetrack that keeps following.
Side by side, and that's very close indeed.
21's got a good drive here on the outside, 51 on the inside, and it's going to be a little bit of side draft, and is the 21 going to be able to swoop around the outside? Yes, he is.
That was well done.
That is very, very well done there by Medler.
We got a first for this season's Asia Le Mans Series, a first drive-through penalty for track limits. Car 79, the Tsunami RT car, which will include that run off the circuit, of course. That counts for track limits.
Yeah,
it's not just the intentional.
We haven't had much here this weekend, which has been good. It's the first time that's popped up. But let's see if the 21 car Mettler can get away, or whether 51 Toledo can actually respond here. 74, this is inside the Castle garage there. Tiziana Borghi. She is just a lovely lady.
A force to be reckoned with. One time.
Lovely, but absolutely terrifying.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. So Tiziana, by the way, her time in the sport goes back to Group B rallying.
Oh, imagine that.
Jolly Club Lancia 037 Monte Carlo.
Wow.
In about 1982, would that be? As a co-driver.
Yeah. I mean, that would take more than a couple of espressos to get me in that seat.
So, yeah, not to be messed with.
Not for the faint-hearted. And, yeah.
It's been part of the Kessel Racing effort pretty much since the beginning, and a beloved part of the family.
Yeah.
And this is Montai and the Iron Dames. That is Ryan Hardwick up the inside of Celia Martin. Yeah. Interesting duo this. So Ryan Hardwick moving over from Proton's Ford Mustang efforts in the FI World Endurance Championship. This is effectively rehearsal for his new gig.
I saw Richard Leeds actually at lunchtime, and he was just talking about this and saying, well, we're seeing a bit of weather here, and trying to understand how far that is away from us. But Richard Leeds was just telling us that this is really a dress rehearsal for their effort in the WEC.
It's a great idea.
Yeah, it is.
We saw it with the Simon Mann Ferrari last year, and it served them very well. Would say, by the way, the interesting thing about that is Proton Competition handling the Iron Dames Porsche with Celia Martin, but for the WEC, they'll be in the other Montai car.
Yeah.
So they will be teammates.
Yes, they will. Yep. So watching here, Michael Jensen and Fred Pordad. Fred Pordad behind the wheel of the number 30 RD Limited car, the winner from yesterday's race.
Yeah, he's on his program in this stint will be very simple. Stay on the lead lap.
Yeah.
And he's doing that. He's doing that with aplomb at the moment.
Yeah. He had a little bit of a checkered performance yesterday. He managed to loop the car around at turn 15. And I think he just got a little bit flustered there on that particular lap. But today, he's doing a fine job.
He has. And the problem for Fred was he did that so early in the race that he then had the entire field to pass to get back onto into contact with the LMP2 squad. Train. The safety cars did help a little, without a shadow of a doubt, with that, but it's a good run from him today.
Yeah, but Jeremy Clark continues to set the pace in P2. He's stretching away. He's some 13 seconds in front of Giorgio Roda. Really quite the phenomenal performance here from Jeremy Clark. The whole weekend he has been lightning fast. We're just seeing here, this is the 25 car, Michael Jensen trying to get past the RLR car. A little bit of a hold up there and just working their way through this P3 traffic.
Yeah, James Dayson pushing on here, and he's currently running in 5th place and 16 seconds ahead of Mark Patterson. That's the other crew here. We talked about the 11 Proton Competition car being down to 2 drivers, with Matthias Besch unwell. Seth Lucas unfortunately called in sick at the start of the weekend, which means that Anders Fjordback from High Class Racing and the returning Mark Patterson were a 2-driver squad, and we almost got quite the most extraordinary result yesterday with Anders chasing down the Ultimate car, and I think a bit of a run off track on the very final lap stopped us from getting 2 classes sorted in the last 2 corners.
I think Fred is lining him up, lining Michael up here, coming up into turn 15, and I think he should have a bit of a lunge here. The car does look pretty good.
It's gone wide.
Very wide Michael Jensen has there, and that should get the deal done there for Fred Pordad. He gave him plenty of room.
He did.
Nice bit of racing there, but I think Fred will now be able to get away.
It's a drive-through penalty for Dustin Blattner for that incident with the 11 car, so that's been firmly called against him. So that 74 car currently running in 10th place. Is that concern?
I don't think so.
Excusability?
Not right now. I think that he's most probably looking at the weather radar and wondering when this rain is going to come, or if it is going to actually come. So it's still off there in the distance.
So Fred Pordad is now up into a very creditable 6th place, ahead of both of the Algarve Pro Racing cars and Naveen Rao in the Nielsen Racing car, and the delayed Jonas Reed, who's making his way back up the order, by the way, in the 11 car that spent time in the garage with that broken toe link. He's now down in 35th place.
Yeah, they're going to be out of contention, really.
Yeah, he's 2 laps off the lead.
I mean, it's possible that he could get those back with safety cars. But right now, nearly an hour into the race, and the 22 car there was just moving somewhat on the brakes, and Francois Perrodo was kind of following Giorgio Roda in his line as they went through turn 15. It does seem rather slippery down there, and the off camber doesn't help. But it is a very, very tricky corner for all of these drivers.
We'll see if we look at a long shot. The 74 car on pit lane taking that penalty, and will lose positions as a result, dropping down 12th, 13th, 14th. Still not back out into the train. I think it will be that far and no further for Dustin Blackner, because there's a big gap then back to Charlie Samani.
Yeah, well, something's happened here.
Sounds like a lock-up at least.
Yeah, there is smoke, dust in the air. I wonder if anybody's actually gone off there. It must have been a P3 or a P2 car, because they're the only class of car that doesn't have ABS. It's just the GT cars that have that ABS system installed on every GT car. So we chat with Mark Patterson about that actually before the start of the race. That's Jeremy Clark. Jeremy Clark had a big lockup, and this is one of the things that all of these bronze drivers are going to have to deal with now. Second stint tyres. As we're going through this, we know that the tyres are on the limit, and that lockup, that could hurt him. That really could hurt him, because now he's got a significant flat spot on that tyre, and he may have to pit early.
On the face of it, motorsport looks really simple, doesn't it? There's a fast car, get in it, drive it as fast as it will go. But you can't.
No, you can't. You've got resources, and you've got to manage those resources: the tyres, the brakes, the fuel, the energy on board, and you've got to make sure that you're using that in the right way and the most efficient way. So you're not just, let's say, burning that resource up. So it's a fine balance to get the lap time out of the car, but doing it in the most efficient way, and that's the skill for every driver, and every driver has to learn. And Jeremy's just going through that right now. Giorgio Roda under pressure here from Francois Perrodo, and this is maybe the ebb and flow of the race as the tyres starting to go away. Second stint tyres, and how you manage them, how the car feels, what the balance like as it shifts around, where the strength and weakness is in how you're generating the lap time, and also getting through the traffic like we're seeing right now.
Yeah, Perrodo looking around the outside. Is he going to try and use the Porsche as a pick? I think he will, but I'm not sure that's going to work here. It isn't. Again, he'll be relishing the opportunity to go toe-to-toe, wheel-to-wheel, door-to-door. Pick your phrase. There you go, Mathieu Vazevier.
Come on.
Enjoy it. Come on, boss.
You got this.
Excellent programme put together for AF Corse with Francois Perrodo over many years. First with GT cars, now with LMP2.
Great example there of what happens in the traffic sometimes. You're building the pressure on Giorgio Roda, and then Giorgio managed to get the car in between.
Carlos is through.
He is.
That was a mistake, I think, from
Francois
Perrodo.
Yeah, it was. I'm not sure he got slightly offline. Maybe he had to try and pick his way through past the Aston Martin. Got some pickup on the tyre, and the car just started to wander and move around. And he does seem like it's sort of hurt his charge or blunted his attack.
It's a neat story, by the way. It is the number 83 car for Francois Perrodo, as to why the privateer hypercar in the FI World Endurance Championship is the same number. It is number 83.
Yes.
And that's because Batty, the team boss at AF Corse, there is no current availability of a class for Francois Perrodo, but he's such a valued customer and part of the family that they've reserved that number by allocating it to that car, awaiting an opportunity for Francois to be back in the WEC.
Wow. So let's see what happened here with the 83 car.
Over the curb.
Yeah, he did. Got in a bit too deep, and then he's got really wide. He's managed to keep it out of the gravel, which is good, but he just got in there a little bit too hot. And the engineer sort of mopping his brow and grimacing slightly. I think that just gives you an indication of where they're at with the tyre life.
Wet track we're hearing now, so rain has started somewhere around this track. It might not be everywhere, and instantly we got to the stage that wets are being prepared.
David just saying that there's some light spots of rain in the pit lane.
Yeah, it is wets or slicks. There are no intermediates these days.
And are we watching the little cells popping up, but like see the engineer there.
You know when you're selling a garage, don't you? Yeah. Communication through the hands.
Yes.
Wonderful stuff.
Yeah.
87 Origine. Lights blazing now. It is getting darker.
Are we We've got those rain lights on some of the cars.
Yeah, rain lights on low mode, we're seeing, is the instruction to everybody. So they must now put the rain lights on. So there are 2 modes on those strobing lights, and
my word,
you followed that, I'm sure.
That's horrendous. I mean, the lights are needed in heavy spray, and when it is really hard to see in the most torrential rain, those lights are amazing, but a lot of the time they are just horrible to follow. They're strobing and they're so bright, and you're just, it's kind of, it bamboozles you, that sort of, it's so overwhelming at points.
Yep.
That
so that was one of the excuses you used for one of the races you lost?
Well, I've got quite a long list of them.
The excuses?
Maybe, yes, and so that was like number 3.
Wow, that's pretty high up.
Yeah,
so prototype competition amongst the teams getting ready should these tyres be necessary.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be, they won't be throwing the wet tyres at the cars here, because it's going to take quite a lot for them to need them, because there is so much energy in the surface here.
Georgios Kolovos having a strong spell here, having got by after that mistake from Francois Perrodo, is enjoying this few moments. Now he's started to get onto terms with Jojo Roda. 16 seconds back, by the way, from Jeremy Clark, who's gathered himself after that moment, that lock-up, and has continued his progress.
Yeah, and maybe it's Giorgio has just gone at it very carefully, not using the tyre very much, just really trying to be smooth, slow with his hands, slow with his feet, and just trying to now use the tyre when everyone else has already, used up the resource, and he's trying to capitalise on that and make his car work in these conditions. And certainly he's got himself nicely in contention here.
Yeah, indeed. And looking at LMP3, by the way, cracking stuff from Stefan Lamret. He's 30 seconds up the road.
And you can kind of see it once he was past and away from Jans Renaud Müller, that he was going to be able to make it sort of up the road and really start to put a good gap in. But you see, a lot of the P2 cars now are sort of quite ginger in the way that they're attacking the corners, and are not really able to generate anywhere near the level of cornering force that they could at the start of the race when these tyres were fresh. And you're sort of seeing a lot of the P2 cars sort of drifting off the corner. 82 on pit lane here.
Well, this is about right, about the hour, just after the hour on fuel. We've only had one short for Courchevel. They'll be trying to keep this within their fuel and driver strategies.
65 minutes is the drive time, and that was what one of the teams in the contention yesterday got pinged for. They were only over by 4 seconds.
Well, I wonder if that's what we've seen from, I did notice, that was Dustin Black, no, that was the drive-through penalty, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So we're now into the second hour of this race, and under pressure, the second place car of Giorgio Roda from Georgios Kolovos.
You can see Giorgio is really starting to lose the rear of the car, the way he's sort of drifting and moving and getting away from him as he's trying to put the power down off of turn 2, and now into turn 4. No lockups, still nice and clean, but it's how well he can get through and off. And the 3 car, Giorgio Kolovos, just looks like he's got a little bit more purchase there, and that straight drive just looks a little bit better on the 3 car than on the 22. Coming through and off of turn 6. This is the area where that Giorgio Roda was having Francois Perrodo was having the problems earlier on.
On pit lane, Fred Pordad in the number 30 car. Great stint from him, 6th place overall. Following him down the pit lane, Michael Jensen. We saw those two having their little tussle into and through turn 15 a little while ago. So they're back after their first hour of racing. Out gets Michael. Hops across the garage, bumped into him and his lovely wife at lunch.
Yeah, so they've now done their minimum drive time, haven't they? 1.5 hours. Sorry.
No, they've not.
No, they would have. Oh, excuse me.
No, it's an hour and 3 minutes.
Excuse me, yeah.
So the Origine Porsche gets away. The very distinctive looking white and light green car, I think I'd call that. It's amazing for actually what is quite a plain livery. It's incredibly effective.
Yeah, it is. was a 3 car.
Beautifully designed.
Yeah, it is.
The blending and the typography on that car. Number 3 car, Georgios Kolovos, quite the stint there, comes in from 3rd place. And he will be delighted with that, as will the team. Driver change is underway. And we can see that is absolutely Jan Nutet, Dutch driver. We'll see Lons Hurt.
Get speed also on pit lane.
Yep, Steve Jans out of the car. Tsunami RT. Get a look at that abstract art.
Yeah, still slick tyres going on cars. We're not seeing any more spots of rain.
No. Team,
not new tyres there.
Team from San Marino, or the flag was San Marino, and assisted by Dynamic GT. New tyres going on the AF Corsa car there.
Yes, it'd be unusual to sort of see the tyres going on, but not new. That's
busy on pit lane now
of the race.
David Anderson's going to have to do some work now.
Oh, he is. Yeah, he's going to have to speak to some drivers.
He doesn't like to do that.
No, he doesn't. He just likes walking up and down. Corsa leaving the pit lane and get speed very close as well.
Out comes Jan Nutet, and the second of the APR cars in. This will therefore be Kreitel Tudis. Jeremy Clark, by the way, in and out, and still leads by 15 seconds. It's big.
Yeah, he is. He's
we're going to have to add this to the list of very impressive stints, aren't we?
Yeah, we are. I mean, he's done extremely well this weekend. Following
on from some extraordinary stints in yesterday's race in all 3 classes. We're seeing it again today. One of the joys is to see emerging talent coming. And emerging talent doesn't just have to be a plucky 16 to 17-year-old coming out of karting. It can be somebody who's spent their life doing other things.
Yep.
So into the second hour of these 4 hours here at Sepang for the second round of the Asian Le Mans Series. Let's look back at the first hour of this race. Start of the race, it was Giorgio Roda leading from pole position for the second time this weekend. The cars fanned out behind, LMP2, LMP3 in the background, the GT cars. After a great run yesterday from Patrick Byrne, it was a little bit more order restored, a little bit more orderly for the whole field through the tricky turn 1, 2 and 3. GT cars, a bit of bumpy and boring, but nothing much more than that as they sorted out the running order coming through the downhill section. Roder it was that initially made progress. Jonas Reed toughing it out through that, and clash between one of the Porsches and the Optimum McLaren. Feeling a bit deja vu here. That's 22 car from Peloton competition. Comes into the first turn for the second time in the lead. All very orderly. There's the overall classification. I think we've had a machine giving it a bit of a cough. No worries. 50 leads the race in the hands of Jeremy Clark. 33 laps under the wheels of that car from the 22 car. Proton competition of Giorgio Roda. Francois Perrodo is right with Giorgio Roda right now for second place, with Alex Malikin very much in the hunt as well, just a couple of seconds behind. In LMP3, Breton Racing's Jens Grainer Muller leads the race by dint of being the only car in the lead group that's not yet pitted. But ultimate Stefan Lemeret has dominated the first hour of the race. In GT, Kessel Racing's Dustin Blattner leads, but owes a pit stop for the 74 car. AF Corsa's Max Visa will cycle back to the lead as things get back in a more orderly fashion. Get Speed's number 9 in the hands of Antonio Bartone, and Arina Zelikov in the Winward Racing AMG means it's 2 Ferraris at the moment from 2 AMGs, with the Origine Motorsports Porsche running in 5th place, and 3 of the Chinese entered cars in the top 10.
Yeah. Giorgio Roda coming down into turn 9. He's withstood the pressure there from Francois Perrodo, and we're just going to see sort of how these two guys go about it. Francois picking a very tight line there off of turn 9, and maybe these tyres are starting to get towards the end of their life, and being caught there by Alexander Malikian, who's coming back towards them, isn't he?
But again, we talked, didn't we, about tyre management, and is this what Alex has been up to?
Oh, this is the 21.
That's not just a lock-up, that's a big problem. It's a puncture.
It is a puncture, yeah. I think he's had some contact there with something or someone, and he's lost that left front.
Is it just a puncture?
I think it is. It's bodywork rubbing. We have to keep
just trying to see whether or not the tyre was down, because if not, it's a bigger problem. In comes Francois Perrodo.
It looks like, he's out now. Back out on track 21.
Well, that's very... Why is Francois back in?
Not...
I don't understand that. Has he got a problem?
Yeah.
We did just see Francois Perrodo on pit lane, did we not? Or am I imagining that? That must... It's driver...
Yeah, driver through. Yeah, I don't think we did. We can't have 51 and 92 battling here. So that is the AF Corse and Manthey cars.
Well, this will be interesting times, particularly for the Manthey car. Saying from David Addison earlier, Richie Leach saying that this is very much a rehearsal for the Manthey crew ahead of the FI World Endurance Championship, which gets underway in the new year in Qatar. And Ryan Hardwick will be the bronze driver in one of the 2 Manthey entered Porsches. The other one will be the Iron Dames car, which is right in his wheel tracks.
Yep.
So all sorts, we said yesterday, or repeated today, of programmes here. Yes, everybody wants to win this race, and yes, everybody wants to win this championship, and yes, they also want to win in GT and in LMP2 the championship and the opportunity to go to the 24 Hours of Le Mans. But beyond that, all sorts of preparation, learning, training underway. Does this driver work with that driver? Do you like this car? Would you like to race that somewhere else? How are you getting on with this particular team? And immediately, by the way, on the tail of the 22 car, Alex Malikian, so he's closed that gap with Francois Perrodo now on pit lane. Big, much better grip there for Alex Malikian. Goes up the inside. He's going to try now the drag race down to turn 15 to put a move on the 22. Can he get to the breaking point first? I'm not sure he can, but again, he has, but is the line the better one? He goes into the pit lane.
He does, and maybe that was all part of the plan, but certainly he's done a fine job there, getting the car to the pit lane and getting that car right back in contention. Alex maybe has been learning from looking back at the data, looking at the video, looking at everything that he did yesterday, and just looking to sort of capitalise on that knowledge base and bring the car back in here in a nice spot, 3rd position to come down pit lane.
Indeed. It's been pretty steady, hasn't it? Steadily impressive from Alex Malikian, and driver ready to climb aboard that car, so Alex will be getting out.
Yep.
Meantime, mixed bag of GT cars, and that is, we said about the 2 Manthey cars being together, and that is a change. That is the 85 Iron Dames car, now in the hands of Sarah Bovey. So Celia Martin out of the car for the time being. Sarah Bovey, the more experienced of the 2 bronze-ranked drivers here.
Yeah, something's happened here, because it wasn't a lap ago that Ryan Hardwick was right on the gearbox of the 51 AF Corse car. I'm not sure there's been an incident there, but the Iron Dames car has got in front.
They were right with him. I don't think he's dropped back that much. It's only a few car lengths, maybe under pressure from the Porsche.
Yeah.
It might just be that he's had to go to a defence from attack. Number 19, by the way, the Blackthorn Aston Martin, will be getting 10 seconds on its next pit stop. Car currently currently lapping in 19th in GT, Claude Beauvais at the wheel, and that's because he's at some point caused a collision that we didn't see around the outside. Jan van Utet for the 83 car, and who's aboard the 83?
He's jumped in after Francois Perrodo, and these two are going to be going at it now.
Yeah, two quick guys. Alessio Rivera, Ferrari factory driver, and Jan van Utet with EDEC Sports. And EDEC Sports, if you're keeping your eyes on the sports car racing news websites, many available. Daily Sports Cars by far the best.
So I've heard.
Yeah, I can say that. Let's, before we get into Jan van Utet, pop down David Anderson with one of the dominant forces this weekend in LMP3, Stefan Lemeret. Down to you, David.
Graham, thank you. I've had to sort of almost drag Stefan Lemeret off the floor, because as soon as you got out of the car, you were lying down. How many bottles of water have you drunk already?
I already did 2 liters, but that's normal. I always sweat a lot, so but this is my shower. This is not sweat. So
it was a hard stint. Today, I guess there were no interruptions, really.
We just have a very, very short full course yellow, so it was, of course, more difficult than yesterday. So, yeah, it was terrible. And I repeat what I said yesterday, but we are the only category not to have airco. And it's awful. And here in Sepang, it's the most difficult track in the year, because we don't have long straights, and we have very long corners where you are not breathing. So it's really, really hard. And in less than 1 hour, I have to jump again in the car. So I will take care of myself. But I have to congratulate the gentlemen drivers who are able to do 1 hour and 45 minutes in a row. Okay, maybe they go a little bit slower to preserve themselves, but on the rhythm I had, I'm not able.
Just explain the start of the race to me, because it seemed to take you a while to get the lead of the class. Once you had the lead, you pulled away.
Yes, mainly I wanted to preserve my tires, because I knew that if I was pushing from the beginning, I will have oversteer. And then it was going to be very difficult, so I was just waiting for the tires of the guy in front of me degrading, so this happened.
Good luck for the second stint. Go and get some more water. Thank you, Stefan.
Yep, Stefan Lemeret really being smart and using his experience and understanding what it's going to take to compete here and be competitive here at Sepang today. And certainly the heat is having a big effect not only on the cars and the tyres and the machines, but also on those drivers. And he's being smart and pulling himself, let's say, out of the car to make sure that he can get back in and produce the performance cleanly and clearly and well when he is behind the wheel. And we're just watching here Matt Bell and Ollie Caldwell battling over 8th and 9th. These two are freshly aboard their machines and just trying to work their through the GT traffic, and this will be interesting to see how this works out.
Good run there from Matt. Took a look towards the apex, no way through there, but it was a good run through traffic. Would just finish the point, by the way, about Stefan Lemeret. He was effectively almost apologising for his performance when he's handed the car over to Vince Valent, and he's 22 seconds ahead. So extraordinary first stint from Stefan Lemeret. The man who wasn't expected to be here, will not have done much of the preparation at this stage of the year for endurance racing, and still, big slide there.
Our slide off the corner of the Inter Europol in 4th place, number 34. That's a BWT car, and that's Tim Kresick and Mark Patterson battling this out. And as they come down into turn 15, I wonder if Mark's just going to let him kind of have that spot or not. No, it doesn't seem so. Mark is going to, fight him for it. And this can be another Ironman stint here by Mark Patterson, 72 years old. Wow. And he is in good shape, really fit.
I've got antiques in my house that aren't as old as Mark Patterson.
They're nowhere as fast as he is on the racetrack, aren't they, those antiques?
No, they're not. If you throw them out the window, they're not as fast as Mark Patterson is. He's an extraordinary guy. I did say, by the way, I would tell a quick story about Mark Patterson as we keep watching this battle. We'll keep talking about this as I tell the tale. en route to the launch of the FI World Endurance Championship race in Qatar, and sitting next to a lovely gentleman, and we got into conversation, and he was telling me he was involved in classical music, I was involved in motorsport. Oh, he said,
Bell is looking like, is he going to be able to make the move around the outside? No.
Not sure.
Caldwell has managed to get a good run, but is he going to come the undercut up here? Is he going to be able to get that done?
He is.
Around the outside, is he going to be able to get that done? Oh, this is going to be super close.
He's got him. That was brilliantly done by Matt Bell.
Very, very good piece of driving there by Matt Bell. Really hung it round the outside and got it done for turn 6.
And great respect from both those drivers. Perfectly clean. By the way, before I get back to the story, because we will do it, car 3 in the hands of Georgios Kolovos will get a drive-through penalty speeding in the pit lane. Well done, Matt Bell, but great stuff from Ollie Caldwell to allow him the respect and the racing room to do that.
Just speaking to the team just before the start of this race today at Nielsen, they have made some changes from yesterday. In Matt Bell's stint, they did have a bit of a balance shift and a balance change, and that I think came through the tyre wear, and so they've just tried to do something there just to sort of look after the tyres a little bit better, and hopefully halt that big balance shift mid stint. So yeah, just going to see how that works out for them.
Yeah, when you're watching endurance racing, we see these bronze rank drivers, effectively usually successful businessmen and women in the cars. Sometimes some purists can look down at the achievements of the non-professional drivers. Let me tell you a bit about Mark Patterson, South African born, based now in the United States, lifelong entrepreneur and philanthropist. As we see a change here this time, Ryan Hardwick now finally gets it done.
Past 51.
And there is Sarah Bovey up the road, so both Montai cars past the 51 car now. One thing that Mark Patterson does with the resources he's gained through his professional career is, I'm told, and I won't tell you the amount, but I can tell you that it's an 8-figure sum, helping youngsters from some of the ghettos in his native South Africa to get out of poverty and into the arts. A huge amount of money being poured into getting underprivileged children at risk, out of poverty and into a rewarding creative career.
Wow. Look at that, either side of the Mercedes coming down into 15.
That's ridiculous.
That is absolutely crazy. And
That's
it's
Harry
King, and it is
Alessia Rivera.
And they are duking it out here.
So Harry King here is here for a number of reasons. One is because he's darn quick. Two is to prove things to himself, I think, about what might lie ahead. For anybody that knows what Harry King's been up to in his career so far would expect that there is a real talent here. Where might he show that talent? I hope he moves to sports cars, because that was exciting. Alessia Rivera is a Ferrari factory driver. Harry King's just gone. Well, he didn't go door to door because they put a Mercedes between the two of them.
Yes.
Side by side as well between the 22 and the 3. This is Job van Utrecht, and next to him is Vlad Lomko, and it looks to me like through goes Job van Utrecht. So the pro driver is beginning to make life exciting here. This is how it happened. Oh, so late on the brakes.
He managed to carry the speed there right up through and off the apex there, and just got on the throttle down into turn 1 extremely well, but still carrying that battle on. But Job van Utrecht is carrying on, getting through the traffic, but it's still wheel to wheel there with these two, DKR and Proton, going at it. Oh, a slow 51 Ferrari 296 there. I think might be just out of the pit lane, but did seem to be going very, very slowly there.
So Van Utrecht has made that stick. He moves up now to 4th place. It is Jeremy Clark still leading this race. He's 54 seconds ahead. Owes a pit stop for the AF Corsa car ahead of Harry King, with Alessia Rivera and Job van Utrecht. Vlad Lomko now aboard the 25 Algarve Pro Racing car. Young Italian driver Valerio Angela. James Allen, who was stellar yesterday, he's in 7th. He's one to watch in this stint. Ollie Caldwell, that's the top 9, with the number 11 car recovering back up the order now with Alex Matchell in amongst the LMP3s now. So 9 LMP2s. What are we going to be seeing here? That was a lock-up from the 43 car.
Rebuilt car from yesterday.
Yeah, different car from yesterday.
That's true.
That is the ex-Viper Nisa car. mercifully for the team based here, of course, at Sepang.
Yes. I'm just seeing Harry King has just done the fastest lap of the race in the 91 Pure Racing car. And he certainly seems like he has slotted right into P2 racing here in the Asian Le Mans Series. He's doing a fine job, and seeing if he can close down some of that gap to Jeremy Clark, who still is owing us
50 seconds,
another pit stop, I think.
Yes, he is.
Yes.
Is that right?
That's what it's showing. It's just showing it's done one stop.
How has he only done one stop?
Well, we are
an hour and 24 minutes. It must be absolutely imminent.
Yeah, it's got to be any moment. He's going to be coming down pit lane. He must have been doing a little bit of fuel saving, which again is an art. That's something he'll be learning. And
in his first weekend.
Yeah, exactly. Extraordinary performance. So Mark Patterson and Tim Kresick here still going at it. And Mark at third position. Tim in fourth, coming down into turn 4. And Mark's just been phenomenal in his abilities here to keep clicking off the laps.
So he needs to do an hour and 45 minutes, Mark Patterson, doesn't he, in the as the solo bronze driver in this car, and he is at the moment 20 minutes away from that.
Yeah.
After which you probably do 15 push-ups and a major bike ride.
The two into Europol cars here, and saw Shaw. I can't put my teeth in now. Sure, Sasha is a little bit nervous right now. That's the boss here at into Europol, and he's when these two cars were around one another yesterday, they had a bit of a thing about running into one another.
Yeah, they did that twice, and there was a further incident for the 34 and a further 2 incidents for the 43.
It was a very difficult day for them.
Not their finest hour, I'm afraid. That team, the Europol competition squad, have got used to winning and took the IMSA LMP2 title this year, together with PR1 Matterson Motorsport, and came very close to winning the European Le Mans Series 2. They were Le Mans winners in 23 at the Centenary race in LMP2 and finished second last year. That is quite some record for the Polish bakers.
Absolutely.
Called the Polish bakers, by the way, because Inter Europol, the parent company, is a major commercial bakery in Poland, and they've just come into LMP racing, LMP3 and LMP2, and put themselves right amongst what we term the super teams.
Yeah, they've done an exceptional job. Professional
race teams that go pro and racing with spec race formulae, which P2 and P3 are, and they have shone. That's a very hard thing to do.
Vlad Lomko here is piling the pressure on, and Job van Oort.
Job. Imagine he was an oik. Job van Oort. I'm not saying that Job van Oort is an oik. I wouldn't say that unless he wasn't in the room. Lovely guy, by the way. I was going to finish a story about Job. He is with Edex Sport, who was with them last year, will carry on this year with them. They get a second car in the European Le Mans Series this year, and across the 2 Edex Sport cars, they will help to prepare the crew for the incoming Genesis Hyundai squad in Hypercar. There is a change, 43 ahead of 49. So just cycling slightly back now, Mark Patterson. He'll be absolutely gutted to cede a single place to a guy who's 50 years younger than him.
Yeah, that's just Jeremy Clark there, just locking up as he came down into turn 1 on that lap.
He's beginning to lose quite a lot of time here.
Yeah, he will be, and he's going to be like sand through your fingers, and the team need to look at that and get him on pit road. Yeah, and I think we're just hearing that from David there, that they are going to be coming into the pits, I think, this time by.
That will be Jeremy Clark's time done.
And he's done a fine job.
Hasn't he?
Really fine job.
And they've got their silver and platinum drivers still to come. Silver in the manner of Patrick Byrne, and platinum in the hands of Ollie Pla.
Yeah, we'll see if Patrick can have a strong run today. He didn't quite get on terms with Giorgio Roda yesterday. He didn't. I believe it was so disjointed with all of the cautions.
Never got a chance to get into the rhythm, does he? Now, whilst he is indeed a silver rank driver, he's not been in a P2 car for a long time, and those safety cars and virtual safety cars just did not allow any kind of rhythm to get to go.
Mark Patterson off there coming out of turn 15, and it was looking between the 15 of RLR and the high class car of Mark Patterson. They got a little bit wide as they came through 15, and then Mark just carried on going off, and he got sucked onto the grass.
Yeah, leader in the pits right now, Jeremy Clark. Harry King takes the lead.
Yeah, and he was kind of in the mix there as they all came through turn 15, and Harry was trying to pinch the corner off and almost had the left side tyres on the grass as he got on the throttle to drive off of 15. Here we go, leader on pit lane.
Pretty certain that will be Patrick Byrne aboard the car, side by side now with the RD Motorsport, the RD Limited car, and the 25 from APR, and that is the 25 being taken by James Allen, Valerio Ancella. James Allen goes through.
And James will now be head down, very much focused on Vlad Lomko.
And that will be as they pass the start-finish line shortly. Where is he? There we are. It is 5th place now for RD Limited. What dramas await? 47 seconds back from Harry King. So that's a number to look for as we get deeper into these stints.
Yeah, so 10 seconds off of Vlad Lomko. Let's see how James Allen can work on that gap.
He clearly had the car underneath him that he really enjoyed yesterday. It was one of the stints of the race.
I think it was pretty much
a
race-winning stint.
Yes.
To put that car seriously in contention, and then it just gave it to Tristan Vautier just to bring it home. And didn't he do the job there in bringing it home? I was unsure of whether he was going to be able to deliver, but did he. And that was a fantastic performance.
I was talking to Tristan at lunch today. I said, is that a bit of a calling card? What have you got for the rest of the coming season in 2025? He says, well, I hope someone has noticed it, because at the moment I have absolutely nothing.
Well, that's one of the beauties of the Asian Le Mans series. And there's the brains trust behind all of this RD Limited. Romain Dumas.
He's a proper character.
He is.
Cheeky chappy.
Absolute fighter as well, though.
Oh, good grief, yes.
Good blimey.
Ferocious. The days of the Porsche RS Spider spectacular LMP2 cars were a different era's formula. He had that trademark bobbling of his head in the car.
Yeah, I remember it. He came past me a number of times, in that machine. Absolutely on the ragged edge. A great performer.
So down towards turn 15, a pair of the LMP.
This is the ultimate car, isn't it? Up the inside of the Graf car. The Graf car back out on track.
It is. So this is a car that's laps down.
Yeah.
So Alexander Bekantsov after
27
this was a fuel pressure problem, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Full course yellows come out. Now,
where have we got the incident?
Is it an incident, or is it a bit of a clear-up? We've had a couple of issues where a bit of debris might be required. Maybe a little bit of a clear-up at this stage of the race.
Okay.
Well, while we've got yellow flags out, let's get back down to David Addison, busily down pit lane. He has another pit lane interview victim with him. Down to you, David.
And this victim, if you like, is one of the heroes of the first hour and a bit, Jeremy Clark. What a stint.
Thank you very much. It was hot out there.
That's the understatement of the race, I think. I mean, that was a Herculean task. And you don't look that exhausted.
Yeah, I got a little left in me.
Talk us through that stint, because it was really busy to start with, and it was long as well, and without too many interruptions. I mean, ironically, we've got one now. You had to push virtually all the way.
Yeah, it was almost a double stint all the way through. Really just tried to build a gap that first stint and then hold it the second. Just really tried to keep the tires underneath me that second stint as long as I could.
You make it sound so easy, like you've been driving P2 cars all your life.
First race.
Exactly. I mean, that means either they're easy to come into or you've got bags of talent. Which one is it?
A little bit of both.
So what happens now then? You just sit and watch the data and hope for the best? It's all out of your hands?
Sit and rest and cool down.
It was a job well done, Jeremy. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Well, I think that was one of those moments there, Ronnie, where he got into the interview and he was doing well and suddenly realised, actually, I'm completely exhausted.
Overwhelmed by the heat and the exhaustion, and I need another drink.
Chapeau, Jeremy Clark.
Absolutely.
Chapeau.
Great job.
That was a great job indeed.
We'll come and find you later and shake you by the hand. That was an excellent job.
Good stuff. So 51 Ferrari there with the Breton racing car involved in that little group. This car that led the race into the closing stages, Custodio Toledo, and he's at the moment holding off Dustin Blattner. That car has had that penalty.
The 74 car, Dustin Blattner car, has actually got some steering damage.
So we thought there was something a little off with that car after the incident that went against them with the number 11 car. So not quite as the maker intended.
No, the Breton racing car looks like it's still just trying to get going. 26, and it's causing the 74 some issues. So coming through and off and down into turn 9.
And just about to be caught by Harry King in the lead of the race.
Yeah, and Harry's now getting after this. I mean, it's 7 seconds now. He's stretched away from the 83 of Rivera.
I'm going to call it right now. I've thought this for a while.
Whoa.
No, call it right now. I thought for a while Harry King looked properly special in Porsches.
Yep.
This is an extraordinary talent.
Yeah, he certainly seems like he has just got himself hooked up here with this P2 Oreca. And I just spoke to Tom Ferrier at the beginning of the weekend, and he was like, no, he's dialing himself in. Let's see how he goes. Let's see how he goes under race pressure and in race conditions.
Yep.
But both times, yesterday and today, he is absolutely delivering. So tip of the hat to Harry King.
Well, the yardstick he's got out here is Alessio Rivera. Alessio is a very quick guy indeed. He is a Ferrari factory driver. He's a multiple LMP2 champion as well.
Yeah,
that's quite some yardstick.
It is. Just seeing Rivera come up the inside, whereas we've got Dustin Blattner side by side with the 51 car, and this has been going on for a long time.
Got him.
And he's got around the outside, and again, that's a trademark thing that's been going on with Dustin over this weekend, is that ability just to lift off the brake and roll the speed across the apex, and he seems to have that feel, which is quite something for someone with such little experience.
Indeed. So the fastest lap of the race is the 153.519 from Harry King. It's about not just about single lap pace, though, is it? It's about full stint pace. It's about what you can squeeze out, as you said, of the resources you've got. And he was doing that too. He was so unlucky yesterday.
Yeah, he really was.
With the fumble on pit lane from the number 16 car ahead of him. Luckless, the AMG driver, I have to say. I don't think the penalty came his way. They were looked at for impeding, but I'm not sure there's anything he could do. He couldn't steer the car.
Yeah, but you see the way that Harry's carving the corners here, and the way that he's flowing the speed across. He's confident with where he's placing the car and how much speed he can carry into the corners. And it's always like that. You're just like joining the dots, driving from one point to the next, but you've got to still be working on the absolute limit of the tyre, but not oversliding it. As soon as you start oversliding the tyre, put too much heat into it, you're burning through it, you're scrubbing that little bit off the surface, and you're wearing through, and you're losing the goodness. Whereas if you can hook it up and really flow it, that's when the lap time really comes to you and you feel super confident. The confidence just grows then. And that feeling you have inside the car it really sort of empowers you. And that's exactly where I feel that Harry King is right now.
Yep, John Venuta still fighting away with Vlad Lomko. I'm going to ask you the question here, Ollie. You've been with us with the Age of Le Mans series for a number of seasons now. We have seen some very special talents come into and through this championship. And I'm not saying it reminds me of that talent and the path that talent took, that young man. You remember a young man in the UAE in the days of COVID?
Franco Colapinto.
Came in with an LMP2 car, and immediately you saw and got the sense that something special there.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking to Stuart Cox earlier on in the weekend, and he was still raving about Franco Colapinto and his skill and his ability, and we're now seeing that in Formula One with the Williams car. And you know, who knows what the future is going to hold for Franco and whether he's going to end up full-time in Formula One and he's going to get that opportunity, but clearly he is a very, very quick driver. Harry King, he certainly looks like he is made to measure for these P2 cars. We'll have to see in the future here whether he can actually really deliver and deliver you know, the sort of finish that we saw yesterday, where he can deliver that under the most intense pressure and close out the race. This middle stint, it really is one where it's not exactly a free hit, but it is one where maybe there's a little bit less pressure, and the race can still be turned and you can still have a big influence on the race, but you can't win it.
Well, let's make it clear as well, Pure Racing, astonishing performances from them over the last couple of years. Champions, reigning champions here in the Asian Le Mans Series in GT, reigning champions in the FI World Endurance Championship in LM GT3, and now here with the brand new Alex Malikin and his team owner Edgar in the LMP2 class of the Asian Le Mans Series. They'll carry that programme on with a different service supplier, TLX Motorsport, into Europe. But make no mistake, anybody involved in this, they expect excellence, and that brings pressure.
It does, it really does. And you can see by the interviews that were done after their stints in the car, both with Alex Malikin and also with Harry King, you know, that they're very clinical in their analysis of their time in the car, and it's very data driven, and it's like they're all the time sitting there thinking, how can I be better, and how can I be using what I've got underneath me in a more efficient way, in a greater way, in a better way, to get our car further down the road, so it doesn't put so much pressure on the team. Those pit stops, regardless whatever that might well be, they're just trying to make sure they're putting themselves in a better spot, a better position, so that they can then walk away with the victory. And you know, that's what they're building towards. And you can see yesterday they had a great third place, and it's going to be whether they can build on that and have a super strong run to be able to challenge for the victory today.
Yeah, talk a lot about what's enjoyable about this astounding sport of sports car racing. And for me, watching the building of talent, watching the building of excellence, it's like any other sport. It's wonderful to see talent emerging, whether or not that's driving talent, team management talent, pit lane talent, strategic talent. It's a great thing to be in amongst people who do sport with passion and excellence.
Absolutely. But we're seeing here, we've got just the 3 DKR car, Jork van Aert, and we've got Vlad Lomko's just dropping back a little bit. Then you might be able to see just in the background there, we saw just a glimpse of it, the RD Limited car. James Allen is still putting in personal bests in the sectors. Sector 1 this lap is a personal best for him, and he's now 3 seconds back from Vlad Lomko, which was over 10 seconds only just a number of laps ago. So he is eating into that gap.
Yeah, last lap he was fastest of all apart from Harry King, so he's catching everybody other than the leader at the moment. So we did say 47 seconds was the gap to look for to the leader. That gap's going out because Harry King is motoring, but he's catching everybody else.
Yeah. There's 49 seconds, James Allen's gap to Harry King, but like you say, Harry King is just stretching that away.
Car 23, by the way, is about to get a drive-through penalty. That is the Absolute Racing car for speeding in the pit lane. Not sure which Bennett, but it did say driver Bennett, but that could be either Greg coming in or Carl coming out of the pit lane. So that will be a penalty for the number 23. They are having a better day than yesterday. It doesn't want to take much to have a better day than yesterday for them.
They did, 2 laps yesterday?
Yeah, it wasn't very far in when there was the side-by-side contact with the car, and then I'm afraid the heavier impact with the Inter-Europol car. This is Patrick Byrne, 9th place, and he's working at the moment the task of catching Ollie Caldwell in the number 20 Algarve Pro Racing car. Matt Bell is ahead of them.
Yeah, Matt's Nielsen car is just having a bit of a quieter race than they did yesterday. They're down there in 7th spot, and Matt is working away trying to catch the Algarve Pro Racing car, but they are some 7 seconds up the road. Still some work to be done there.
So this is Ollie Caldwell, British driver, came through the Alpine Academy. He's been with Algarve Pro Racing throughout this season. Well, it's Algarve Pro. Let's go down and talk to the Pure Racing crew. Alex Malikin is with David Ellison.
Imagine as soon as drivers get out of the cars, they disappear to go and get changed and get cool. Alex Malikin has got changed. He's looking a bit more calm about life now. And the race is going well for you. Harry's doing a good job and you did a good first stint.
Yes, exactly. In the beginning, I was slower than other guys, but then in 7-8 laps, pace is coming and I became equal, and then we started to get more and more advantage. And it was our strategy. And then when you need to work with GT traffic and the track, you need a better car, less degradation. And I use it, and I come back to leaders. And before my pit stop, before changing with Harry, I pass also one car, and we get advantage in tactic. And I think we have very good car setup around tire deck, and advantage in this today, especially. But in any moment may happen everything like we saw yesterday. It's why people like endurance racing. Doesn't matter how you good now. In any moment, unluck, traffic, technical issue, anything. So, but yes, Harry in the beginning stint made wow move. So brave guy also. So I'm very like drive with him and Louis. So cross fingers.
That your stint, the first lap, you had us a little bit worried because you seemed to lose some places, lose some time. We thought there was a problem. What was going on?
This is maybe we have another strategy. We invest a little bit more to end of stint. Okay. About fuel saving, maybe about tire pressure. Needed to ask my engineer. I don't know exactly. But in the beginning, we always slightly slower. But race start, it's not when you need attack fully or everything. You need to save car, you need to save tires, and then you need to use tires in the traffic and before the stint when the situation will be more stressful. So this is our strategy. I try to fight for P1 and turn 1 for sure, but in first laps we always have slightly less grips. But it's okay because then I feel we have advantage today in second half of stints, especially in the double stints.
It's all going well for now. Alex, well done. Thanks very much.
Yeah, fantastic job again there by Alex Malikin, and you could see by the interview and here that he was very clear in his strategy and how he wanted to go about building his stints in the car, which I think is a little bit of a theme here with his approach, and it's very considered, very thoughtful, very intelligent, clearly working closely with the team on what he wants. And yeah, it's great to see, and clearly that has been a thing that carried over with Harry King as well. We're just watching the battle here between Ollie Caldwell and Patrick Byrne. Patrick has got right on terms here with Ollie Caldwell. Maybe pulling out a little bit too early there.
Again, he's still got that porpoising.
Yeah, they've got a lot of porpoising. They've had that on this number 50 car all weekend, and it seems to be a bit of a feature, and it's certainly more on that car than we've seen on any other P2 car here. But it is something that happens on a P2 car, that porpoising. But yeah, we'll see if Patrick can close that gap up now with Ollie Caldwell.
Yeah, Ollie got a good run through those two cars in traffic, though, didn't he? Patrick Byrne got the worst of that. He's past the RLR car. He's now got the Optimum McLaren to deal with before he can get back onto terms with the Algarve Pro Racing team. It was an interesting interview in a number of ways, wasn't that, with Alex Malikin? Not least because it's the standards he expects of himself, the standards he expects of the team, the fact that he's placing trust in the technical team around him. And the other point, I think, Ollie, was he talked about this sport of endurance racing. It's technical endurance for the cars. It's physical and psychological endurance for the drivers and the team members.
Yeah, it is, completely. You know, that's one of the things about all of these races, whether they're 4 hours, 6 hours, 12 hours, past 24 hours. Don't really want to go too far past 24 hours because I think that's quite long enough. But it is definitely all of those things that you have to consider. And certainly here in Sepang, the high-class racing car is this.
No, that's fine. It's an hour and 45 minutes.
Yeah, just coming down the pit lane, and that is going to be it for Mark Patterson. A fantastic stint again. 72 years old.
Come on.
This is a great battle. The great battle there, and just Patrick Byrne just got a little bit too close there and unhooked the rear of the car, and it slid sideways. Fortunately, no harm done apart from maybe a set of tyres that got some pretty big flat spots on, and he might be driving around now with some pretty big vibration. Have to see, feel it out, just go steady here, just be able to get into the next brake zone, and if the car's just not feeling right down this straight, make the call, come into the pit lane, see if you can get a new set of tyres. But that will have done some damage to those tyres. They will be flat spotted.
Carried a little bit too much speed through, didn't he? There goes Mark, walking away and off the chair at the garage entrance, as well he might.
Breton Racing on pit lane as well. 26 car following the high-class racing car in.
Double yellows at turn 14 right now.
Is that... Oh, no,
it's 11. It's the 11 car that's gone around.
Is this Jonas?
Remember, we've only got two drivers in that car. It is Alexander Matchell, and that's the fight back from Alexander that has been rather interrupted by that rotation.
I think he's trying to find reverse.
He is trying to find reverse to get...
don't go too much further.
Doesn't want to go onto the grass. He's got room. I don't think he can see he's got the room he's got.
I don't think he can. I don't think he can. He's just now just got to pull through and round and then get back onto the tyre. That's it. You got it. Nicely done. The Breton Racing car having trouble there at the right front. Sure, they didn't seem to be seated quite properly there. And this is the battle between RD and Proton, and the Proton car comes down. Excuse me, this is the Databricks Matt Bell.
That's the Matt Bell car. I was just thinking about the RD car, thinking that is on pit lane.
Yes, sorry.
James Allen from 5th place, and it is Matt Bell powering down now. He takes 5th place.
Getting confused with the liveries and the blue and the reds and the.
If only there was somewhere where they could exchange information before the season. We did have a couple of seasons the FI World Endurance Championship, and the cars turned up, and every single factory turned up with a red, black and white car. It's a bit like, wives and girlfriends going to the Christmas party, and everybody's got the same dress from M&S, and it's oh no! Side by side here, AF Corsa and the Pure Racing car, but this is for Harry King to put a lap on the previous leader, let's not forget.
Yeah, and this is the mark of how quickly Harry is going, and he's trying to put a lap on Patrick Byrne, and he's done that. Yeah,
he will have been, I'm sure, told this is the leader coming, it's to lap you, don't resist this one, let him go. And a good stint here, great stint from Harry. Is, by the way, extending his lead on Alessio Rivera, not very quickly, but steadily. 10th by 10th. It's 12.5 seconds now. Harry King ahead of Alessio Rivera.
Yes.
That's the 1-2. 30 seconds back, Jan van Utier. Vlad Lomko just a couple of seconds back from the DKR competition car, but that switches around as DKR pit the car. Matt Bell further 20 seconds back, then Ollie Caldwell 40 seconds back from that. So quite large gaps emerging here. In LMP3, it is the ultimate car of Bench Valence, and he has got a big lead. What is that? Well over a minute from Kevin Rabin in the NT Europol number 43 car. They're on a much better day. OLRM Sports' Nick Adcock still in contact as they work through the bronze time for the British team. Ian Aguilera will follow on later. They are sitting in third. Breton Racing have just pitted, dropped down from the overall order as a result, and you can keep an eye on what's going on in the GT ranks. That is the number 10 Montai car and the EPM Aston Martin. GT, by the way, still led by the 28 car Max Visa. Get speeds number 9 of Anthony Bartone is in second, the Mercedes AMG, and it's a third Mercedes AMG, a second Mercedes AMG, the 81 Winward car of Renat Salikov. He is third. Origin Motorsports Porsche, car that retired yesterday, having a much better day. Beaujuan, my apologies, is aboard that car, the 87 car, and that is a pretty close fought battle.
Yeah, we're watching the battle here between Winward, Iron Dames and the Mansai car, and the Breton Racing car is right in the middle of it, and these guys are fighting over the 7th, 8th and 9th in GT, and these guys have been going at it for a little while now, and just over 2 hours to go, and Breton Racing fresh out of the pits. We're seeing APR on pit lane, car number 20, and going for fuel, and it looks like they are going to go for tyres as well. The guys are primed there with the wand, ready to go with the air gun.
Ollie Caldwell it is, and here comes the other Algar Pro car under pressure for the 22, and that is a lap on Valerio Incella by Vlad Lomko. Lomko going well here.
Yeah, he is, and he's managed to get in front of the 3 DKR car as they've come out of the pits. And so we're just still going to wait to see how this is all going to cycle through.
There's Stewie Cox.
Yeah, I think he might be a little bit disappointed so far with how things have gone. It's not been their sort of stellar, strong run at the front.
And that is Matt Vaxivier, isn't it?
No, it's... Well, the 51 car's
been off.
Run wide. I'm sure it's got some damage on the left rear. Toledo.
Yeah.
And, he's going to be... I think he must have gone off at turn 7. And
checking everything's still on the motor car.
Not sure if there's any damage there. Not seeing anything. But they are... I think he's coming on pit lane shortly.
Whether or not we saw him just coming back after a brief off-course moment, or it was just at the end of a big lock-up, but we did see a moment at the end there for Custodio Toledo. Harry King punching through this, extending the lead still, 13.3 seconds now.
Is this the incident here?
There is the car. It's big. It's a spin.
Oh, it's a big spin, yeah.
Yeah, it's a spin by himself. Was off track, and we saw just him recovering from that.
Yeah. Yes, coming through and off at 7 and 8. Yeah.
So, incident involving car 81, Salikov, and car 19, Beauvais. That is the Blackthorn Aston Martin, causing a collision under review. 81 is the third place Winward car. Now, there's already been a penalty assessed to the 19 for causing a collision. We're not sure which way that was because we didn't see the incident. That might be one to watch. There are the top 3. Some substantial gaps there. Harry King has pulled out now over 13 seconds with Proton Competitions. Vlad Lomko third, 30+ seconds back. This is almost side by side. James Allen and Patrick Byrne.
Yes.
This is for 5th place.
Yeah. Yeah, and yes, we're seeing this battle. James has got himself past Patrick, and he's now getting away.
Very dark skies again, I just point out to this stage.
And the 30 car is finding itself actually a lap down to the pure racing car of Harry King. I'm not sure how that's... whether...
Some very
King
different...
is owing us another pit stop.
Yeah,
I think the car has actually made an extra stop.
I think because they took Fred Pordat out of the car, I think the difference, I think, has come here, not to do with necessarily the performance, but it's the choice to take the bronze out. And this is where it might well come back to the 50 car later, because we did see that fantastic, triple stint from Jeremy Clark. His time is done. Fred Pordat's got to get back in that car.
Yeah.
Pretty certain.
Okay. Yeah, so we'll see how that all unfolds. But
it's the 83 car, and that is Alessio Rivera. I think Matt Vax is in that car.
Yeah, and that's Rivera.
That's Rivera.
Yeah, and I think that we are going to be seeing a stop here from Harry King shortly, because these guys are not going to be far off sequence, are they?
No.
Rivera and King.
So Rivera obviously cycles back in the order. That's no drama. This is just a routine pit stop.
Yeah.
Of course, Italian team under the ownership of the AF, Amato Ferrari. He is here this weekend.
Yeah, I saw him after the race yesterday.
Yeah.
Very happy.
Yeah. Lovely guy. Astonishing effort there as the 82 car leaves, the 83 car comes in.
Now that is some choreography, isn't it? Nicely done there at AF. What a gaggle of cars here. Is that Matt Bell still on board the Databricks car going up inside of the Blackthorn? They've had quite a quiet race, haven't they, Blackthorn?
Well, aside from the incident that saw the car penalised for causing a collision, there's another incident under review at the moment. The two Monti cars lapping together still. They've been together throughout their stints.
Yeah, Bovey and Hardwick, they're just trying to find their way through the traffic here. Yeah, they've still got the, is that the Winwood car still in front of them?
That is the Winwood car. The 6th and the 7th, by the way.
Yeah.
And it's the Winwood racing car. Sergei Stolярov is right ahead of them.
Yeah, Sarah might actually have a run here coming up into 15, helped by the Inter-Europol car, creative with its lines through turn 14. And in comes Harry King. On the spot, nicely done.
And he stays aboard.
Not getting a tear off. Haven't seen any tear offs today.
He doesn't need it.
I'm so disappointed.
The tear offs, I gather, only comes to those guys who are, you know, maybe just the other side of superhuman. I know you like a tear off, Ollie, and I'm not in any way implying anything, but it was a lot of races you lost.
All of those races I lost.
There was a, I mean, 5 wins at Le Mans, you Ollie Gavin. Was it 5?
5 wins, yes.
Was it 5 at Sebring?
It's 6.
6 at Sebring and 5 at Petit Le Mans.
Yes.
So never won 7 of anything then.
And all those times I lost. 22 car trying to get past the 74 there. We're going to move on from this. Back to the racing. 22 car. Vlad Lonka, he's got another lap here. Another lap. He's done well on the fuel.
There's some fuel saving going on here.
Yeah.
For a race that's been as green as for long as it has, there's remarkable differences amongst the approaches here.
Yeah.
And some of it is to do with bronze driver time, without a shadow of a doubt.
And also some of it's just guys who are just using their experience and working at it, you know. And there's been a definite strategy by some of the teams, and this could well play out as we get further into this race. Nearly bang on 2 hours, nearly halfway in this 4 hours of Sepang. And it's been far less disjointed than yesterday's race. I just hope that we can fall into that pattern that we had yesterday, where the last 2 hours absolutely came alive with the racing.
Well, it's strange, isn't it? We did have that disjointed first couple of hours of the race yesterday as these LMP2 cars make their way through. There's Sarah Bovey. She is in 6th place in GT right now as other cars pit around her.
Ricardo Pereira has come in on the Manti car that was right behind.
Yes.
Sarah Bovey. Well, that was actually Ryan Hardwick, wasn't it? Yeah. So they've just swapped over to Ricardo Pereira.
Yes.
The number 92.
So yesterday what we got was a little bit of luck, good and bad, for teams cycling forward and backwards as we lurched from crisis to crisis in the first couple of hours. Didn't really give the big brains of the team the opportunity to do much about stint management. Did give them the opportunity to think about when to bring cars in. Now this is an entirely different discipline. This is about, as you said earlier in the race, Oliver Gavin, managing the resources you've got around you.
So you're saying I'm right?
I'm saying it was a fairly lucky guess.
There you go. 5 for me. For you.
The human resource and the energy that's available with that driver. We've seen some wildly different efforts there. The tyres and the fuel, and that I think is what we're seeing today. Kamal 3, by the way, that's the DKR car that's running in 4th place with Jan van Uter at the board at the moment. Full course yellow speed, a penalty for them, 10-second penalty to the next pit stop.
Yeah, and
that, by the way, as things stand, would drop them back 2 places.
Yes.
Because right behind Jan van Uter is James Allen, and Patrick Byrne is a further 5 seconds back. This is the battle we're talking about there. As James Allen closing in.
Yeah, he's done another fine job, James Allen. I don't think they've quite had the pace that they had yesterday. They're still, I mean, the gap's gone out to like a minute and 10 to, that's to Vlad Lomko. Harry King is some
20 seconds.
So it's stabilised somewhat, that sort of 50 seconds, hasn't it? To somewhere around there with James Allen. Sort of 50 seconds, 45 seconds between James Allen and Harry King.
Yeah, Rowan Dumat working with his young and inexperienced racing team. Many of these guys and girls, by the way, in that carriage, used to some of the off-road sports, the hill climb disciplines, the EV programs that Rowan Dumat's team have been up to.
This is such a tricky point on the track, and James Allen was just using his experience there, knew that he couldn't throw it up the inside of the 92 Manthey car because it easily got pinched off and risked the car. So he just breathed it and then looked to pick his point. He's watching the 28 just come across it under pressure there from the Origine car. And
those guys are looking for Bodie. It's the strange thing here is it may well not rain.
Nope.
But you've got that worry all the way through. Coming down now towards turn 15 is the lead car, as it has been pretty much throughout this race. Just that early pass by Stefan Lemaret. And Benj Valence is now a minute and 24 seconds ahead. And the next car, by the way, in the order is not a P3 car, but a P2 car.
Yeah, these guys have been pretty dominant. But getting back to the weather, I mean, that's something that you can only react to now. You know, it's something that you can't be building into your strategy. It's only if it comes, you've just got to react and be ready and primed with your guys. You know, the wet tyres, we sat there waiting to go. But it's just not, something you can really build into your strategy at the moment. I mean, it's still sunshine here. Harry King coming through this 7-8 section, coming across some traffic, and that's been one of the things I'm sure that he's been seriously working on and trying to understand. And I did speak to him earlier on the weekend about how he feels he's going to be able to deal with the traffic situation here in the Asia Le Mans Series multi-class racing, being in the fastest class, you know, and understanding how he has to sort of work the lap, pick his points, you know, keep that speed up in a P2 car, because it very much is a momentum car and you really have to carry that speed across the apex. But he seems like he's just absolutely fallen into it and just picked up that rhythm and just run with it. And at the moment, he's doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, we've seen Harry in Porsche one-make competition to great effect.
Back in the lead.
Yeah, back in the lead. Finished second in both the Porsche Super Cup and Porsche Carrera Deutschland, and that is quite some feat. They are two fierce competitions.
Yeah, I mean, if you're finishing up the front or winning any of those championships, it's clear you're a talent. It's clear they're so fiercely competitive, and it's so well supported with some very, very good teams that, you know, if you're running anywhere near the front there, then you have a future in sports car racing.
Yeah. Also been doing some GT3 racing. Can't help thinking that his head has been turned by this experience in a very good way.
Yeah, I spoke to him at lunchtime and he was all smiles, quietly confident, and looking forward to the challenge of this afternoon.
Well, here's, I think, the thing. You look in your sport for talent to come forward and emerge, and it's a joy when you see it. And there's also quite often a national aspect to this, and there's a degree of pride that it's a young British driver finding his way as well, without a shadow of a doubt. And, you know, Ollie, throughout your career, you've been a standard bearer with the work that you've been doing, particularly with the British Racing Drivers Club, for finding and nurturing young talent.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly something that I've had a little bit to do with, and I've got a BRDC member in Ben Tuck in this race.
Excellent.
Yeah, he's doing a fine job, and you know, there's a lot of work that goes on at the BRDC nurturing British talents, and that's a fine job there by all of the board and bringing drivers on and through in all forms of motorsport, which the BRDC is fantastic at.
Yeah, just looking at the background there, the number 15 car and the member-elect there, courtesy of his ELMS LMP3 title, Nick Adcock.
Oh, yes.
And we should congratulate as well, by the way, the newest associate member of the British Racing Drivers Club. I don't know what she's ever done in motorsport. Fiona Miller.
Fiona Miller, yes, absolutely.
Fee, congratulations. I'm sure that gave you great joy when that came through the door.
Yeah, really wonderful, that is.
We miss you in the FI World Endurance Championship. Long time head of communications with the World Championship.
she was actually also someone who advised me and worked with me for many years and did my PR. And
it's her fault.
It is her fault. She was a wonderful advisor and someone with so much knowledge, and I love working with Fee. She was such a brilliant, sort of grounded lady who had so much experience in the sport, and yeah, always great to chat and catch up with her and understand what she thinks about certain situations.
Quite right too. Back to the racing. Number 3 car from D-Car Engineering having a good run here, John Benutet. They have got 10 seconds to add with the penalty and the next pit stop. We have to remember that, and that still risks losing places as we get closer, of course, with every lap to the next pit stop.
Yeah, James Allen there, he caught right up to the number 3 car but didn't quite be able to execute it, so he's just dropped back a little bit here. I think we're going to be going down for a interview here.
Well, hopefully it's more cheerful on Terracao after a terrible day yesterday. Much better today. He's with David Addison.
Yeah, that's not a reason to be cheerful, but a reason, Antares, to be cheerful is stint finish, no damage, and you've been able to go and have a shower.
I had a long and really cold shower in the back of the villa, much necessary. We're having a tough time in the car. But to be honest, we're having a car only because all the boys behind us literally was here till 5 in the morning. We lost the chassis. These guys gave us a new car practically from my test car. We shelled everything. Behind me is the escort, the mascot of the old car, hung and dead as of this morning. Rest in peace.
You're saying yesterday the damage to the original car was really bad, so there was no chance of repairing it, you just had to have a spare.
Yeah, because the impact was actually, I was fortunate that the car protected me because, the LMP3 driver came sideways and literally cracked my roll cage. So, that kind of puts things in perspective. Again, I wasn't kidding when things are made of tofu. No.
Now tell me about that first stint. Okay, yes, it was hot, but it was busy and it was pretty long. How was the race?
No, I think credit to all the drivers involved today. We managed a clean stint. Obviously, if I were speaking selfishly, I would rather have a safety car and catch up to the pack, but I'm just glad everyone was more sensible. We just kept it clean. Obviously, there were cars fast in front of us. Happy for them. I need to do a better job of not losing so much. But in the end, also the ends well, I think we're somewhat between P6 and P8 at this point. I think still a fair bit of work, but very difficult.
But I suppose the main thing after yesterday is you want a result, you want some points.
Absolutely. Having points, having a good finish. I want something. I want a report card to show all these boys.
Good luck. Well done. Thanks, Antares.
Great stuff. Antares out, one of the really nice guys of Asian Motorsport. Great to see him again. Had a rotten start to his season last year. Rotten start yesterday, but great to see that he and the Montai crew have gathered themselves. This battle here between D-Car and RD Limited firmly joined now. This is the battle for third place, with Job Vanita trying to fend off James Allen. These pair regular contenders in the European Le Mans Series, of course. I think we just saw as well the ultimate car of Vince Valent. I think that was a lap being put on the high-class racing car of Anders Fjordback, unless that was Anders coming back at him. I think actually that's what it was, unlapping him. Big lock-up there from James Allen. He's carried plenty of speed in and through. Little bit of a rumble across the curbs on exit. Has not lost terribly much time to that. Further penalty, by the way, coming for a GT car to be 10 seconds added to the next pit stop, causing a collision for car 9. That is the Get Speed car. And that car at the moment running second, so that is going to be a significant penalty for Steve Jans. Going to see again this lock-up here, Ollie.
Yeah, that was a big lock-up, and I think that's actually hurt that left front there for James Allen. He's got quite a big vibration there, and that's actually one of the wheels that's actually had quite a high wear on all of the P2 cars. So that is going to be something that he's going to have to keep an eye on.
Well, into the second half of the race, 10 minutes now. We're going to look back at the first half of the 4 hours of Sepang today. Start of the race, it was Giorgio Roda from pole position. The cars spread out behind in P2 and then P3 further back. But it would be the Italian that would make it this time through turn 1, 2, 3. Both unscathed and still in the lead. Neat and tidy pack behind him as things got themselves sorted out with Alex Maniking taking a look but not making his way through into second position. The 25 car GT pack too made for a colourful an almost chaotic sight, but the chaos did not include much by way of significant contact this time. Roda getting away through into second place with a great run at the start of the race. Jeremy Clark in the 50 AF Corsa car, and 3 wide would see Jeremy Clark through and into the lead with Jonas Reed, silver driver, starting in the number 11 car. There's a two-driver crew with Matthias Besch filling on well today. Jeremy Clark fending off that. It's a little bit of side-to-side contact between the AF Corsa man and the Tsunami RT car, and this was the moment that Breton Racing's number 26 car lost the lead to Stefan Lemeret in the 35 car from Ultimate. This was a big hit for the 57 car on the 42 Lamborghini, a second less significant bump, but that car done. And unfortunately, the Optimum McLaren picking up the bonnet from the 57 car. 42 and 57 out as a result. Pretty major damage for yesterday's race winner, the Car Guy car. And a quick run off track from Kreitel and Tudis before we could gather that back up. Side by side between the 26 and the 7. Breton Racing under pressure from the Graf Racing number 7 car. But the Samsung 7 car would soon be in trouble after well over a lap. The McLaren managing to shed itself of its
sort of two-part interview, this, because
number 57 car's front bodywork. 43 having a better day today with their new car, sourced overnight and refettled to rejoin the race. Proton competition and AF Corsa going head to head. Francois Perrodo though running a little wide, and it was Matt Bell and Ollie Caldwell sorting things out fairly and excitedly. Harry King and Alessio Rivera in the middle part of the race sorting things out as well for what would become the lead of the race, and the young Brit taking the action to the Italian as Job van Uter, the DKR number 3 car, did a similar job with Vlad Lomko. These two again sorting out significant positions. It would be the Dutchman that made it down to turn 1 ahead and would pull away. Meantime, 43 and 49 as again the two-driver crew from High Class Racing pushed on. Harry King though would lead the race into the second half.
Oh, we've got some debris on track here, virtual safety car. And I think we've got rain, we've got wipers on cars. Everybody's looking at their wet tyres and looking at what have we got here coming into turn 15. We've got, I think, debris.
It's the RD Limited car. Has he run up the back of the DKR car?
Possibly. Oh, that was quite a big piece of bodywork there. It flew off some carbon fibre, and this is quite tricky. We've got to, we've got rain tyres looking like they're getting ready on the Nielsen car. They're going to full wets. They are going to go to rain tyres here. This is a pretty big gamble for them. And let's see if this this rain really does take hold.
Well, Nielsen have pitted the car from probably about 7th or 8th position. They will feel probably at the moment, Ollie, that they're not in a position to attack this race for a podium. AF Corsa are ready as well.
Yeah.
They will, though, feel as if they've made the right decision, this could turn it around for them.
Critical things just happened there. The mechanics just put them down. And he's just, okay, let's just wait and see. I think this is going to be very, very dependent upon how much rain we get here in the next 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Because this track has got so much energy in it that the amount of rain that's coming doesn't look like it's really going to be causing that much of an issue to run around on slicks.
Well, Nielsen have picked the right moment to put the tyres on in terms of the driver cycle.
Absolutely.
Nicky the Cat Katzberg is out there, and he's called Nicky the Cat quite often because of his sure-footedness, I'm told.
Yeah, that's not something I've heard about him.
And balance.
Yeah, maybe. His hair's actually not looking so good today. It's a bit disappointing, actually. I thought it was going to be a bit more on point. Yeah, struggling with it this morning, I think Nicky was.
Lucky he can't hear you, because he would say that very personally.
I promised that I'd say something about it. I saw him earlier and I said, yeah, not so good today, Nicky. There's a lot of cars on pit lane now.
There are. There is the number 11 Proton competition car, 83 in from second place, Alessio Rivera. So it'll be interesting to see whether or not they do go for those tyres.
Yep. And I think maybe those guys are a little bit further back in the pack. They could roll the dice and go for the tyre. And likewise, guys might roll the dice and just go, let's see if we can exist out there on slicks.
It is wet going on the 83 car. Well, it only takes one team to choose something different. That's the 43 car.
Where's this? And it's facing the wrong way.
Where?
Yes, and it looks quite narrow. And I think it might. Oh, Steve Brooks, if we had another incident here.
Is that?
To me, that looks like he's the wrong side of the barrier and he's on an access road, and I think that is pit in.
It's, I don't know. It's not pit in.
No.
No grandstand.
No, true. Where is he got the wrong side of some gravel here? Where is it?
I think he's gone for what he thinks is the pit lane, and it isn't. He's gone the wrong way.
Oh, my word. Good grief. I think he's got confused where he's at.
That is the access road for the South Paddock.
Oh, my word.
I'm not sure what he does about that, because he can't drive the wrong way.
No. And Steve's got himself a bit confused there. He was trying to come in the pit lane, and he's come down the wrong pit lane. So now he's going the wrong way, so kind of against the flow, which he may well get into trouble for here.
Yeah.
This is, oh, boy.
Well, there was plenty of room there to do that.
I'm glad he's just got around and there's been no incidents, and now he's going to go down the proper pit lane.
Yep.
Well done, Steve.
So pit lane's still open. Louis Delatraz is ready to climb aboard the 91 car. Harry King will pit at the moment.
Is that the 50 car coming back out of the box? Did they go in? Or on the skates?
They are on the skates. Or is that just clearing the car ahead of it?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, possibly. Positioning in the pit lane, yeah, we're hearing from David there.
Thank you, David. But no, I've never seen that before, I have to say. But we'll move on from Steve Brooks. Whoopsie there. That was that was so close.
Good grief. And
he didn't really have an option.
No, he didn't. He just needed to get out the fast lane, and it did really well just to get the car stopped and not go past his box. So that he knew that they could turn the car on the skates and get it square. That's one of the things you have to be very clear of here. That to fuel the car has to be parallel with the pit lane.
We saw that just very briefly. I'd be with personnel where they were. I do question whether or not there might be a call on an unsafe release there.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the most dangerous points in the racetrack is the pit lane, and you've got to have eyes everywhere.
Yeah,
eyes absolutely everywhere while this sort of stuff's going on, because there's cars going everywhere and there's stuff happening, and there's cars being released, cars coming in, cars stopping. You know, it's just drivers who've just in cars, they're not sure of exactly where things are. Guys who are coming in after being in the car for a long time and they're a little bit hot, bothered, tired, a little bit disorientated. You know, all kinds of moving stuff. Nielsen back in, and they're on slicks. So they've made that call to go wet, slicks, and others will be learning from that. They'll be seeing that. Everybody's, at this point, everybody's trying to learn off one another as quickly as they possibly can.
Let's watch what Pure Racing do. It's a tear-off line. It's all over for everybody else, then, isn't it? Let's watch what Pure Racing do. They've got wets ready. And it's going to be wet for the 91 car. Now, this is a moment, if a team gets this right and goes in the opposite direction to just about everybody else, it could turn a race around.
Exactly. And I'm wondering, actually, if that's Nicky Katzberg, who's gone out in the car and he's gone, have you put wets on the car? And he's gone, I'm coming back in for slicks because I know what's going to happen here. He's confident. He said to me, yes, last night at dinner, he said, I would run around here on slicks and try and exist out on track, even with a soaking wet track, because it's going to dry so quickly here. He said if you're in a front-wheel drive touring car, he said you'd almost never pit for wet tyres here. But when he's not in a front-wheel drive touring car, so let's see how he goes.
Okay, then, Nicky.
He was quite bold.
Over to you.
Yes, he was quite bold. Let's see how we go. But it's not raining. It's not raining.
No, it's not. No, it really isn't. It really isn't right now. What we would say is we have seen it rain here hard. We saw it last year here, and in previous years we've had real dramas weather-related. There is Harry King.
Nice job, Harry.
It was a very nice job indeed.
Be proud of that.
And he'll just cool himself off, keep an eye on what's going on in the race, and I'm sure we'll get to hear from Harry King a little later.
Yep, doing a bit of a debrief, and maybe David can get down and have a bit of a chat with him, because he was good value yesterday.
Wasn't he just?
Pat on the back from the crew and the guys, and all of that crew there with TF Sport and Pure Racing, drilled.
So no further drama here. This is the safety car that inevitably follows the virtual safety car. So just to remind anybody that may need a bit of an update, or to brief anybody that doesn't know what's going on. Virtual safety car was called by race control because of significant debris on the circuits. When you call a virtual safety car, which basically effectively runs at that point like a full course yellow, but with pit lane open for 2 laps, at that point the safety car will be called. So it gives everybody an opportunity to pit. We then get the safety car, the field is closed up. Now what that is going to do is massively assist AF Corsa in their pursuit of pure racing.
Yeah. Yes, it will, absolutely.
Because the big gap built up by Harry King will go to nothing. It is slicks going on to the 22 car as well. So we're going to have mixed, I think we're going to have a mixed bag here.
Yep, we sure are.
And it's Pure Racing and AF Corsa are both on wets.
Now, interestingly here, when you go out the pits, it's going to be safety car, so he's going to be able to get up to sort of racing speed. Did you see the way that the car twitched then as he accelerated? And it's now going to be, how does the car turn as he winds the lock on? It seems like it's going okay. And back to the left. Can he get the car turned? Yes, he can.
So good. There's a critical moment here for a number of teams. So we've got, just waiting to see as we complete this lap, we have 9 cars on the lead lap. And the point I'm making here, Ollie Gavin, is if the correct call has been slicks, it's going to cost the teams who are on wets very dearly indeed.
Yeah, it is. We're just looking at the radar there that the teams use. Couldn't see clearly where we are on that radar and that map, but yeah, let's wait and see how this develops. And
so pure Racing on wets, AF Corsa on wets. We've not seen Nico Engineering, RD Limited. We've not seen what happened with the damage there.
Yeah, Tom Dillman here is on slicks. In the 22 car, he's on slicks.
As is Nicky Katzberg. Tom Dillman is running at the moment in 6th place. Nielsen Racing are running in 8th place, but of course the gaps will come down to next to nothing.
Yeah, once they catch the safety car and it all packs up, and it's good. Yeah, and we're just hearing that the rain in the pit lane has stopped, and so yeah, this is going to be really on a toss of a coin, really, on who is on what and where and who this works out for.
It's not just about there goes the safety car now. It'd be interesting to see just exactly who they managed to pick up here, and that could be a critical moment as well for some of the class battles. Who's where in the order when we get the wave by, but It's not just whether or not it's going to rain, it's how quickly it will rain.
Yeah.
Because those wet tyres will get pretty much destroyed on a dry track within, what, 3 laps?
Yeah, and it's now really about how long this safety car period is and how quickly that rain appears, and when and if it appears. And it's going to be on those teams to be making those calls. And now at the moment, with the safety car out there, whatever decision you've taken it because the pit lane is closed and you can't get back on pit lane until the safety car has done, is it 3 laps? I believe it's 3 laps the safety car.
Safety car does 3 laps before they can pit again.
Pit again, yes. So that's everybody's set now with the tyre that they're on. They've just got to exist out there and just make it work and make a call after those 3 laps.
So pit exit is now, of course, closed. Pit entry is closed with the safety car on track for those 3 laps, and it's 3 laps plus effectively a lap, if you see what I mean.
Yep.
Because it's at the end of the 3rd lap, by which time they've passed pit in.
There we are, and we are. That's what we're seeing in the next 30 minutes, and it looks like there's going to be some pretty big rain coming by. So maybe those teams that have taken the rain tyre are going to be sitting pretty, and maybe Nicky Katzberg's going to have to come back in for rains.
Well, it's been an opportunity to make that call. I think it's significant that two of the teams that are not in the lead of the race have made that call.
Yeah.
Because they will feel as if there is an opportunity there. It's a gamble.
Yeah, it is a gamble. And,
let's have a quick run through the order whilst we're behind this safety car. It is Pure Racing. Louis Delatraz aboard the number 91 car run by TF Sports here in the Asia Le Mans Series. They lead the race from AF Corsa's 83 car. Second place yesterday. Mathieu Vazevière is aboard the car. Lawrence Herr in the DKR Engineering car, number 3, sits third. And that car will have taken its 10 seconds now because it's been down pit lane, I'm sure. James Allen sits fourth for RD Limited, the number 30 car. Right behind Lawrence Herr, the race leaders, of course, yesterday. Algarve Pro Racing's number 25 car is in the hands of Malte Jacobsen. That's fifth. Proton Competitions 22 in the hands of Tom Dillman. Sixth. Then seventh, Patrick Byrne continues in the 50 car that led the race in the very capable hands of Jeremy Clark, the AF Corsa car, seventh. Nielsen Racing sit eighth, with Nicky Katzberg now aboard the 22 car. And then the 20 car is ninth. It's the second Algarve Pro Racing car with Alex Quinn currently at the wheel. Rounding out the top 10 is not an LMP2 car, but the lead LMP3 car, and that's a dominant performance by the Ultimate car. We've got the wave by happening. Yeah. This is any car behind the safety car that is in front of its class leader. This effectively is designed to ensure that the deployment of the safety car doesn't ruin their race.
Yeah, it looks like the most of the GT field.
Yes, it does.
Actually got that wave by. So, yep, hopefully we're going to see a lot more cars back on the lead lap in GT.
Still cars making their way by the wave by there.
Yeah.
This is wet tyres going onto the Pure Racing car. In LMP3, it is Ultimates in the hands of Bench Valence after stellar stint by Stefan Lemaret. These are the slick tyres going on the 22. We know the slick tyres as well on the 24. They put wets on, came back in, took the slicks again. Breton Racing sits second, Dan Skostapola in that car, the number 26 car, and that car, well, the time gap doesn't mean anything, but he's a lap down to the class leader, Breton Racing. RRM Sports in Aguilera at the wheel now. They sit third, and High Class Racing's Anders Fjordbach is fourth. AF Corsa's 28's Ferrari in the hands of Manny Franco sits in the lead of the GT class. Head of the Get Speed's number 9, AMG, in the hands of Steve Jans. Hong Li Ye in the Origin Motorsport car, the 87 car, the Porsche, sits third. A much better day for them today. Then Winwood Racing, the second of the AMGs. Gabriele Piana in the 81 car sits fourth. Another AMG, the number 2 car from Climax Racing, Ralph Aaron aboard that car. Then the Iron Dame, Sarah Bovey, the second of the Porsches, sixth. Montai, third of the Porsches, was Charles Sturm, the reigning WC LMGT3 champion. He sits in seventh. That's Antares Au's car. We heard from him just before this safety car was called. Ricardo Pera in the another Porsche, Monte-Ime's 92 car, is eighth. And completing the top 10, another AMG, Winwood Racing's number 16 in the hands of multiple champion some years ago in the European Le Mans Series and the WEC, Victor Scheitar. Good to see him back here. And then Ben Tuck, stellar stint from him yesterday in the 74 Kessel Racing car. He sits in 10th in that number 74 car. That's the top 10. Jeremy Clark there cooling off. And Ollie Pla waiting for his turn.
Yeah, you're seeing the two packs of cars there circulating on track. The pack of cars on the left-hand side going into 15 now. They're trying to catch up to this pack here as they come down into turn 9. And all eyes are on the screens here.
Radar.
Ben Tuck is bringing that pack of cars over the line here, working his way through, trying to get back to the safety car pack. Now it's coming into turn 11, and it is very dark skies out there. And Yeah, we just do not know what's going to happen here, because it is so hit and miss here in Sepang in Malaysia for the weather. On the left side of the screen, nearly blue skies, and when we're looking in that direction, but you look back the other way and it looks like there's a big storm coming.
It's like one of those Christmas board games, isn't it, where you get to throw the dice and pick a card, and the card that we're waiting to be drawn from the pack is weather, and it's whether the weather comes. That is the big question on just about everybody's lips here.
Yeah, and it's certainly in that direction. It's very dark. So yeah.
Now, spooling back to last year,
yep,
and we hit a lot of weather, but I think we lost about half an hour at the end of the race.
Yeah, we did.
Can you remember who the two drivers were leading the race at that point and had that big battle?
Mathieu Vaxivière, and it was Louis Delatras, wasn't it?
Who's leading the race?
Louis Delatras and Mathieu Vaxivière. Yeah, we're just getting an update here from David, and he's just giving us the news that most of the teams are looking out the back of the garages, trying to understand what's going to happen with the weather. Sometimes you can have all the screens and all the radar and all the information that you like, but you just got to look out the window.
It's not just looking; it's actually feeling the wind direction as well.
Yeah,
it's feeling,
sometimes you can sense
strength
it's coming.
and the strength of that wind. That how quickly is that weather going to arrive?
Yeah,
that might come in handy a little later.
Yeah.
Pure
racing. Here we are at the Brains Trust, and this is
AF Corse
here. They're working away, doing the calculations, wondering where we're at now with just under an hour and a half to go. And this must be the third lap of the safety car.
They will normally announce that.
Okay. I haven't been keeping count.
I think this may well be the third lap.
Yeah. Those cars, I think, will have joined up the back of the queue. Let's have a look on the... Yeah, they're getting there. I think that Ben Tuck in the 74 cars just coming into turn 15 now. So by the halfway through this lap, they should be, the pack of cars that was sent on the pass around should be back to this pack. They're just coming through turns 2 and 3.
Yep. Well, Ben's done a good job of just pushing, and we're hearing from David Allison in what I don't think it's a moan, that the rain is coming back.
Yeah,
and it's a bit heavier this time.
His umbrella up. Maybe he's got his polka dot one, I think, with him for this weekend. Do you think he's bought his wellies?
Probably not.
No.
I don't think that fire suit is waterproof either.
We're also seeing on some of the cars, some have got their wipers on, some haven't, and that can just be sometimes with the drivers just forgot to turn it off, and others it's sort of okay, yeah, I just want to keep that going. And here we go, one of the AF Corse guys, engineers out here, just having a good look, having a bit of a feel. It's as basic as that sometimes. Just hand out.
That's the engineer from the 83 car. Come on, he's saying rain. They're on rain tyres.
Yeah. So utterly Italian. I love it. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
You know what, the cocktail of nations in the sports car racing paddock does, it is a joy. It is a joy. Massive respect up and down this this paddock.
Brilliant. Really brilliant. Let's see what happens here. But at the moment,
so what he's doing there is basically, come on, justify the call we've made here.
I think the lights are off on the safety car. I think that they are off.
A safety car in this lap.
Yeah.
We're going back racing. Well,
wow.
Here we go.
Yeah, this is it.
So watch for the cars equipped with slicks here.
This will be dramatic. With the cars that are on wets and the cars that are on slicks, you will be seeing a huge difference in performance.
Yep.
Massive.
It's not wet, is it?
No, it is definitely not wet. And I think that they were just trying to get ahead of the weather that is maybe coming now. Maybe it is coming now. Wipers are on.
But not on every car.
No, but there we go. Louis has got his toe down.
He can go. Green flag's up. From that position, looks like a night race. There are still raindrops.
Tippy-toe stuff here. Drivers are going to be earning their money right now, mainly pros in the cars. And these are guys who will be trying to be smart, but trying not to lose any time, picking their points, trying to pick those high percentage moves. But it's really unknown, the conditions right now. You're feeling everything out.
Louis Delatraz powers away in the lead, and Mathieu Vazevier deals with Jonas Reed, laps the number 11 car and sets off in pursuit. Here comes the GT pack, and they'll be tippy-toeing their way through any parts of this track that are going to be proving to be greasy and tricky.
Yep. Guys weaving, trying to get the feel of the grip level. It's a 51 on the inside of the Optimum car. It's 3 or 4 wide. Everybody giving each other a bit of room here. Is that the Climax car just really up close and personal with the Proton car? Got smacked sideswiped there by the AF Course 51 car. I'd say that's got a puncher. We're just on board here, I think, with the Climax car, just as it might have had that impact.
We'll keep an eye on that one.
Yeah, we will. Pretty feisty here in the GT class.
This is beginning to look as if there's heavier rain at that point in the track.
Yeah, but again, some wipers are on, some wipers aren't. And we're not seeing any spray. No spray at the moment. And you just got to be, again, you can lose the race at this point, but you can't win it.
No.
But you can put your car in quite a lot of danger.
Now we've got spray. Now we've got spray, so there's proper rain at certain parts of this circuit, but it's bone dry elsewhere.
Yeah. Okay, we're just getting reports the temperature is dropping and it's getting a little bit windy, so there's that storm coming. Oh, it's 5 wide there into turn 9. I'm sure that many cars go in there, and they've all come out the other side. Extraordinary. And they are trying to find their way. The Optimum car, I think that must be on slicks, and he's going off. Just understeered straight off.
So no grip whatsoever.
Zero. So the rain tyres at the moment look like they are the smart call. And
well, let's have a look at the lap times here. It's 2:07, 2:06 for the 2 leading cars.
So that's just over 10 seconds off.
20 and 2 for constantly abusing track limits.
So track limits are a big issue, and that might just be those cars are on slicks and they can't actually keep the car inside the track limits.
It's Ollie Caldwell that's getting the warning for that in the LMP2 class. It's one of the Climax racing cars of Ralph Aaron that is getting the warning. So just looking at what kind of lap time was being produced there by the 2 cars we know are on slicks, and the answer is 10 seconds slower.
Yeah, it's a good 10 or 12 seconds slower, but this will switch very, very quickly if there's no more rain, and it'll dry up super fast. And it's all about surviving if you're on slicks. If you're on wets, just trying to get a gap so that when you do have to make that change back, that you can do that. That's the 77, I believe.
I think that's right.
Just understeering clean off, and this is the same car, I believe.
Morgan Tilbrook.
Yeah, again, just going straight on, almost no purchase, and just could not stop. So there we are, the Inter-Europol car coming in for a stop, and they must have gone to wets.
I'd have thought so.
Yes.
The Decker.
These two, again.
That's the lead. That's the lead.
Mathieu Vaxivière and Louis Delatraz, like last year, going at it super hard. And Mathieu Vaxivière was extremely talented in the rain here last year, just taking so many risks.
But you remember, finally, he tipped over the balance. And by the way, they're being caught by Lawrence Hur, both of them, very quickly. Here is Lawrence Hur already with Louis Delatraz. It was Louis Delatraz that picked his way through the carnage last time.
Yeah, it was.
And Mathieu Vaxivière finally found a puddle that he couldn't find grip at all and went off.
Yeah.
It's Lawrence Hur here looking very impressive indeed. He's going to go through into second place.
He is very, very strong. And he could even be challenging for the lead by the time you get down into turn 1. It's phenomenal performance here by Lawrence Hur, who has just picked off Louis Delatraz, and now he's going to be sizing up Mathieu Vaxivière down into turn 1. Not quite close enough this lap, but all of the wipers are on. Not much spray, but it's certainly very, very greasy, and it seems like that number 3 DKR car is just hooked.
Yep.
It's got that little bit more mechanical grip at the moment, and he's able to...
Oh, not quite there.
Matthew used his experience there, much like what he did yesterday with Tristan Vautier.
Big slide there from the DKR car, but he's got the power down now, and I think he's got a run on Mathieu Vazevier. It's a 2:05 for Laurens Herr last time around, a 2:09 for Louis Delatraz.
Yeah, Mathieu is just being cute here and just blocking off all the opportunities for Laurens. And Laurens just needs to be smart here. Don't take any great risk, but then what a move. What a move up the inside there at turn 5 into 6. Got the deal done. Even across the curbs, he seems pretty confident. I think that Laurens Herr is just going to disappear up the road
and by the
in
way,
these conditions.
Also catching this pair is Melter Jakobsen. There he is, coming into shot in the 25 car. He's motoring as well.
He is absolutely flying along, and just dropped it on the curb there. Laurens Herr just taking a little bit too much road, and they're hunting for the grip. They're really looking for it. Alternate lines here, trying to find where that extra bit of purchase is and trying to switch the tyre on. And Laurens Herr does seem to be the one who's sort of leading the charge, but Melter Jakobsen is now up to 3rd, and I don't think it's going to be too long before he is going to be challenging for the lead.
No, it's is where the grip is and where they can find it. Melter Jakobsen, the young Dane, past Louis Delatraz. All these 4 drivers of quality also catching this group. By the way, James Allen in the RD Limited car from 5th. I wondered from yesterday that he's going to appear in the background now. There he is, the red and black car.
Yeah, and it's just, I'm surprised how much curb they're all using, but it seems like it's working for them all. And we're just trying to find where the grip is and carving the corners. You've just seen the wheel tracks there being put down in the wet weather. So there's not much spray. It's just wet enough, I think, for these wet tyres. And I'm still trying to see how the likes of Nicky Katzberg's getting on the slick tyres.
5 seconds off.
Yeah, so there could be a point where it really switches.
Well, we're looking at the moment at Louis Delatraz struggling aboard the number 91 car, losing ground, but David Addison's caught up with his teammate Harry King right now on pit lane.
Harry, it could be another of those what-if races, because this weather now is really teasing everybody.
Yeah, it's unpredictable at the moment. I think there's a lot of different cars in our class who are on different wets and slicks. To be honest, I wouldn't want to be the engineers making the call on this one. It's really quite tight, but there's quite a lot of humidity, which I'm sure is not doing the wet tyres any favours, even though parts of the track are still wet. And that's what's keeping the temperature in those slicks at the moment. So we'll have to wait and see how the rain develops. But if it carries on like this for too long, we might miss another stop. So yeah, we'll see. What was it like when you came in? Because it was just starting to rain then. Was it significant rain? Yeah, however, when you're on the full course yellow, you're at 80 kph, so you can't really get a very good read on it. But I noticed some of the curbs on entry and exits were getting a bit wet. But I didn't really want to influence the team. I just said, look, there's raindrops, but I can't make the call yet. And they analysed a few other cars and came to that conclusion, along with some others. So I think we're in the fight with a few other cars, which are our championship rival, which helps. But still, an hour and a bit remaining. Long way to go. Thanks, Harry.
Excellent stuff from Harry King, and whilst we've been watching that, thank you, our director, for the double screen, because it's been a stellar run to the front from Melter Jakobsen. He's caught and passed Mathieu Vazevier, and now he's with Laurens Herr. This is the battle for the lead, side by side, down to turn 15. Laurens Herr to the inside, Melter Jakobsen to the outside. Cracking stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Phenomenal performance here from Melter Jakobsen. I'm starting to wonder what tyre he's on, actually, because he does seem to have just a ton more grip in certain spots. The way that the car's darting around and moving around, maybe David can find that out for us, but I think Molt might be on the slick. But he's absolutely been phenomenal. The way he's just carved his way through. He's just rolling the speed in and through the apex here at turn 1. And it does look like he has just got that next level, next step of purchase.
He's driven away here.
He has. And the way that the car moved there, it looks like it is a slick.
Well, he's just gone round of 2:04.423. Nielsen Racing, Nicky Katzberg last time around, a 2:09. He's not quite at the end of that lap. He's on a 2:04. It's the same pace. He's on slicks.
Yes, I think he is. I really do. Molt's just managed to switch them on quicker and take advantage. And it just seems that the cars that might not be quite so good in those dry conditions, in the wet conditions, they're really coming to the fore. 87.
It's the lead battle. This is the 87 Origin Porsche under pressure from the Climax car behind Ralph Aaron. So it's two Chinese teams, two very different cars, two very different drivers. Hong Li and Ralph Aaron, and the Origin car just fending off the AMG at the moment. Get Speed Steve Jans, by the way, is in their wheel tracks just a second or so back.
Yeah, this is going to be
lighting
really
up this race, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Really, he's come alive. Let's just wait and see how this all works out. The Origin car has still got Lauren Heinrich to go on board for that. It's kind of like that last hour. And what a talent to have in the car to sort of pull on for your last stint. We're still seeing the rain coming down here, but it's only only a little bit, and it's only going to take another lap or so, and I think it's going to be pretty much slicks. But here it's just a little bit more rain, and this turn 7, turn 7, turn 8. That's where it is elbows out.
Yeah,
we just wheel to wheel.
Yeah, just seen the back end of the Porsche step out as Ralph Aaron tries to get onto terms with the Origin car ahead, looking for a way by. Can't find it. Steve Jans is closer still.
Yeah, and I think we're just hearing that Pure Racing are coming back in.
Slicks.
For slicks. I think that's going to be the call. Otherwise, they know that they're going to be losing too much.
Oh, that was change the lead. That was the Climax car through to the lead, but the Absolute 23 car onto the grass can't get off it with no traction.
Yeah, that doesn't look a lot of fun. What we're seeing here, this is that Tristan Vautier on board?
If that is the RD car, then it should be now. Yes, indeed. No, still James Allen.
Okay, we're watching here.
Oh, that's the hit. It was the 2Cs on the side of Carl Watana Bennett, I think.
Yeah, he got turned around, absolutely turned around. So that's going to be a tough one.
So this is the chasing pack now. Malte Jakobsen 7.7 seconds ahead. Lawrence Hurst doing a great job, we think, on wet tyres, ahead of Mathieu Vazevière. Mathieu Vazevier's lost a place to Tom Dillman, and then side by side, Vazevière loses a place again, this time to James Allen.
Yeah.
So he's just going backwards.
Yeah, they're going to have to make the call here, come in for the slicks, and all of those teams look at how the wet tyre there. It's got all of its rubber there ripped up. I mean, it's the way that those chunks of rubber, the actual blocks, just overheat and they just start tearing off strips.
Well, we know Dillman is definitely on slick tyres, and he should make pretty short work of Lawrence Hurst if he's on those wets.
Yeah. And Lawrence is going to be drifting this car around. But here we go, up the inside, as simple as that. I mean, he just drove by him. And that's the difference between a slick and a wet tyre.
Yeah.
And in these sort of conditions, you know, it's such a big delta. So Lawrence will coming in the pit lane, I would say, this lap. If he's not, he's going to stick it out. Nope.
He's in.
He's in.
Right, absolutely right. Malte Jakobsen, by the way, it seems like about 3 seconds since I said he was 7.7 seconds up. He's a further 4 seconds away. 11.1 seconds clear of Tom Dillman. But now we've got two cars at the front that are on slick tyres, and two very rapid drivers indeed. Tom Dillman in the 22 car. These are the slick tyres going back on to... These are the slick tyres going on to the 22 car.
Yep.
So Jakobsen and Dillman definitely on slicks. James Allen, I think, is on slicks.
Yeah.
Alex Quinn in the Algarve Pro racing car, I suspect, is also on slicks, unless Algarve Pro has split their strategy. And also now got GT cars coming in.
Lawrence Hurt on pit lane, going to those slick tyres. Tricky in the pit lane, particularly when you leave the box on these slicks. You know, it can be treacherous.
Yeah, so David, confirmation of what we can now see on screen, that it is indeed slick tyres, 83 the same. You know, here's the thing, it was so marginal. We heard Harry King say it, wasn't it? You wouldn't want to be. There's that car almost crabs out of the pit box, but you wouldn't want to be the engineer making that call. You know what? Any other day, it could have been exactly the other way round.
Yep, it could have been, but it's these pressurised moments, and that you're trying to get right. The 82 car there was super deep on the brakes, and it's still treacherous down there. And if these guys are just coming out on slick tyres, trying to get the heat in them, that you're just trying to find where the grip is and where the limit is. And it's very easy to skate off the road. A gaggle of GT cars here. Yep, and there's the 2Cs car trying to get the temperature in the tyre, going right round the outside.
That's the battle for 5th place. That's Winwood Racing car, Gabriele Piana, and Parker Thompson looking to make up the place.
Does look very confident, Parker Thompson, in the 2Cs car. Yeah, he did have that incident though with the Absolute car, which I think is going to 28. I think they just overcooked it there.
Yeah, that's one of our front runners from yesterday, the 28 car. That's a little way down now.
Wipers on, and I think this is going to be the battle for the rest of the race here. Then we're going to have these changeable conditions with the wipers on slick tyres, and I think that's the lesson learned here, is that you're going to need to go pretty deep on your slick tyres to try and make it work. We've got the 82 car getting up the inside there of the Manthey car.
That's 82 on 10.
Yeah,
and that is not a battle for position. It's Joel Sturm in the number 10 car, and the 82 car, I think, is a little way down. Is 9th. That is Conrad Laursen making his way back up. So Climax AMG, Origin Porsche, GetSpeed AMG, Iron Dames Porsche 4th, 2Cs AMG, Winwood AMG, Winwood AMG, Climax AMG. AMGs are doing pretty well right now.
Yep.
Before we get to the first of the Ferraris, which is in 9th position.
So about 3 laps ago, Lawrence Herr was in the lead. He is now 1 minute and 43 seconds behind Malte Jakobsen.
Yeah, that's after that stop for tyres.
Swing. Huge swing.
Well, with a pit stop, remember, 12 seconds for 12 seconds. Malte Jakobsen, Tom Dillman, and they're both on slick tyres.
But it just goes to show,
absolutely,
doesn't it? A massive swing. You make the decision on one particular tyre, and the penalty could be huge.
And equally, we saw amongst this heavy rain now. We saw Nielsen Racing making that call for Nicky Katzberg. He came out of the pits 8th. He's now 5th.
Yeah.
And we may well see another cycle here. We may well see everybody back in for wet tyres.
Drivers are earning their money. I'm glad I'm not out there. It is super tricky coming into turn 15. It's 14 car, they'd wall and deft it all the way around the outside.
It's one of those days you're actually quite pleased with your later career choice.
Well, actually I'm sitting next to you, so it's a little bit iffy.
It's got its ups and downs. There you go.
It really has, yeah. Poor old Trudy.
Full course yellow, yes. So many ways. 11 car on pit lane. Proton competition with Jonas Reed.
Yeah, so they've taken the wets off and they're putting the slicks back on, as there is some debris here.
Quite a substantial piece. That mirror.
Yeah, it's a mirror. It is a mirror. Okay.
Well, kiddies, it's been quite the story for high-class racing, and we're going to get Uncle Mark Patterson talking to David Ellison.
Mark Patterson has just been either a hero or Herculean or an inspiration. Choose your own adjective. Mark, I don't know how you've done it, not just once, but twice. And in fairness, you did look a little tired when you got out of the car today.
Yeah, I was looking very liquid, as in pouring out of the car. No, I think this is a beautiful crematorium where we... for people my age. No, I got to tell you, that last almost 2-hour stint, easily the hardest, toughest condition in a race car that I've ever witnessed. It's I'm old, right? 72 and or 73 next week, but we all know that. So, but it's a strain. I promise you, it's a real strain. Not the first half hour, 45 minutes, half hour 45. Trust me, David, you...
So at what point did you think, I know what would be a really good idea? I'll go to Malaysia and I'll do not just one, but 2 races. And then, of course, you end up being told that your third driver can't drive anyway.
Yeah, the poor young kid. He's only 18 and he would have been a great addition. But that fell apart. And this highly unethical guy, Anders Fjordbach, called me... and got me, after 3 years of no racing, to get back in. And it felt like a challenge, but possible. And then we come to Malaysia. Holy crumbs.
Now, just talk me through today's race, because, of course, now we've got these changeable conditions. As it happens, the temperature has now dropped a little bit, but engineers are second-guessing the weather. What are you hearing from Anders in the car?
Yeah, it's been 2 very hot days. So dropped a little bit is nice, but it's still extraordinarily hot. And, people are gutsy to be in these cars pushing it like this. So you have to block, in a lot of racing, you've got to block out the reality in front of you in a tight corner fast. There's lots of stuff you've got to get out of your head and do the best you can in those conditions. In this heat, that's at a much higher order of denial, and kind of cool to live through it.
Mark, well done. Can't wait to see what you do when you're 82. Well done.
Absolutely phenomenal performance there by Mark Patterson.
Both on camera and on track.
Well.
And by the way, that rain is now significant because it's 2 minutes and 42 seconds the last 2 laps for both of our leading cars. That is somewhat 35 seconds slower than they were on the previous lap. Yeah. They are going to have to pit or survive what if. I hope this is a short shower. So we enter another phase of this extraordinary weekend.
Well, it certainly seems like it's turned again, isn't it? And this is the ultimate car on pit lane, getting a tear off, and they've got the wet tyres. They're ready to go, and changing driver as well. I'm sorry, I've got that completely wrong. It's not the ultimate car. It's this RD.
It was the RD. I'm wondering whether or not this is that's sweeping across the circuit. And the reason I'm wondering that is vast differences in first sector times from cars on the same tyre. So we've gone from sector times of about 52 seconds in sector 1 back to 27, 28 seconds for those cars. I think we've got a band of rain sweeping across here.
Yeah, I think it's coming from that sort of turn 7, turn 8 direction, coming towards turn 15. They're the 2 corners that have been the wettest, the most, but now it's sweeping across the rest of the track. So cars are going back onto wet tyres, and I think the Nielsen car has gone back onto wets.
So now we look for who is the car that stayed out there on wet tyres, and I think the answer in terms of the leading group is Patrick Byrne in the AF Corsa number 50 car, because at a point where the fastest car ahead of him is a 2:38, he's 20 seconds faster than that, and he is a minute 19 off the lead. For the moment it's about sector 3. That's where all the time is being bled away.
22. It looks like it's going to continue on another lap. And are they now back on rain tyres? It certainly looks like it by the way that the car is being driven.
Jacobsen in the pits.
And this is going to yo-yo backwards and forwards again. And who's gone to what tyre when?
So Dillman is effectively in the lead. Not shown as in the lead, but Malte Jacobsen has crossed the start-finish line, but is on pit lane. So Tom Dillman now leads the race for the 22 Proton competition car, but he is on slick rubber, and we can see the rain absolutely hammering down now.
He is still on slicks. I'm just surprised on how he has been able to make it work, and he's maybe talking to the team and just saying, look, I think I can hang this out. I think we can still make this work. But others have got different opinions, and again, this is going to be somewhat of a gamble by teams, engineers, crews, drivers, and the engineer will be doing all they can to advise the driver, but ultimately the person that can see the most and actually experience what's actually happening out on track is the driver. He's definitely still on slicks.
Temperature, spray, water on the track, all of those things are going to be starting to ebb away at the grip and any advantage he's got with those slick tyres.
He's got to be super, super careful here how he works this. Because the temperature will be dropping away on these tyres, and I'm super surprised he can actually get around as well as he has done. Just gone to the full rain, wet light.
Still finding grip.
He is.
Not a lot of it.
It's very, very edgy, and he's just going to be looking for that bit of a wet line, so he's not driving around on all the rubber that's been laid down on the track.
I can tell you that every single car in the LMP2 class behind him has pitted for a change of tyre.
It's got a big understeer there, and it's just going to be, you can see the energy just ebbing away in the tyre. Here we go, Pure Racing going back to the wet tyre, and this making sure it's fully on there.
So that's three tyre changes in the last 20 minutes for that team.
Is Tom going to pit, or is he going to continue here?
I think he's going to pit.
He is going to pit. Down pit lane. He just recognises that the task is just too great, too big a mountain to climb.
I have to say, that did not look a stupidly slow lap from him.
It didn't.
I wonder whether or not he's done exactly the right thing, and he's eked out what remained of the grip.
Is there anyone else out there that we think is on slick tyres?
No, I'm sure they're not
P2?
now. If you look up and down the towing scoring, every single LMP2 car is either on its flying lap from being out the pits or on an out lap, and there's no one changed to slicks in the current conditions. So I'm pretty certain that Tom Dillman is the last on slicks. He's on pit lane.
The 25 is up Molt Jacobsen in the 25 car, who is actually in second place at the moment.
So he's coming down from turn 14 to turn 15. He is going to take the lead here.
Yeah.
It's not going to be a very large lead over Tom Dillman. Tristan Vautier is a further 21 seconds back, and it's quite possible that Dillman will come back by in second place. Here comes Malte Jakobsen through the turn 15. You know what? This is going to be very close.
It is, but it's still stationary for Dillman, and that's Molt going by now.
Car 34 drive-through penalty.
Right rear is just a little slow there, I think.
Speeding in the pit lane from the Inter-Europol car of Daniel Ali.
Yeah, down right rear just doesn't want to go on. It won't sit on the pegs properly. Just time eking away here.
That's cost them dearly.
Rough one, really rough one.
Yeah, you can see the frustration there for the crew member. There. So Malte Jakobsen, having made that call to go to the wets, he leads the race. Tristan Vautier's powered through into second place. Alex Quinn in the second Algarve Pro racing car is up into third place.
Well, from me saying that Stewie and APR weren't having such a great race and a great time here in Sepang, it's all swung around, and just goes to show these 4-hour races can just tip and turn like that, and all of a sudden...
Just going to make that note. Ollie wrong on that one.
That's the first time. Okay, so yeah, APR first and third in P2.
But increasingly, one of the major strengths of this Algarve Pro Racing team is strategy. Up and down the board, the strategy calls they make, they are low percentage at times, but high reward.
Yep.
Without a shadow of doubt. He's not very happy. I could translate, but I won't. That is Giorgio Roda, and he's not very happy about something there.
Yeah.
Whether or not that was decision, whether or not that was the execution.
The pit stop, I don't know. Yeah, it's difficult to know without knowing the full story. But yeah, the emotion was pretty high.
Well, Tristan Vautier is 23 seconds back for a double win here.
Yeah, he is.
What a remarkable start to this team's history. And by the way, a team that has not got a place in the European Le Mans Series this year.
No, it hasn't. But here comes Molt coming through to complete another lap, and it is very gloomy out there.
And he's busy as well.
Yeah.
He needs to be just careful here.
Yeah, because after that car.
And it is around making sure that the cars he's approaching have seen him through the spray. Goes by a couple of battling LMP3 cars and an AF Corsa Ferrari. Makes his way down the pit straight. To start lap 84, and he is extending this lead.
And this is when you need that bright rear flashing rain light, that piercing red rain light that works so well in these conditions.
As this sorts itself out, remember, one of the other things to consider in LMP3 are those pit stop reference times, the 2 long stops. And whilst Matteo Quintarelli leads the race, Anders Fjordbach has opted not to take a long pit stop this time. I think he may have done both of them, and he is catching the leader. It's 1 minute and 42 seconds. It's a long gap, but again, high-class racing is working. We have got a safety car called here. That'll be for conditions, I'm sure.
Yeah, we'll see. Just make sure that there's not been an incident here with something going off. But yeah, it is getting pretty treacherous out there. It's getting pretty gloomy as well.
This is the battle, by the way, for second place in LMP3. Well, it'll stay that way now with the safety car being called.
Yeah.
So while the safety car is being deployed, let's just tell you that Malte Jakobsen leads for the 25 Algarve Pro Racing car. Leads Tristan Vautier in the RD Limited number 30. Yesterday's winners, remember, from the second Algarve Pro car of Alex Quinn, the number 20 car. Then Tom Dillman, the 22 car, the first of the Proton competition Orekas. And Nicky Katzberg up into a fine 5th place at the moment for the Nielsen Racing 24. Then both the AF Corsa cars, Mathieu Vazevier and Olivier Pla, the 83 and the 50. respectively. 91 Pure Racing, Louis Delatraz, who led this race, 25 minutes ago, is now down in 8th place with the multiple different decisions to be taken on tyre strategy. D-Car Engineering and Lawrence Hur, another man who led this race about 20 minutes ago, he's down in 9th in the D-Car Engineering car.
It is, very, very hard rain here.
So we'll keep an eye on the drivability of this circuit, because it can go from drivable to just monsoon-like, as you can see in seconds. Ultimate, the 35 car, leads LMP3 in the hands of young Matteo Quintarelli, our winners from yesterday. Anders Fjordbach sits second for high-class racing. RLRM Sports' Ian Aguilera is right in the wheel tracks of the second-place car in third.
Yeah, you just saw the car that we're riding on board with here, as it came out of turn 4 and into 5, it ran across a big river of water and it completely aquaplaned. And at this point, you need to be right in the wheel tracks of the car in front. That car needs to be helping you get through all of this water and all of this rain. Do not go into some sort of untouched piece of the racetrack. You need to be following the wheel tracks of the car in front to help you and make sure that you're looking after your car.
Yeah. In GT, Winward Racing lead the 4 Hours of Sepang today. Nanzo Gabriele Piana.
We're just hearing that there's a lot of spray, and that conditions are so bad there that some drivers can't see the cars.
I wonder if we might be close to a red flag here, Ollie. Looking from the in-car that we just saw, I don't think that would be either a surprise or argued with by many. We have still got 53 minutes to run here.
Yeah.
And we've had a pretty clean race to this stage.
Yeah, we were expecting some rain, but we weren't.
And lightning as well.
Yes.
And that's close too. Yeah. We can hear that just outside our commentary booth.
Yeah, I think that we might be seeing. Yeah.
And I'm hearing with awful news from pit lane that the waterproof overalls that were ordered for David Allison
didn't arrive.
They're here.
Oh, in your bag, are they?
Yes, I completely forgot to give them to him.
Shame.
It's David confirming that he is.
You better put down the polka dot umbrella in these conditions, particularly all that lightning.
There's that most descriptive of words, moist.
Yes. Yes. But yeah, look at the APR.
It's battering it down, isn't it?
Pit wall there. The Brains Trust out there. I think
David Leach on the left.
Yep, he's out there. And I think he's going to be staying out there for a while until the rain stops, as he wants to make the run for it to get back to the garage.
So under the safety car, let's just call where this GT battle is, as we are. Winward Racing, as I say, the AMG leads. Montai, the 10 car that was built overnight here.
Yeah.
Joel Sturm, our reigning WC champion, sits second. AF Corsa's 28 car, Manny Franco, is third. Elias Seppanen for Climax Racing is fourth in the second of the AMGs. Then the second of the AF Corsa Ferraris is third, fourth, the 51 car. Sorry, excuse me, fifth, the 51 car. Origine, having led this race, and Lauren Heinrich just climbing aboard the car. The 87 Porsche sits in 6th, and completing the top 10, the Iron Dames sits 7th, the 85 car now in the hands of Michelle Gatting, the Montai run Porsche. Get Speed's number 9, and the 82 AF Corsa Ferrari sits at the top 10. While we're under the safety car, we're going to take a look back for the highlights so far in just over 3 hours here at Sepang. Bright sunshine of 30 degrees plus welcomed the start of the race here at Sepang, the second 4-hour race of the weekend for the Asia Le Mans Series opening weekend. And it would be Giorgio Roda in the 22 Proton car that fended off a squabbling pack of P2 cars behind him, with Jeremy Clark trying to do battle with Alex Malikin. The American would make it through and would sit in second place. No major incidents either amongst the 25 GT cars, making a slightly chaotic but colourful display through the turn 1, 2, 3 combination. Jeremy Clark it was, but a little bit of contact with the number 11 car from Proton Competition of Alexander Matchard, so Jonas Reeder, my apologies. This was a change in lead early in the race, with Stefan Lemaret taking yesterday's winning car, the ultimate number 35 car, to the lead. Then a big shunt. Ajita-san in the number 37 car guy, Ferrari, the winner from yesterday, a double hit, and both cars would be out of the race with that contact, and that's the evidence of how damaged that Ferrari was. The bodywork all over the front of the Optimum McLaren. Crichton Tudis managed to get his way into and through the gravel at turn 15 before kicking up debris into the path of the number 91 Porsche. The front bodywork finally leaving the scene.
Yeah, it's going to be a sort of two-part interview, this, because...
There's the clean-up took just a little wee while. Meanwhile, the number 43 car rebuilt, or in fact replaced overnight, dealt with the challenge from the Breton Racing car, either side of an AMG in the battle between the number 91 car of Harry King and Alessio Rivera in the number 83 AF Corsa car. And then there was damage for the RD Limited car that saw all sorts of debris on the start-finish straight. Weather then made its mark, and there was a tricky choice of tyres, and many teams choosing to choose tyres to change tyres once, twice, even three times as weather came, went, and then came with a vengeance. And the previous race leading pairing of AF Corsa and Pure Racing soon had to give best that the teams that opted to stay on the slick tyre. Lawrence Hurt dealing quickly with the leading pair, but all too soon it would not be the German driver in the number 3 car, because closing fast was the number 25 Algarve Pro car of Malte Jakobsen, and on the slick tyres he too was absolutely on a tear, and soon passed Lawrence Hurt to drive away in the APR car. All sorts of battles with all sorts of tyre choices as the rain came and went. Frustration for teams that had built leads and built gaps over 2.5 hours. The 22 car pushing on, but frustration in the pit lane for Proton Competition, sticking it out on the slick tyres for maybe just a little too long, but problems with a rear wheel saw that car delayed to get out. Conditions getting worse and worse. And as we come back to live, I can tell you the red flag has come out. And that is not a surprise, Ollie Gavin.
No, it isn't. And the car's just pulling onto the grid here. Yeah, and it's going to be a little delay here. The clock's going to keep ticking, but you can see the rain falling on the front straight here, and it is pretty nasty conditions.
Well, remember, the weather can come very quickly. We've seen that. That's happened. It can go very quickly as well, and it dries extremely quickly. So for the moment, it's going to be the end of on-track action as the cars pull into line astern on the start-finish straight behind the Toyota Supra safety car. Well, Ollie Galvin, that was action-filled. We've not got much action at the moment as the teams just get to grips with the fact that we wait and see whether or not this race will restart.
Yeah, we're just seeing a solitary mechanic heading out there to...
I think that's one of the marshals. That's one of the pit lane officials, just instructing what they can and can't do.
Yeah.
We'll see that on the screens, I'm sure, very shortly.
Yeah, we're just going to... Yeah. And we're just waiting to sort of see how things work out and what happens with the weather.
Well, we call it as we see at the moment. Malte Jakobsen, the Algarve Pro Racing team, called that really well, Ollie. They put the right tyre on the car at the critical point, the point at which they could take advantage of Malte Jakobsen. Boy, did he take advantage.
Yeah, he did, and he did just perform brilliantly in those tricky conditions. He just switched the tyre on and really got going with it, and it soon became obvious that the slick was the tyre to have at that point. But then as quickly as that sort of everybody had decided to go onto it, the rain appeared, and then it is just built in and built in and built in, and now we're seeing, you know, cars lining up on the grid there. Some of the mechanics are heading out their umbrellas and bits and pieces to greet the drivers, and I'm sure there's going to be instructions here from race control on what's going to be happening and how we're going to go about getting this race going again once the rain has eased.
Well, they're going to be interested in two things, aren't they? Track conditions as they stand and the weather forecast as it's coming at us.
Yeah.
We have, what is it, something like 40 minutes left on the clock. And the decision about what's going to happen, it's clear skies over towards the back.
Flag.
Which way is that weather going?
Yeah, the flag was blowing sort of across the track, not from the direction that the weather has been arriving from. And so maybe the wind is just swirling around, or the wind is just going to be coming or the weather's going to be coming from another direction. It's just changing now, so we'll see.
Yep. The ebb and flow, though, of this race, Ollie, we've seen pretty much half the LMP2 field lead this race at some point, and most of that has been on pace. Some of that has been on tyre strategy. APR kept Melter Jacobsen on the slick tyre. That allowed him to make hay when the conditions suited it, but as soon as the weather came, straight in, and they maintained that advantage.
Yep.
Well, let's go down to David on the pit lane.
Graham, thank you very much. It is a very wet pit lane, I can promise you. And just to give you an idea, actually things have improved ever so slightly. Because a moment or two ago we had lots of wind, we had spray, we had the rain bouncing off the ground. It has eased a little bit. It's a little bit clearer, but cars have got themselves onto the grid, as you were saying. The ACO officials have lined everybody up should there be a restart, and that's all rather dependent on the conditions. The rain is easing. The other element of all of this would be any standing water and how quickly that might dry. But then the flip side of the coin is that the officials have already put the P1 boards out in Parc Fermé for the winning cars. Now, that might just be thinking ahead, you know, with nothing much to do for another hour or so. Or it might be that we're not anticipating a resumption of the race. Hopefully we will, because there are lots more battles still to come. But the good news, although the rain still falls, it is not quite as bad as it was 5 minutes ago.
Fingers crossed. Thanks very much. Great service from David Addison on pit lane all weekend.
We are still hearing the rumbles of thunder, and we are
still hearing the rumbles of thunder.
Drivers walk behind him with the umbrellas, and the wind is up a little bit there. You can see that one of the Windward mechanics trying to walk up there with quite a small umbrella, which I don't think Luke is doing that much. I think he's going to lose that in a minute.
Car cover's going on, and you can see the wind is picking up as well.
Yeah.
Don't think we're going to be seeing much by way of track action in the next few minutes. What we tend to see, as Sarah Bovey makes her way back to the garage, so drivers being released to leave the cars and return to their pit crews, what we usually see, race control will take their time to assess the conditions. Because what the red flag does here, not only does that preserve the cars, the drivers, the safety on track, it gives a time to think. Where you're not under pressure of dealing with what's going on track. You get an opportunity to look at what the data inputs are giving you, principally things like weather reports. You've got local officials here as well that have got great experience of all sorts of weather conditions here at Sepang. As I say, weather here can be extreme, but it can be very short-lived. But they will know, without a shadow of a doubt, if what we're seeing in terms of the extremity of the weather conditions is going to clear in time to make it worth going back to green flag running.
Yep, and you know, you've got the few other factors with the temperature in the tarmac, and obviously with the continued rain, that is going to start to sort of ebb away and fall away, but it's still going to dry very, very quickly here. And I think that that's going to be something that they'll also be taking into account, and I'm sure the certain teams will be lobbying to get this race underway and going again. Let's just seeing at the bottom of the timing screen that we have more news at 5:30 local time, so that's just over 10 minutes from now.
So 10 minutes for us to tell you basically what's gone on so far if you're joining us late. This is, of course, the second of 2 4-hour races here at this fantastic venue. Still fantastic, even though it's grey and horrible at the moment. It's still a wonderful place to be. 34 degrees to what is probably 20 degrees cooler than that right now out there.
Yeah, it does feel like.
Absolutely, but after a stellar finish to the race yesterday, that is not as the maker intended, that Kessel Racing umbrella.
No, I don't say that's doing so much. Marshall is... Dennis is just walking back to the garage.
I think... Certainly from what I've been reading on social media from fans and responses to the broadcast yesterday, one of the great endurance race finishes, and one of the very closest in my experience, 0.055 of a second at the flag for the overall win. Amazing stuff at the end there. Into this race, Sunday's race, all 3 rounds, by the way, of the Asia Le Mans Series are double headers. We'll come on to talk about the UAE because we get the opportunity to talk about that now with this pause. Coming into this race, significantly less interruption at the start of the race. 3 safety cars in the first hour and 40 minutes yesterday. A lot more green flag running, but now we've got the weather. So in these 8 hours of available action, we've had pretty much everything that endurance racing can throw at you, apart from darkness. Yeah. And in fairness, the rain's doing its best to do that as well.
Yeah, and that's one of the things you know when you come to Sepang, this time of the year, that you are going to have a great chance of these changeable weather conditions. But it's certainly one of those things you have to take into account. But I think,
well, Belgians know a lot about the rain.
They certainly do.
And what David Anderson's done is gone and found a Belgian. He's found Bas Leinders down at Otto Motorsport. Apologies with the weather. We apparently have lost our camera down there. We're not going to hear from Bas Leinders. But we will talk a little bit about...
swept away or washed away.
Almost certainly we'll see him just sweeping across the track right now. These are the challenges that these conditions throw at you. So let's talk about the UAE.
Yeah.
And in particular, the Asian Le Mans Series in particular, sports car racing in general, is gathering support across the world. There's no doubt about it. We're seeing record entries and record crowds all around the world. The UAE, with those 4 races in very short order, if you want a winter break, I think I'll be booking something in the UAE in February.
Absolutely. But I think we've just got David back. So I think we're going to head down to the pit lane and have a chat with Bas Leinders.
Yeah, the weather is doing all sorts of things, not only to cars and race control, but also to technology. And you find a Belgian and you can either talk about beer or the weather. It's a bit like being at Spa, Bas Leinders.
Yes, it is. Heavy rain at the moment. Difficult to drive now. Quite logical that the race is neutralised.
What were you hearing from the drivers in the car, and how quickly was it deteriorating? Because at one point it was teasing you a bit. Wasn't quite wet, wasn't quite dry.
Well, I had a German and a British guy in the car, and they were both saying it was drivable at that point. So, I mean, they're used to the wet weather, driving on the Nordschleife, driving around Snetterton. So, so they weren't complaining that much, but I can understand, especially the prototypes, that they struggle a bit more.
Now, your drivers have had a bit of a tough time anyway, haven't they? Because yesterday you don't have air conditioning, and I think Morgan Tilbrook had a cool suit that stopped, so it became a hot suit.
Yes, I mean, it is always a challenge here in Malaysia. Humidity is very high, temperatures are very high. Unfortunately, until now, McLaren doesn't have an AC in the car, but it's almost there. I mean, it just needed a wind tunnel test, which wasn't possible before this race. So hopefully next races in the future, the McLaren will have AC.
And Morgan had a tough stint today as well.
Yes, it wasn't easy. He got pushed into a spin, obviously then a bit on the back foot, and then there was snow. It was green like the first hour. There was a little full course yellow, but so it made it a little bit tougher for the bronze drivers, especially without the air conditioning. So we had to get them both out, and then they had to get back in later. And then he did a really good job, Morgan Tilbrook.
Now, in a situation like this, obviously, it's got a bit brighter. The rain is still pretty horrible. Do you talk to race control through the Discord channel? Are you able to say, look, my driver is reporting, I don't know, standing water here or no visibility there? Is it a sort of conversation you have?
Yes, we have a good conversation over Discord with race control and the stewards, etc., and that works quite well. Obviously, people were starting to say there was aquaplaning. So, I mean, there were also multiple messages, so I don't add then more messages. But yeah, the communication is going both ways. Obviously, you have race control radio, but we can inform race control also about situations about our car or situations on the track. So that is working really well, actually.
Bas, I'll let you go back to the team and await further news. Thanks very much. You'll have gathered, of course, that everybody pretty much is now sheltering the garages, apart from just one or two of us who are still in the pit lane and are now wetter than a mermaid's flannel.
What a vision. Thank you for that.
Thank you very much, David Anderson. Thanks, Bas.
Phenomenal work as always, David.
I think that's the first ever mention on an Asian Le Mans Series broadcast of Snetterton.
And then together with the Nürburgring.
Yes, indeed. They're often confused, is the honest answer.
Yeah, no.
Not least, apparently, the mountainous Snetterton in the recent Senna movie, I gather, on Netflix, which has been attracting a fair amount of... It sounded to me in the background there that was what we would term back in the northwest of England, battering it down with rain. So whilst we are promised a little bit of an update on the situation in a few minutes' time, that's definitely not improving immediately. So it leaves us to look back at where we are in terms of the overall order. As you can see there, the scene on the pit straight. There are brighter skies there towards the edge, so it's not beyond the realms of possibility that we might get back and running in the next half hour or so. There will be, I think, a pretty rapid decision as to whether or not we should do so. Algarve Pro Racing, though, Ollie, must be feeling pretty good about the situation right now.
Yeah, absolutely. They must be feeling very happy with their decisions, and Molt Jacobsen certainly was there. He was on screen just a second ago, and he's certainly, as always, looking so fresh-faced and young and positive about things. It doesn't matter actually when you meet Molt. He's always so polite. He actually bumped into us at dinner last night, and he always had time to talk, time to explain about what's happened, have a bit of a joke, bit of a laugh, and he's such a pleasant young man to be around. And his David Leach there just having a bit of a refreshing drink, let's say. That's
Michael Jensen, by the way, to David's left, our right, if you like, the LMP3 champion from Denmark, stepping up into LMP2 here ahead of what we expect we'll see him in the Le Mans entry that he's earned through the European Le Mans Series. But no, they made the right calls at the right time. There is always, of course, an element of luck involved in that, but there's a huge amount of experience as well.
Whenever there's a situation like this, that where you know that the weather's going to be changeable and it's coming, and you can sort of see it down the road or just over the sort of like say it's building over the hill, that you're like, okay, when's it coming, and then it's just all about in that timing, and some of it is luck, but that's racing for you. Sometimes you get it, sometimes you don't. And we can just only look at Antares Au in the number 10 car, in the Manthey car that's sitting there. Joel Stern, his teammate, is second in GT at the moment, and after such terrible luck yesterday, looks like they've had a nice little stroke of luck and they've got themselves into a decent position. They're second at the moment.
This is their overall classification as things stand. Don't worry about the times, because of course the cars will start in line astern, but the positions: 25 Algarve Pro Racing car ahead of the RD Limited number 30. What a weekend they've had. Algarve Pro 2 cars in the top 3 out of the 22 Proton competition, the 24 Nielsen Racing car. Then the 2 AF Corsa cars, Pure Racing, DKR Engineering, had the 9 LMP2 cars that remain pretty much undelayed. Ultimate lead LMP3 from High Class Racing RLRM Sport. Then the delayed number 11 Proton competition LMP2 car, and Breton Racing set 4th in LMP3. Then we go down the long march down the order in GT. Winward Racing, Manthey and AF Corsa. Going to go down to a hard-working and still moist David Ellison. He's got the hard-working and no doubt moist by now James Allen at RD Limited in pit lane now.
Well, James is one of these drivers that's probably thinking now, should we carry on or not? Because it's pretty horrible out there, but if it restarts, you might get a win.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Tristan's currently on wets at the moment, which is really good for us. He looked like he was catching the 25, which looked really positive, but I think we really have to wait for the weather to make its decision on what it wants to do, really. I mean, for me, when I was under that, just after that last VSC, it was fine, and the slicks were still working quite well, apart from the start of Sector 3. But now, I mean, you can see the cars out there, they're swimming more than they are driving. It's too dangerous at the moment.
And is this a circuit, first of all, that dries quickly, and secondly, does it retain standing water, or does it drain pretty well?
I've not been here before. I watched last year, but I have no idea, honestly. I've heard not great things. The drainage is a bit average, and the tarmac does hold a lot of water, and there are rivers, especially around some of the fast corners like turn 5, 6, and it can get very hairy, especially between classes.
Even if we don't go racing again, what a weekend. Potentially second place, and yesterday's win. This is almost a fairy tale debut.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it would have been nice to get a second win, but it would certainly take first and second, absolutely. It would be great to leave here with a championship lead. Like I said yesterday, Romain's just brought together a great group of people, and I can't thank him enough for letting me have the opportunity to drive for him.
And he's been saying how few people involved in the team have got any experience of, never mind endurance racing, but circuit racing in general.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I'd heard quite a few come from rally. I mean, obviously, Romain has quite a big off-road sort of program going on for him, and I assume that's where a lot of his people come from. But they learned fantastically. They learned really quickly, and now they're all working as a team really well.
Now, what have you been hearing from in the car? Before the red flag came out, what's being said about the circuit? Just way too dangerous.
I mean, for me, I got out when it was still quite dry, and they decided to change to wets for Tristan. So it wasn't really until I got out that I saw the weather, and it was, yeah, I think I made my own decisions from there.
But Tristan's not been saying, whoa, this is horrible, or this is undrivable. He's just been getting on with the job.
Yeah, I mean, it's scary for every driver, I think. But, yeah, he kept a cool head, and I'm sure if we go racing again, he'll do the same.
Excellent. James, either well done or good luck, depending on what we do next. Thanks very much for your time. The thunder is still rumbling. The rain is still falling. It's arguably brighter, but that is a fairly subjective point of view. And the clock ticks on down. We're sort of into the notional last half hour of the race.
We are, and a further delay to more news now at 17:45. Our local time is?
It is 5:30 or 17:30 here, local time.
So that's sort of being pushed back further, and still thunder playing outside. Looks to me as if the rain has stopped on pit lane.
It is no way as heavy as it was, and we certainly can't see the rain falling on the tarmac, which we could before. And there's water it seems like it's sort of dissipating and starting to move off the track. So, you know, let's see.
It's not a foregone conclusion.
No, it's not. And
what we would say is, if they do decide to get this race running again, just to explain what will have to happen, it will have to restart under a safety car.
Yeah.
It will be only 15 minutes remaining if we've got 15 minutes before the decision is taken again. It's not going to be a long run to the flag should they decide to do it. So the window of opportunity to make that decision is probably about another 10 minutes.
Yes, it is. Yeah, we can just see the water still, the rain still falling. There is still certainly the build-up of standing water is there. We've still got the safety car at the front of the field with its wipers on. But people are standing out sort of in the rain, and we've got teams here just trying to listen in and understand what's going on. This is down at APR.
Yeah, Sam Cox on the left there.
David Leach.
The part of the husband and wife team that owns and runs their technical director, David Leach, who's been the strategic brains behind all of what happens. Oh, and Luis Latore there in the background in the white T-shirt, the owner of the River Coffee brand that's on this side of this car, and he's been part of the European Le Mans Series this week. This year.
He's a new partner with APR this weekend, I believe.
He is indeed.
Yeah, so I think, but from what I understood, he's actually looking to invest into the team.
Oh, that's big good news. I mean, it is, you know, as I say, a very family-run affair. Been with the Asian Le Mans Series for an awfully long time, certainly since my involvement with it back in about 2014, 2015, and have been phenomenally successful in this series. I think 4 overall titles now under various guises.
Yeah,
and they just keep producing the wins.
I saw Andreas earlier on in just for the start of the race, and he just was saying, he's decided to sort of start a bit of a partnership with APR, and invest into the team.
Well, there you go. Business being done in the Asia Le Mans Series that I hope will carry things forward, not just here in Asia, but when we get home to Europe as well. Before David picks up another interview, let's just finish that point about the UAE. If you're in Western Europe, Central Europe, Eastern Europe, and you're enjoying the racing in the Asia Le Mans Series, obviously not right at the moment, but right up until that point, we do have 4 races across 2 weekends in the UAE in February. 2 races in one weekend at Dubai, which spectator facilities are vastly improved there, and then the fabulous Yas Marina circuit. Plenty of accommodation available, plenty of flights available, and you'd be very welcome to join us at the UAE as a spectator. So please do look into that opportunity. If you look at, there you go. If you're looking for something to delight someone in your life that you're fond of with a motorsport treat, there's your opportunity.
Maybe she's booking her flights.
I'm sure she is.
Yeah. Or maybe she's getting the update on what's actually happening.
So, well, back to us, Ollie. Always frustrating on a red flag, but completely understandable. I mean, you know, we're obviously chilly in our air-conditioned booth, but it looked pretty wretched out there for the drivers.
It did. It was super tough conditions, and they are really, really tricky conditions that every driver, when they're put in those positions, they're sort of like, yeah, I'm not really sure about driving around here for much longer. Maybe we need to go, you know, safety car, and then you look to the next step, which is actually ultimately the red flag. I've been in quite a few situations, whether that's in the United States or I remember a race race out in Shanghai when I was doing a round of the WEC with Corvette Racing, and that was treacherous conditions to finish the race, and it was heavy rain and it was chilly conditions, and it was really not very pleasant. And then they decided to go back to green to go racing, and it really did surprise a few people that we were going to do that. But you know, that's the way that international sports car racing is. Sometimes you just got to deal with those circumstances and work with what you've got. And you know, but at this point right now with the Asian Le Mans Series, they are working through this wet weather and difficult conditions, and wondering whether they are ever going to go back to green here. We've got some 25 minutes left in the race.
Yeah, it's Matteo Quintarelli. That is Malte Jakobsen. He's looking increasingly happy with his lot. Why wouldn't he be? From his point of view, I'm sure, yes, indeed, would love to go back racing because he's a racer.
He
but
is.
If we do go to get to the stage where they decide not to restart, then of course he's going to win the race.
Yes, I think David was just trying to give us a bit of an update there, but I'm not sure we could hear him that well. I wonder whether David could tell us that again.
We've got to think a bit of a ghost in the machine. So we are getting towards the point where there's going to have to be a decision made. Yes, more information, but there's a tipping point. Great to see some local fans here, by the way. And as is always the case, the ultimate duck. That should be a brand, I feel, somehow.
Should be out in the pit lane.
And
yeah, I think what we're seeing here is that within the next 5 to 10 minutes they are going to have to decide here on whether this race is going to go back green or not, or be restarted, because it's going to take about 15 minutes to get everybody going again, 10 maybe.
And it won't be on a dry track.
No.
That's the main thing to say. You are basically making a decision about the prevailing weather conditions, whether or not they're making the situation worse as things stand, and whether or not, since they brought the race to red flag conditions, whether or not the actual track conditions have improved. Yeah.
And actually, really, one of the only ways that you're going to be able to see that is to actually send the safety car off to see around the circuit and just get an experienced driver in that car to know, okay, what's it like? What's it like out at turn 1, turn 4?
If only we had an experienced driver.
Yeah.
Ollie.
Well, yeah. Maybe we... yeah. So,
but I mean, for me right now, the pendulum is swinging second by second against the possibility. But we have been surprised before now about races going back to green. I would say that amongst the smiley faces at the moment are pretty much everybody at Algarve Pro. They'll be feeling pretty good with the decisions they've made to this point, as with Ultimate.
Yeah.
And with my apologies, I cannot remember the name of the gentleman on the right-hand side, but I can tell you that he is an Asian Le Mans Series Championship winning team owner, CD Sports, back in the day. I think that might have been your first year with us, with the 1-2 with the two Ligiers. Actually, Michael Jensen aboard one of those as well.
Yeah, and Winward are leading in GT.
I mean, what a turnaround.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, we've had some balance of performance changes, but the AMGs took a hit as well as the Ferraris with those changes. But it's just the conditions today seem to fit. And we've got, what is that, 1, 2, 3, 4 AMGs in the top 10 or 11 cars.
Yeah, they certainly have had a strong run today, and I mean, it's such a robust car. So it's so fast in lots of different conditions and lots of different configurations of track. And that Mercedes AMG has been a phenomenal machine, performing throughout the GT3 sort of class and sort of era of racing. And I'm sure there are many a manufacturer that's quite sort of jealous of that car and how it's so strong and fast in that class, and it's so good for pros and for AMs, and everybody seems to get on with it very, very well. And I think that there is a new one coming, the next iteration of the car. But
AMG, next it should be for 2026. Yep. So may well be. I know there's end of season jollifications at Mercedes AMG, I believe next weekend. And it may well be we get an update on that. Yeah. They, of course, will be making their first appearance in the FIA World Endurance Championship in the coming season after a bit of a switcheroo for Iron Lynx. They'll be switching to the Mercedes AMG brand, and they will be bringing their current cars both to WC and a single car as well to the European Le Mans Series this year in LMGT3 spec. And LMGT3 different in a couple of ways. There's a slightly different performance window for the cars and maybe the odd flick in terms of the aero. The torque sensor data management system that allows real-time monitoring of the power delivery for those cars, energy management. It's a completely different way of managing performance in GT3. But
it also helps significantly with the balance of performance, doesn't it?
It does indeed.
There's
nowhere to hide.
Yes, exactly.
It's what it comes down to. And by the way, that system as well being adopted for the coming season in North America for IMSA's WeatherTech Sports Car Championship for both the GTD Pro and GTD classes, which use similarly GT3 spec cars. Moment to say, as we look at that array of cars, most of which are GT3s, GT racing, where you spent the vast majority of your career, Ollie, with GTS, GT1, GTE. But GT3, what a phenomenal success it's been in world motorsport.
It really has been extraordinary, you know, the ability for so many manufacturers to compete against one another with so many different sort of cars, configurations, layouts, engine in the front, engine in the middle, engine in the back. You know, it really is, and it's produced an opportunity for so many marques to come and race and compete at great races around the world, whether that's a Spa 24 hours, Nürburgring 24 hours, Bathurst 12 hours, now the Le Mans 24 hours. And, you know, it's been embraced fully with the ACO rules racing now with here in the Asian Le Mans Series. It's fantastic to see that everybody's under the sort of the same one umbrella. And that's great for sports car racing around the world. And, wow, has it just grown. I mean, it's just been extraordinary. The grids that you're seeing in all of the championships around the world,
booming.
It is. It really is, and for drivers as well. You know, you can jump in and race and compete all around the globe in many different championships. Whether that's something in Europe, something out here in Asia, something back across the Atlantic in the United States. You know, there's just such strength in depth that's really something for a driver that is phenomenal. And you know, you now as a young driver coming into the sport, you've got so many different avenues and directions you can go. And if you pick up with a manufacturer, then you can be placed in all kinds of different races, all kinds of different championships, something that you can really get your teeth into, and you could be running in something that's in the United States, in Europe, and out here in Asia. And that's something for a young driver. It's really exciting, and I think the sport has got a great future.
And from a team that's running a pro or a pro effort, there is the reality of an ability to effectively have a team that never goes home. And we did see this with WRT, one of our the WC BMW team, where for SRO's Intercontinental GT Challenge, which cherry picks those fantastic races around the world, the Spa 24 hours, the Bathurst 12 hours. We're going back to Suzuka with the 1,000 Ks, 10 hours this year, in Indianapolis with an 8-hour race there, where they literally did send a car in a container around the world that never went back to Belgium. And that was what they did. And, you know, you can, whether or not you're a professional driver, a professional race team, a pro-am team, a pure amateur driver that happens to own a car, race literally anywhere around the world in this fantastic formula. And there's no sign at the moment there's a slowing down of the interest of the brands in that formula. We've got Evo cars coming for BMW this year, for Ferrari next year, and brand new cars coming for Mercedes-AMG, as you mentioned. Lamborghini will have their new car out and testing very shortly. And then we've got an exciting step forward from the Toyota Group with the new Lexus, we believe called the LFR, that again should debut in IMSA and WC service again in 2026. So no shortage of brands wanting to bring, in some instances, a third or fourth generation of car to the fray.
Yeah, I mean, and again, that just goes to reflect, you know, the strength and depth in whether that's championships or whether it's the teams that are running them or the drivers who are competing in them. And that is both in the pro level and the pro-am level. That's one of the big pieces that so many manufacturers are working really really hard on to make sure they can have a car that's fast both in pro hands, but then also in the AM hands. The gentleman who wants to come along, this is their passion. This is the thing that they absolutely love to do, and they want to go racing. And they want to go racing, whether that's in Europe or whether it's in Asia or whether that's in the United States, and sort of really embrace that passion that they have on multiple different tracks and all around the world. And it's something that they are so engaged with it. But that manufacturer, whether that is a Corvette or whether that is a Porsche or a Ferrari, they have to be able to build a vehicle and develop it so that it's good for both pros and AMs.
The race will not resume. The race will not resume.
Well, that's it from Gwen Boursier.
Yeah.
And that is the emotion for the Algarve Pro Racing team.
Instructions to follow. Get standby with all your mechanics. We will allow mechanics 4 per car to go on the grid to push the cars to parc fermé. By pushing, I mean pushing on their wheels. No skates will be allowed. At my command, you will be allowed to enter the starting grid. For the moment, you are not allowed to do so. You will push the cars to parc fermé, with the exception of the winner of each category, which will be pushed under the podium, under the supervision of the officials.
Well, that's all very clear. The teams will very soon be wandering on to that. We can now say congratulations to Algarve Pro Racing, the 25 squad. Melter Jacobsen it was that brought the car to the flag, but it's Valerio Rincella in his first weekend of LMP2 racing, and Michael Jensen in his first weekend of LMP2 racing. It's a double win in LMP3.
The grid to push the cars. All teams may now access the grid to push the cars via the gate, which is at the start-finish line, into the pit lane, straight to parc fermé. All cars to be pushed to parc fermé. Thank you very much.
A lot of passion there. A lot of teams extremely happy.
The only double winners, by the way, LMP3. Sorry, getting a bit of breakthrough from someone's radio channel there on the race director's channel. It is a double win, great double win from Ultimate, and huge congratulations to them. Stefan Lemeret, Matteo Quintarelli and Bence Valent from Hungary, and it is a new winner too for the GT category. And again, a team on their debut weekend in the Asian Le Mans Series.
They did look extremely happy in their pit box. It was really quite a moment for those guys, I think.
Winward Racing, Jules Gounon, who will be a full-season Alpine factory-driving hypercar this year. And that's great to see. Gabriele Piana and Rinat Selikov, they are going to be our 3 winners. So 5 different winning teams across 6 possibilities this weekend. And the one team that's dominated with 2 wins at the Ultimate team in LMP3. So happily, the weather, it is still chucking it down with rain, but not quite as bad as it was.
Yeah, I think that it's eased somewhat, and well, actually, no, I'm saying that, and I don't think it has. I just think that the guys out there picking their cars up, it's like, well, okay, just going to get out there and get on with it. There's David Leach there. He's going to be very, very happy with today's result.
Just standing in the garage doorway there, that was quite an enthusiast. He'll be delighted with the podium there. Let's run through the 3 podium finishing crews. There is their overall classification. The 25 Algarve Pro Racing car, 83 laps completed with this short race from RD Limited and Algarve Pro's 20 car. Proton, number 22, the 24 from Nielsen, the top 5. 35 Ultimates, 49 High Class Racing, another second place from them, and the 15 RLRM Sport Ligiers complete the podium in LMP3, and the 81 AMG from Winward Racing. Montage, number 10, well, a turnaround from them, Porsche, and the number 28 AF Corsa Ferrari mean it's a 1, 2, 3 for 3 different marks in GT3. Quite the race to that point. Shame it had to be stopped, and it's absolutely the right decision to do so. That was undrivable.
Okay.
So teams making their way towards the cars on a still sopping wet grid, and as you heard, we'll be pushing them down pit lane. The Origin guys have got there quickly.
Yes.
And
I think we're going to be well. When you look at the championship standings after this weekend, RD Limited are going to be sitting pretty in P2.
They are indeed.
I mean, because it's been a first and a second for them, and you know, I'm trying to do the maths in my head, but I'm thinking that it's going to be quite a gap they've got.
Well, with the premature end, before we get to podiums, we're going to take a look back at the action to that point at the 4 Hours of Sepang. 30+ degrees, barely difficult to remember that 4 hours ago. As away we went with the LMP2, LMP3 and GT cars underway. Giorgio Roda it was, fending off a snarling, snapping pack behind. Alex Malikin coming through in second place at that point, but it would be Jeremy Clark that would come through in second in the 50 AF Corsa car. The GT pack of 25 cars made for a colourful sight through turn 1 and turn 2 with no major incidents this time around after trouble yesterday. Jeremy Clark and Jonas Reed would go side by side. Jonas Reed getting by briefly, but the bronze rated driver in the 50 AF Corsa car would make it back ahead. Great move from the Stefan Lemmeret pedalled Ultimate car, the number 35 to the lead, but there was trouble for Car Guy. One big hit and then another with the 42 Lamborghini. Both cars would be out at that point. Rear damage for the Lamborghini, very substantial front damage to the 57 car. Kreitlin Tudis with a bit of a moment at turn 15, but he would recover to the track in the 20 car. The 57 car's damage would be picked up, or damaged bonnet would be picked up by one of the Optimum McLarens before full course yellow came out to allow for collection of a whole lot of debris. 43 from the Inter-Europol team back today after losing the car yesterday with a brand new chassis. Then either side of an AMG for Alessia Rivera and a rampant Harry King at this stage in the lead in the 91 before damage and then debris for RD Limited on the pit straight. Then the rain came and there was a tough set of decisions to be made by teams up and down the pit lane. Some teams changing once, twice, even 3 times as to where they came, went, and then came back with a vengeance. 83 and 91 would emerge in the lead battle. Lawrence Herr had something to say about that as DCAR Engineering put him out on slicks in the number 3 Orica. He would take the lead, but coming up behind as Lawrence Herr went by Mathieu Vazevier. Coming up behind these 3 would be a rampant Melter Jakobsen, also on slicks at this point. He would make his way through to the lead, taking here Lawrence Herr in turn 15, and Algarve Pro Racing would make the decision as well to put him back on wet weather tyres at the correct moments as everybody went for wets as the rain continued. 22 Proton competition car unlucky on pit lane with Tom Dillman with a sticking right rear wheel that cost them dearly and could have cost them a podium in the final analysis. Going back to the wet weather tyres. The 25 though of Melter Jakobsen. Algarve Pro Racing called it when it mattered, and when the red flag flew, it would be David Leach from Algarve Pro Racing congratulating the young Dane, the Ultimate team and Winward Racing loving it. There we have the only double winner this weekend. It's the perhaps unlikely double win for the 35 Ultimate crew. Only completed their crew the days before we actually got here to Sepang, with Stefan Lemmeret having a late call from Amato Ferrari, he was telling us yesterday. And when he's just getting ready for
Christmas party, wasn't it?
Christmas party season he was getting ready for.
Yes.
Out of training. Yes. But he's glad he took that call.
Absolutely, and he said yesterday it's kind of one of his biggest wins of his career, and you know, amazing to be back in a prototype car after 15 years of being away from a prototype car.
He said he'd only ever driven a prototype car once. It was the Formula Le Mans. The car's known more recently as the LMPC class, the FLM 09 Oricas.
They were fine machines, lovely.
Yes, absolutely. Chevy engine.
Yeah.
That's
the best bit about
long serving before LMP3 basically took their place. There is the oldest swinger in town on the wild side. Well, he was, wasn't he?
Cool.
That is Mark Patterson, 72 years young.
From Mark, unbelievable.
2 second places.
Hour and 45 minutes in the car today under fierce conditions.
Hour 45 minutes in one stint.
Yeah, it was like he poured himself out of the car. He said he was very liquid when he came out of the machine. But what a great interview he gave David. That was phenomenal. Really, one of the highlights of the race is, yeah, great stuff there from Mark.
Dear, dear me. They do look a little bit like the troops returning from the front there, don't they?
Let's go for the overall winners interview.
Let's, well, a fine win, strategically won by Algarve Pro Racing, the number 25 crew, and happily they've made their way under the podium and now with David Addison.
And that means that they are now dry. Let's talk to our winners then, and we'll start with Michael Jensen. What a race, eh?
Yeah, fantastic. It was nice to see we had no safety cars today, so I did my stint. Yeah, Sepang is hot and humid. You really feel it out there. Handed the car over to Valerio, and yeah, he did an amazing stint. And then Malte to go in the end, and yeah, unfortunately we couldn't finish the race. I still believe we would have won the race with Malte in the car. We had the pace today.
Well done, Valerio. A real change from single-seaters, but a great result.
Well, yeah, I'm really happy. For being first time here, I'm enjoying it a lot. I had the possibility to work on full course yellow this time compared to yesterday. Yesterday was a bit of a safety car, but now was proper race. I struggled a bit on the first stint, but with new tires I managed to keep it well to reduce the gap. So I'm really happy.
A great result, a short stint, but an important one.
Yeah, unfortunately very short. I would have loved to be able to finish the race on track and done the racing out there. But thanks to those two rookies this weekend, first race weekend for them, both in LMP2, I think we can be very pleased with the result today. And finishing P40 yesterday as well, we collected some very important points for our long championship.
Fantastic, guys. Well done. See you on the podium.
Absolutely. Valerio did a top job there, just giving the car to Malte in a great position. But Malte did really do a phenomenal job when he needed to, execute it on that sort of like 10 laps that he got. Really phenomenal performance.
He was on the right tyre, but you've got to do it, and you've got to do it in the moment, as we saw there.
He switched it on and just got down the road from everyone else. And there's lots of other people on the same tyre, but he just delivered.
The window was relatively tiny on both the tyres he had.
And that's always the way with a driver. You need to be able to deliver at that point, and he really did.
So some phenomenal performances and some phenomenal results, and Malte Jakobsen nailed it there. Remember, yes, we're racing for a championship here, but Algarve Pro Racing would dearly love to win another entry to Le Mans.
Absolutely.
Which comes with the win in this championship in LMP2. We'll see the points a little later in the show. Vidi Regon there. Another podium in a long and glittering career for him. 28 car makes the podium in third place, shared, of course, with Max Visa and Manny Franco.
Yeah, I think
Manny Franco to the right.
That's going to maybe put them quite close to the lead of the championship, actually, because they were in, what, 6th, 5th yesterday? Somewhere around there?
They were there and thereabouts, but yeah, a delighted young Dane. So two Danish drivers, by the way, on the overall top step of the podium. And two Algarve Pro cars, as we said. Crichton and Tudis coming in there with Alex Quinn. We've lost the camera for a moment there. But the Algarve Pro team with, of course, Ollie Colwell. And cars just been taken back through to Parc Fermé. Well, there'll be some technical inspections taking place, and then those cars will make their way to the UAE.
It was 4th at AF course. The number 28 car finished yesterday.
They're going to be well up the order.
Yeah, they are going to be. It's a good little result for them. You know, they were running pretty strongly throughout today.
And something that's it's worth mentioning, by the way, with the expansion post-COVID back to 6 rounds for the Asia Le Mans series. You can sort of afford a bad day at the office.
Yeah, you can.
Maybe one.
Yeah.
It is quite a significant change in dynamic in a championship when you expand it to something like 6 rounds.
What we've seen, actually, over the time is that there's certainly configurations of GT car that really do suit Sepang, but then when you go to Dubai and then on to Abu Dhabi, it's another group of cars that come to the fore. For instance, the McLaren.
Oh yeah,
absolutely. The McLaren kind of know that they're not so good around Sepang, but they do know that they're very, very good when they come to Abu Dhabi.
I had a long chat with a couple of the guys from the Optimum squad earlier today, and they said basically we're soaking up the pain here.
Yeah.
We know the car's pretty good at Dubai. We know it's very good at Abu Dhabi, and we saw the same with the Aston Martins, and it was I think this is the first time we're going to see the new Aston Martins there. Well, that's Nick Reynolds, the previous owner of RRM Sport. I know he's here with Ian Aguilera. So lots of old friends from the European paddock.
But that's going to be something that really does develop, isn't it? You know,
100%.
That storyline of who's going to be going where and when.
There are the points. Let's stick with this for a moment. RD Limited unsurprisingly lead the championship, but perhaps the surprise is only by 6 points from the 25 Algarve Pro Racing team, with a further 11 points back to AF Corsa, the 20 from Algarve Pro Racing, further 3 points back. And Nielsen Racing in a good position there with 20. Pure Racing, work to do with 19.
They'll be disappointed, Pure Racing.
They will.
They really will with that.
They will feel as if that got away with from them with the weather today. But Fred Pordad, James Allen and Tristan Vautier will lead the championship as we go into the UAE section in February, from Melter Jacobsen, Michael Jensen and Valerio Rincella. And astoundingly, 2 LMP2 debutants this weekend, second in the championship.
Yeah, and I just looking further down the order there, Matt Bell, Naveen Rao and Nicky Katzberg. I think they did take a little bit of a risk earlier on in the race with Nicky on those wets, then slicks, and then wets again. Rolled the dice a little bit, but didn't quite come off, but still came away with a reasonable result.
It picked them up a couple of places, no doubt.
But just one step further down there, we've got Alex Malikin and Harry King and Louis Delatraz. They're going to be disappointed with their points all walking away here from Sepang. I think they really had the pace to get themselves in that top 2 or 3 in the championship.
If you want to watch some really spirited LMP2 racing, that's the kind of effort that you're going to see now. They have to be fully lit everywhere.
Yeah. And it's going to be exciting to watch, and that's going to be certainly something we're going to see in Dubai and Abu Dhabi, that they're going to be on full attack, which is great for the racing.
Absolutely great stuff. So that is the points order in LMP2, and they're just getting ready for the overall podium. So Alex Quinn closest to the camera, Ollie Caldwell and Chrysler Lentunis will our third place squad for Algarve Pro Racing, and that's a fine result from them.
Yeah, because they were always sort of just slightly on the back foot, it seems. They didn't really have the pace in that squad, it didn't seem, but to come away with a third place, nicely done.
Absolutely. Crichton in particular will be very pleased indeed. He's loving his time in contemporary sports car racing, brought into the sports in historic racing under the BBM banner, Bob Berridge's squad. And Fred Pordad, Tristan Vautier, one of the heroes of yesterday, and
I've got a good
Allen.
feeling for Tristan in that RD Limited team. He seems to be fitting in nicely. The same as with James Allen, I think that they've really clicked nicely with that group, and they seem to really like that P2 car.
There's our winners. It is Valerio Rincella. It is it is Melter Jacobsen bringing it home, and Michael Jensen. Sam Cox it will be, representing her team, together with husband Stu, from the top step of the podium. Proud national anthem of Portugal. How many times has the Portuguese national anthem been played in international motor races, courtesy of this husband and wife team from the UK, and they are very proud to represent Portugal in international motorsport.
Representative there from Michelin, just giving out the trophies.
Yeah, tyres did their work today, didn't they?
Yeah, they certainly did. Great to have that tyre partner with us here in the Asia Le Mans Series. Phenomenal partner.
So APR, without doubt, they're going to be utterly elated with the result today, but I think Roman Damat and the squad are just going to go away thinking, what on earth happened there this weekend? That is quite amazing.
Yep, it is.
It's one of the all-time great first weekend results in this level of sports car racing.
Yeah, the victory certainly goes to APR today, but over the weekend, it's definitely RD's weekend.
Yes. And by the way, second, even after that incident that saw the front wheel cover shed it from the car. So they got the car around and made the change and still recovered that position.
It seems like every single hurdle that's put in front of them, they just clear it. Not a problem. Yep, dealt with that, yep. And it's even a spin, they poured out in the first race, you know, nose damage, changeable conditions, and they're just, boom, they're just right there in the hunt.
As somebody who's unashamedly a sports car racing fan, it's another credit to the discipline you see in terms of the crew formations you see in rally and off-road racing.
But it goes to show that if you come together with a good group of people who are super competent, led well, got a good group of guys behind the wheel, all of a sudden results start to come.
So this is the provisional results in the points for the LMP2 battle, and it is maximum points from the weekend because, of course, it was 2 pole positions from Stefan Lemaret as well as the 2 race wins for the Ultimate Squad.
I don't think he's had a better weekend, really, has he?
I can't believe he has. From kind of the high class racing duo, let's not forget, and RLRM Sports. So it's doable in the UAE without a shadow of a doubt. Lots and lots more points to come, but boy, oh boy, did they make us a great start.
Yeah,
here.
Real statement there. Absolute statement.
Want to say, though, Anders Fjordback and particularly Mark Patterson, what a weekend from them with 2 second places for a 2-person squad. I'm sure they'd like a 3rd driver by the time we get to the UAE. But we're going to be going down now to David Addison, and he's got the winners in LMP3 with him from Ultimate.
Our P3 winners then, 2 out of 2, a great result. Let's talk to Matteo Quintarelli for today's victory. A confusing race, but a great weekend it's been for you.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, coming into this weekend, after seeing what team I was in, of course, the Ultimate, and seeing my 2 teammates, I had no doubt we would be able to do 2 wins in a row. You know, obviously doing it is better. But yeah, absolutely no doubt. I want to thank everyone, all the team, you know, Ultimate and of course, my 2 teammates, Valent and Benz and Stefan, for an amazing job. And yeah, now we have to try to do it again.
Guys, congratulations, Matteo Quintarelli, Ben Valent and Stefan Lemaret, P3 winners. Well done.
Yeah, great stuff from them this weekend. Dominated is the RLRM Sport trio. James Dayson, Nick Hancock and Ian Aguilera on the 3rd step of the podium. 2nd place for high-class rating Anders Fjordback and Mark Patterson. How he's got the energy step on that podium, I don't know. And we've just seen the trio from the 35, Stefan Lemaret, Matteo Quintarelli and Ben Valent. Big gap they had at the end of that race.
Je sais pas si Quintel sera chef une.
So can I ask, please, for
great stuff. And victory well earned by Ultimate.
So we're seeing on the podium there the young female engineer that's holding the duck, the ultimate duck. Yes,
ultimate duck.
Yeah.
I'll let you decide what the superpowers of that duck are. I think it's winning LMP3 races.
Yeah. Great to have our partners here. Total Energies here, just delivering the trophies to the winners and the podium winners here.
And again, remembering that it is their renewable fuel that is powering the Asia Le Mans series.
And that's renewable fuel from
absolute waste from making wine.
Absolutely. Okay.
So what I mean by that is there is no food possible food use for that waste. So it's stuff that otherwise would simply be ploughed back into the ground.
Absolutely. Okay.
So it is completely renewable.
Yeah.
So Stefan Lemaret there in the middle, and great stuff from Matteo Quintarelli. Good race from him, but Stefan Lemaret took that car to the front again.
The first there with the bubbly going.
Absolutely.
Ambushed.
He's had plenty of practice.
Yeah.
And by the way, coming from last weekend, we're 2nd place in the Kyle Army 9 hours in another prototype.
Wow.
Nick. I think he is 2 or 3 times South African endurance champion.
Kyle Army, 9 hours.
Yes, in a small prototype.
Wow.
A race that was previously, by the way, a round of the IGTC.
Okay.
But there you go. This is the provisional GT Teams trophy points, and that is properly tight. Winward Racing top the points at the moment, 35 points. Then the 51 and the 28 AF Corsa cars, both on 28 points. Car Guy with 25 points from yesterday after retiring today. Montai number 10, big recovery for them with the second place here today, 5th in the points. Montai EMA, Climax Racing, Kessel Racing 74, and then Origine getting points on the board today in Proton competition. So Gabriel Piana, Jules Gounon and Rinat Salikov, it is that top the points from the 2 AF Corsa crews. This is tight. This is really tight.
It is, and there's going to be an awful lot to play for when we get into Dubai after what we'd say the Christmas break or the New Year break, and we get there in February. You know, I think that we're going to see quite a few teams, different teams, coming to the fore. But I think that you know, when we actually get on track in Dubai, I think the Ferraris are still going to be very, very quick.
Well, remember, in each of these classes, 104 points still to be awarded. 4 wins, 4 and 4 pole position points to come. Third on the podium is the number 28 Ferrari. That's we just saw Davide Rigon, Manny Franco and Max Visa. Second place is the Montai number 10 car.
Mostly one of the stories of the day, really. You know,
they
this
rebuilt
is a
that car last night.
Brand new car overnight. And here it is, second place finish for them.
Yeah, Klaus Bachler and Joel Sturm, 2 of our WC winners from this year. Delighted to see Tarasau with a great big smile on his face. And then, of course, the 81 crew from Winward Racing, Jules Gounon, Gabriele Piana, and Rinat Salikov. They'll be utterly delighted. A team making their debut in ACO Rules Racing, with the exception of one run at the Road to Le Mans this weekend.
Yep.
So congratulations to our GT winning teams.
So happy drivers on the podium without a shadow of doubt. And it's going to be Stefan Rattel that hands out the trophies here. A lot of cynicism about the alliance between ACO and SRO in bringing together this.
We actually saw them standing all together, Pierre Fillon, Stefan Rattel, actually on the start of the grid yesterday, and it very relaxed together.
Really
comfortable.
Not what they've achieved. 42 cars on for very many of these teams the other side of the world, and we'll be bringing those cars and more, by the way, to the UAE, because it will be a boosted grid in the United Arab Emirates in February. There are more cars to come to be added here, but this alliance has worked, and it would be great to see this taken further.
But it certainly seems like that there's more cars in this Asia Le Mans series that have come from SRO side of racing into the series. Certainly on the GT level, you're sort of seeing, you know, a number of teams from Southeast Asia that have that link to not only here, but whether it's China or whether it's further down into Southeast Asia. It's fantastic to see that we've got that foothold back in this part of the world.
There are only 2 sorts of racing teams in endurance racing, Ollie. There are the teams that have raced at Le Mans, the teams that want to race at Le Mans. And, you know, that doesn't overstate the power of that race. And there are 2 entries. It's the biggest prize in motorsport.
So in GT3, I think that's really what's come alive for everybody. The GT3 class being taken on at Le Mans, that's really opened up this window for so many different teams and so many different manufacturers to be able to then sort of stake their claim and then want to get to that great race in June there in France.
They want to show where they are in the galaxy, if you like, of GT racing, and teams like Winward Racing want to measure themselves on that stage against teams like AF Corsa, TF Sport, the Established Order, WRT, etc. Well, let's have a talk now with David Addison, who has got the 81 crew from Winward Racing with him after a stellar display on pit lane from David. Finally now we get the final one of our race winners with David Addison.
Let's talk then to at least a third of our GT winning team. Everybody says he did the hard work, but I think it's probably fair that we talk to Renat Salikov, which is a great result for you, Renat, at the end of a tough race.
Yeah, thank you. It was really tough in the beginning. No red flag, no interruptions today. Not a red flag, sorry. I mean, no FCYs, nothing. So it was clean race, luckily. And it was pretty tough. The guys in front was managing their pace really perfect. So I was not able to catch them. But we saved the position, and I think the guys did the rest job in a perfect way.
A great start to the season, guys. Well done, Jules Gounod, Renat Salikov, Gabriele Piana, our GT winners here at Sepang.
Yes. Very happy crew there. Great to see.
It is indeed. And it's time for us to say goodbye from here at Sepang. And before we do that, thanks to everybody here in Malaysia who've made us all very welcome for the Asia Le Mans Series once again. It's great to be back in Southeast Asia. Thanks to the 42 teams down there on a very soggy pit lane for putting on the style, the entertainment, the racing, the excitement over 8 hours or almost of racing. Thanks to everybody that makes this championship happen. Thanks in particular today to David Addison. It's not been easy down on pit lane, everybody, to put together the production here in rather challenging conditions today. And thanks to you as well, Ollie Gavin.
Thank you, Gigi.
He's been the sports car racing legend. I've been Graham Goodwin here in the booth. David Addison, final words from you.
Well, what a weekend it has been, and a great start to the Asian Le Mans Series. We've had just about everything, haven't we? From bright sunshine to humidity to heavy rain to torrential rain to a red flag. We've had so much drama. We've had lots of stories also develop over the course of the weekend. Some hard luck stories, of course, and some feel-good stories as well. And although it's been a double win in P3, different winners in P2 and in GT racing. And there's a lot to reflect on as the teams then have a little bit of a break before we go to that UAE doubleheader, which will start on the weekend of the 8th and 9th of February in Dubai, and then we head a week later to the Yas Marina circuit up the road in Abu Dhabi. But it's been a great start to the Asian Le Mans Series from all of us here in Sepang. Goodbye.
That's goodbye, is it then? I think that's goodbye.
That'll be goodbye.
I thought it might be goodbye.
It's goodbye from me. It's goodbye for you.
Run the VT. We might have a technical failure.